John Jackman was only one of thousands of Kentucky men who found themselves lured to the cause of the South in 1861. Indeed, many had gone south before him, as the Kentucky regiments actually began formation across the line at Camp Boone, Tennessee, in J. Yulee. The 2nd Kentucky Infantry organized on July 13th, followed by the 3rd a few days later. On August 30th, the 4th Kentucky was mustered in, and about the same time a battery of artillery from the Bluegrass State joined the regiments. In September, Kentucky abandoned its stance of neutrality between Union and Confederacy, and forces from both sides moved into the state in the hope of taking it for their own. The Confederates, including the Kentucky regiments, moved to Bowling Green, and here young Jackman's regiment, the 5th Kentucky, was formed in October. Unbeknownst at the time to its colonel, Thomas Hunt, another Kentucky regiment was forming in the eastern part of the state. The Eastern Regiment completed its organization first and was officially designated the 5th Kentucky by the Richmond War Department. More than a year later, Hunt's regiment would finally be redesignated the 9th Infantry. Finally, on November 19, 1861, the 6th Kentucky organized, together with the cavalry company of Captain John Hunt Morgan and the 1st Kentucky Cavalry of Colonel Ben Hardin Helm. The infantry regiments made up the 1st Kentucky Brigade. The brigade organization would fluctuate in the years ahead, the cavalry units being soon taken away, but events began to move so quickly that there was little time for concern about the future. On November 16th, a new commander took the brigade, Brigadier General John C. Breckinridge, a man whose career would be linked with that of his Kentuckians for the next 2 years of the war and forever into posterity. The next month, portions of the brigade made their first movement, the Merry Oaks March. It was a false alarm, but a hard tramp nevertheless for new soldiers. Then in January 1862, the 2nd Kentucky and the Kentucky Battery were sent to help defend Fort Donelson in Tennessee, where they surrendered the following month. Even before the sad news of the loss reached the men, the balance of the brigade joined the rest of the Confederates at Bowling Green in the evacuation of their encampments. They gave up Kentucky to the enemy only for the moment, they hoped, and marched south through Tennessee and into Mississippi to strike their first blow. This is John Jackman's journal. There are his words. The first 6 months of my soldier life I let pass without making notes of any kind. To make my journal more complete, I shall write up that period from memory. I shall use no dates but those positively known to be correct. 1861, September 26th. Late in the afternoon, I left home with the intention of making my way to Green River, where the advance of the Confederate Army was then encamped. My mind was made up to undertake this journey almost instantly. On the evening mentioned, I walked down to the depot about car time to get the daily papers, and as I was passing in, William Stoner said to me, "Let us go to Bloomfield tonight and join the party going through to Dixie," or something to that effect. I had scarcely thought of such a thing before, but in an instant my mind was made up, and I answered, "All right." I immediately returned home and put on a heavy suit of clothes and tried to slip off from the folks, but they divined my purpose. I told them I would only be gone a few days, and that I was going to see my brother Joseph and would be back. My mind was not fully made up. To join the army when I left home, I was not satisfied my health would permit me. Taking nothing with me but a traveling shawl, I mounted and joined William Stoner at his home. We were soon on the road, 2 modern Don Quixotes starting out to seek adventures. There were then rendezvousing at Camp Charity, so called because the people furnished us rations while there encamped, several companies from different counties, and among them was one from Bardstown, the Nelson Greys. To this company we purposed to attach ourselves during the trip under temporary organization. Though nearly 4 years have passed, the incidents of the journey to Camp Charity and my first experience as a soldier are still fresh in memory. The stirring scenes through which I have passed in nearly 4 years of warfare have not dimmed from memory the most trifling occurrence. There were several recruits from Samuel's Depot neighborhood going to Camp Charity that night, and arrangements had been made for all to meet at Mr. P.S. William Stoner, and I took supper there. Shortly after dark, we were ready, and my brother Don Quixote took leave of his Dulcinea. We rode off in high spirits. A short distance from Mr. Pete's, our party was augmented by 3 more boys. For fear of being molested by the home guards, we went on by roads, leaving Bardstown on our right. The night was beautiful. Nearly a full moon gave us light. Just before coming out on the main Bloomfield Road, beyond Bardstown, Captain Gates and I rode forward as a reconnoitering party to see that the road was clear. Finding all clear, we signaled the troop on, and met with no further delay until near camp. Then we were riding along in high glee and were suddenly challenged. "Who comes there?" Silence came over our party immediately, and Captain Gates, who was at the head, answered promptly, "Recruits for the rebel army." We were then commanded to halt, and a picket came forward to inspect. This was something novel to me. This was soldiering in reality. As the picket advanced, I caught a glimpse of his polished bayonet as it gleamed in the moonlight. That was the first bayonet I had seen in actual use to overturn the best government the world ever saw. I shall never forget my feelings at first beholding that polished steel glittering in the moonbeams. After being satisfied that we were all right, the picket conducted us to the stand, and another one set out with us to show us the way to camp. Being then midnight, and all the fires having burnt down, we were very close to the camp before we knew it. A sentinel on post challenged us, and I distinctly heard the clicking of his lock as he drew the hammer back. I thought this extreme vigilance. After parleying some time with the sentinel, who was green, we were taken in by Captain Wickliffe, afterward Lieutenant Colonel, and conducted to the bivouac of his company. A fire was recruited, and we sat round chatting a while with James Hunter and others hailing from about Samuel's, who had preceded us the day before. Being weary, I soon rolled myself up in my shawl and tumbled down under a large beech tree to sleep. I lay a moment watching the lamps of heaven as they twinkled through the foliage of the old tree, my thoughts busy contemplating the sublimeness of soldiering. Then I sank into a restless slumber. September 27th. At daylight I woke with the rain pattering down on my face. I broiled a piece of fat bacon on the end of a stick, and with a fragment of cornbread made my breakfast. I then looked around to see what I could see. Camp Charity I found to be 3 miles from Bloomfield, and on no very public road. There was an old log church in the center of the bivouac, which was used for an arsenal and commissary depot. The men, who were mostly dressed in gay uniforms, were sheltered by rude arbors made of tree branches. There were then between 200 and 300 men in camp. The Lexington Rifles, a company commanded by Captain John Hunt Morgan, afterward a noted cavalry general in the Confederate service, was present. Morgan was commander-in-chief of the forces. At 9 in the morning I was placed on guard, and for the first time buckled on my armor. How proud I felt as I paced to and fro on my beat, with a long saber bayonet on my gun, which glittered not a little in the sunbeams. There was no rain after daylight. and the sun came out bright and clear. Had a good dinner. James Hunter, who was in the commissary department, fed me on pies and such things. That was the best commissariat we ever had. That night, until the moon came up, was black as Erebus, and my beat was back of the camp in a dense wood. I could only step on the track. I was delighted at hearing my brother sentinels challenging and calling for the corporal. They generally used their lungs pretty freely, and I imagined they could be heard for miles. I longed for an opportunity to try my lungs a la militaire, but I had almost despaired of finding a pretext when one suddenly offered. The hour was after midnight, and all quiet as death. I heard two fellows coming to the spring, which was just inside my beat. I walked to one extremity and kept still, hoping they would miss their way and wander over. Sure enough, they did. They soon found out their mistake and started again for the spring, but I halted them instanter. They commenced begging me to let them in, but I pompously told them my duty kept me from letting anyone pass my post, unless first giving the countersign, which they did not have. The next moment, Corporal of the Guard, post number 8, was bawled out by me in my best military manner. It was passed from sentinel to my entire satisfaction. Even the owls stopped hooting, either through respect or being terror-stricken. Presently I heard the corporal coming, tumbling over logs and swearing true trooper style. The corp let the water hunters in, and I was left to pace my beat, solitary and alone. 2 years after, I met the corporal, then a lieutenant, at Dalton, Georgia, and I told him how I played off on him. He laughed heartily. September 28th. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, our little army took up its line of march for Green River. We had been recruited to upwards of 400, about equally divided foot and horse. Our departure was amid tears of the gentler sex, who were present to bid relatives farewell. The column moved off, nearly all joining in singing a war song. Many who then marched away with buoyant step were doomed never to return. They found graves far from home, far from kindred. We presented quite a formidable appearance. We night hunters, all well armed, and all, save those who had old muskets, had 40 rounds of ammunition. Our course lay within 4 miles of Bardstown, where we had learned a force had been sent to intercept us. Morgan rode at the head of the column unperturbed. We passed all the roads without interruption. Night overtook us just beyond the Springfield Pike and was very dark. Our course led mostly through the woods, and often we followed bypaths. The infantry marched in front in 2 ranks, and the cavalry brought up the rear. Our wagon train consisted of a small spring wagon used for hauling ordnance, etc., and a buggy in which was the Reverend Dr. Ford and his wife. It has always been a mystery how our train got over such a rough road. There was also a trader along with a small drove of mules. A lantern was carried at the head of the column, which those in the rear could occasionally see as we wended our way through the dark woods. The infantry were ferried over the beech fork, mounted behind the cavalry. When over, all the cavalry were requested to dismount and let the infantry ride a while, but many refused to dismount. In the confusion, part of us took the wrong road. We got righted at last, after much trouble, and moved on rapidly to overtake the advance. I had to help James Hunter along. Someone had promised to give him a horse if he would ride it. He mounted exultingly, but was barely seated when the horse ran off with him and threw him against a tree, hurting him so he could scarcely walk. Campfires were seen ahead of us, and the report got started that the enemy was in front. Captain M swore he would not lead his men into action unless there was an equal distribution of cartridges. Some even leveled their guns to shoot in the direction of the fires. I now saw what I had considered a body of veteran troops turned into a mob. I knew that if we did meet with any resistance, I was certain the enemy was not encamped there. Such conduct as was then exhibited would cause us to go up. James Hunter and I thought seriously of forsaking the crowd and shifting for ourselves. The fires had been kindled by those in advance, who were waiting for us to come up. September 29th. At daylight, we crossed the Lebanon Branch Railroad. After crossing a long, rocky hill, we stopped on the side of a creek to breakfast. I had walked 40 miles without hardly resting, carrying my gun and 40 rounds, also some articles of clothing. My breakfast was a piece of beef, broiled on the end of a stick without salt. After resting about an hour, we pushed on. I thought to ride a while, but we had scarcely got on the road before a report came that the enemy was in front. I took my place in the company on foot. We waded a deep creek without breaking ranks. It would not have been soldierly to have done otherwise, and my boots drew to my feet so, when in the sun, that I could not walk. I then rode until we got to the top of Muldraff's Hill. The day was beautiful, and the scenery on the road was often picturesque. Sometimes our road led under rocky steeps where we could have been destroyed by a handful of men with ease. I was too tired to admire the scenery much. After dismounting on top of the hill, I had not crippled far before the infantry was ordered to mount behind the cavalry. It fell to my lot to be mounted behind a very large man on a very small horse. Just before coming out on the Elizabethtown pike, a fight seemed imminent, and the big man on the little horse put me down to shift for myself. I had not gone far, however, when a Don Quixotic-looking individual took me up. We passed out on the pike without molestation. Our march was continued until long after dark. I was so sleepy I could scarcely sit on the horse. I reeled about so my Don often threatened to put me down. At last we got to Sandy Hollow, where we camped. I tumbled off the horse, down by a big oak tree, not even taking time to wrap up in my shawl, and went to sleep. It was broad daylight when I awoke. Hill lay down near me across some rails that were on fire, and he slept so soundly that his coat was burned off without breaking his slumbers. September 30th. We moved out early. I mounted Nathaniel O.'s horse, had not proceeded far, when a drum commenced to rattle out in the bushes and firing of small arms commenced in front. I thought the ball had opened and unslung my gun. The drum was beaten by a body of home guards, and they also soon beat a retreat further into the woods, and the firing in front came from the advance, killing turkeys for breakfast. At a little town, just before we left the pike, the United States flag was floating quietly on the breeze at the top of a high pole. It was not molested by us. We halted at noon to rest, not to dine, for we had nothing to eat. That afternoon I could not walk, and our captain mounted me on his horse. At last we came to the top of a high range of hills, where we could survey the Green River Valley. Far away we could see the river threading its way among the blue hills, and looking more narrowly could see the tents of the Confederates dotting the valley. The day was beautiful, such as we generally have during the Indian summer. The smoke from the camps hazed the landscape, giving additional beauty. We had yet to travel several miles, and it was dark when we arrived at the camp of the 2nd Kentucky Infantry, which was at the south end of the railroad bridge. We were welcomed by music and the firing of cannon. Being on horseback, I went with the balance of the cavalry to a cavalry camp close by. I was so exhausted from travel that I could not dismount, and was taken from my horse and placed in the tent of H., who gave me a pint of coffee and a piece of camp-baked bread. I slept well that night. This was the first time I ever slept in a tent. October 1st, we commenced camp life, learning how to cook, pitch tents, drill, etc. I could not walk about much. My feet were so sore. Afterwards all the nails came off my toes. I saw my brother Joseph and several old acquaintances of the 2nd Kentucky Infantry. I had expected to see the soldiers better clad than I found them. They were very ragged and dirty. Our camp was a short distance from the 2nd Regiment. October 2nd. The company held a council of war in the morning and resolved to go into the service under old organization. That evening we fell in and marched to the headquarters of the 2nd Kentucky, where we were sworn into the service of the Confederate States by Major Hewitt. We were to serve for 3 years or during the war. When we started back, the soldiers standing about, who then considered themselves veterans but who had in fact seen no service, commenced bawling out, "Sold to the Dutch, sold to the Dutch," in order to make us feel bad. Just before sundown, the company fell in under arms and we marched out beyond Mumfordsville to do picket duty. There was a company of the veterans with us. They guarded the dirt road, we the pike. Our base, though, was at the same place in an old orchard near town. That night, one of our boys, while out on vedette, shot at an old sow, thinking her an enemy. One of the veterans shot at a rock in the road, thinking it a sneaking foe. Just before daylight, my time came to go on vedette, and I had not been on post long before I heard many hoofs clattering on the pike, advancing with the rattling of sabers and loud talk. My hair at first went on end, but soon the horsemen were close up, and I could see through the gray light of morning their still grayer uniforms. They were scouts returning to camp. October 3rd, lying around all day without rations, not relieved until after dark. When we got back to our quarters, we found the 2nd Kentucky Infantry had moved back to Rowlett Station, 2 or 3 miles from the river. The old gentleman who had come out with us and had remained in camp cooked supper for us. We had great piles of straw in our tents, and I slept soundly. October 4th. At noon, we marched back to Rowlett's. When our baggage came down on the railroad, we went to work and pitched our tents within the lines of the 2nd Kentucky. We were then ordered to strike them and move across the railroad. We again got in the wrong place and had to move. At last, the citizen guards from Louisville and our company pitched tents on a grassy lawn on the roadside and ceased our labors. October 5th. In the evening, the 2 companies took the train for Bowling Green and arrived there just after dark. When we saw the campfires in the suburbs, all said the world was there encamped. We knew little about armies then. The 2 companies immediately marched out 2 miles northwest from town, where 2 other companies, purposed to be in the same regiment, were encamped. They had a guard on, and Leander Washington Applegate was corporal of said guard. Leander talked wonderfully through his nose and offered us no little amusement. I afterwards found him to be a bully fellow. He at last let us in, and we pitched tents, dark as it was. We had no straw, and I came near freezing, inasmuch as one of the boys wound my shawl around himself, leaving me on the ground without covering. When I awoke, my teeth were chattering. I then placed my friend in a freezing condition by unwinding him. The next day we established Camp Warren on the spot. Colonel Hunt came out and commenced organizing the regiment. There were already 4 companies in camp, a company from about Owensboro, the Citizen Guards, the Portland Roughs from Portland, and our company. A camp guard was established and drilling commenced. We soon after got a kettle drum, which was rattled to perfection by Mont, or Professor Francois Gavet. While here we had good rations issued and learned how to cook them. After being in camp a week or so, I was detailed to work on a bake oven in town, and the first day lost my shawl. A day or two afterwards, the regiment moved nearer town to Camp Dismal. The next day, the rain poured down incessantly. My brother, Don Quixote, was on police, pulling up the tall ragweeds about camp. Once he came to the tent, in which we had built a fire, and of course had plenty of smoke. Brother Don was not in a good humor, and I shall not attempt to say what he said on that occasion. That night I went to a hotel, but I had been used to sleeping on the ground and could not sleep in a good bed. I rested badly. The next morning we took the train for Russellville, but did not leave Bowling Green until nearly night. When we got to Russellville, it was dark as pitch and rain pouring down in torrents. We got off the cars and marched up to the courthouse, where we quartered for the night. The following day, a camping ground was selected near town on the side of the railroad, and we went regularly into camp. Here 3 more companies joined us. 2 made up in Logan and Todd counties, and 1 from Ohio County. While at Camp Magruder, the people treated us well. Many ladies visited our camp and often brought us baskets of nice provisions. Here we first drilled in battalion, our regiment being of pretty good size. Our drums were increased to at least a dozen, small and great, and the field band at reveille had to march, drumming, through all the streets. The noise was sufficient to wake the 7 sleepers. Camped at Russellville until the latter part of November, when we moved by rail to Bowling Green. Many ladies were present at our departure to bid relatives farewell, which was done amid much weeping on the part of the ladies. We went into Camp Price in the suburbs of town. Here we were regularly mustered into the service and drew our first uniforms. About the 1st of December I took the camp fever and was sent to the regimental hospital in town. Our regiment had 2 very nice buildings for that purpose. I was pretty sick for a while. The day after Christmas I was sent in charge of a party of convalescents to Camp Recovery, which was at some winter quarters 4 or 5 miles from town on the Nashville Pike. The cabins had been put up by part of the brigade and left. There were 8 or 10 of us, and we had a cabin all to ourselves, but no cooking utensils. The first night, at a late hour, the pickets commenced firing on the road, and we were all turned out under arms. Captain Smith, commander, gave me charge of 30 or 40 men, and ordered me to defend the part of camp most exposed to attack. I divided my ammunition, which made 1 round to the man. Some of the cartridges would not fit, and marched to the position assigned me. We waited patiently for the enemy to appear. While changing my front a little, making considerable noise, someone out on the field challenged us. We asked who it was, but received an evasive answer. We heard several guns cocked out in front. We made ready, but instead of firing, we commenced questioning, and I found the army opposing us. Was a scout sent out to reconnoiter, and now returning with a report that no enemy could be found. We disbanded and went to bed. The next day I walked to Bowling Green, felt strong. The following day I applied to go to my command and walked to town in time for the train. Soon ran up to Oakland, 12 miles, and there found the regiment encamped. Was glad to be with the boys again. The brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Breckinridge, had just returned from what they always termed the Merry Oaks March. They represented it as a very hard march, disagreeable, and since have always spoken of that as being one of their hard times. I believe the next day we were mustered for pay. Then I saw General John C. Breckinridge for the first time. He inspected us. Our regiment was then considerably reduced from sickness. Here Billy Stoner first complained of sickness. January 1st, 1862, we moved camp to Clearwater, 2 or 3 miles off the railroad and near the pike. We were near a church which was used as the regimental hospital. No other troops were camped near us. The first thing I did after the tent was pitched was adding a sod chimney, which answered us a good purpose while there encamped. We had a little A tent and 7 in the mess, 2 being very large men. There was a great deal of rain that fell, and about camp was very muddy. The colonel had old tan bark hauled to pave the streets, and had it piled on all the beats. Sometimes, on a dark night, a sentinel could not keep on the little ridge of bark, and would get off into mud knee-deep. We had been in camp but a few days when Billy Stoner was sent to the hospital with typhoid fever, and soon after died. A week or 2 afterward, 3 others of the mess were sent off: Brother Don, Noel Overall, and Captain Gates. Billy Ambrose, George Posh, and myself were all that remained. 4 of the company died in the hospital while encamped at Clearwater, and retreating left Noel Overall at Gallatin, Tennessee, who died. I had not been well since my return to the regiment, and about the middle of February was sent to the regimental hospital, still being kept up in Bowling Green. There had been a great deal of sickness in camp. All of one company from Texas, which had been attached to our regiment, were sent to the hospital, save one little boy, a drummer. I found Brother Don and Noel Overall very sick and staying at a private house in town. Captain Gates, unwell, was giving them attention. I also went to see Captain Wycliffe, who was very sick, at a private house. The next day, the brigade passed through, marching towards Nashville. Dr. Pendleton broke up the regimental hospital and accompanied the regiment. We were all transferred to another hospital near the depot to be shipped on the cars. That evening, Brother Don and Noel Overall were moved to the same place, and a hard place it was. Just before daylight the next morning, a fire broke out on Main Street on the public square and caused a great deal of confusion. Walls were battered down by using artillery to stop the spreading flames. That morning, after daylight, all the sick were moved to the depot to be loaded on the cars. I hope never to witness another such scene as was presented there that day. Men at the lowest stage of sickness were not half attended, and were thrown around like the commonest freight. Many died from want of attention. There was no official present to direct the removal of the sick. Everybody for himself. Captain Gates and I were able to walk about, and we had to give all of our attention to the 2 boys named, also to another of the company very sick. They all had the typhoid fever. We got into a passenger car, and it was noon before we moved off. Then all the troops had left, and the Federal soldiers were near. About sundown we got to Franklin. From that time until daylight the next morning, we were on the road to Gallatin. The weather turned cold that night, and a snow 2 or 3 inches deep fell. The train was so heavy, the engineer said, that he could not pull it. I believe he wanted it captured. I did not sleep a moment that night. The car was crowded to overflowing with sick, and I had to stand up a great deal of the time. At daylight we got to Gallatin, and Captain Gates and I went to a hotel and got our breakfast. We brought the boys something to eat. All day long the train was trying to make it over a grade, running up from the depot. In the evening, late, the engineer and fireman got drunk and were arrested by the military. Captain Gates took the 3 boys off the train and moved them to a private house. There Noel Overall died. I remained on the train, and at sundown a new engine was hitched on, and we went flying to Nashville. I could scarcely walk to the hospital nearby. There were several of us together, and all the bunks being occupied, we had to sleep on the floor by the stove. There were 250 sick men in that room, their bunks all arranged in rows. A cold chill ran over me at seeing so many pale faces by gaslight. The next day I looked in all the hospitals for my brother Joseph, but did not find him. That morning or the next, I have forgotten which, The news came of the fall of Fort Donelson, and the whole city was thrown into consternation. Excited crowds collected on the corners, and we were harangued by prominent citizens. Commissary and quartermaster depots were thrown open to the populace. Citizens commenced packing up and moving off, and the hospital rats commenced bundling up and shoving out. In fact, there was great confusion. The evening of the same day the startling news came, my regiment passed through on the march, and I slung my knapsack, shouldered my gun, and fell into ranks. I could scarcely walk, though. We camped 4 or 5 miles from town that night. The next day we marched 4 or 5 miles farther towards Murfreesboro and camped. The weather looked so favorable that evening, we neglected to ditch our tent and were well paid for our negligence. That night, at a late hour, a heavy rainstorm came up, and perfect rivers were running under us from that till morning. Of course, I rested badly. The following day, the rain poured down incessantly. We made a fire in our tent, and by night my eyes were nearly out from smoke. Here we received a lot of overcoats, hats, and gloves, a present to the regiment from the merchants of New Orleans. The day after, our company wagon was sent to the city for clothing, but before it got back in the evening, the regiment had moved. I was left to help load in our baggage. We had to tumble the boxes off in the road to make room for our camp equipage. After we were loaded, I took an axe, burst some of the boxes, and heaped clothing on top of our load. As long as it would stay, the balance was burned. We marched about 10 miles and bivouacked. The next morning the intermittent fever had a good hold on me, and I had to be hauled on a wagon all day. That evening we went into camp half a mile south of Murfreesboro. Here Captain Gates got with us. The day following it rained hard all day long. I lay in the tent with a high fever. Dr. Pendleton came to see me and gave me medicine. That evening Colonel Hunt gave me a pass, approved by General Breckinridge, to go to a private house. I objected to going to a hospital. I got into an ambulance to be taken to town, but it got stuck in the mud, and I slept in it all night. The next morning, Captain Gates placed me in a large spring wagon, and we were nearly all day finding a place to stop. At last, Professor Francois took me to a family where he was staying. The accommodations were poor, but it was the best we could do. I had to sleep on the floor the first night. After that, though, I had a bed provided. The professor stayed with me and was very kind. I was out of my head a great deal, bad off. Dr. Pendleton and surgeon visited me daily. When the troops left, about a week after, I was still sick, but I had Captain Gates take me to the depot and was placed in a passenger coach. I was again fated to be packed like a sardine in a sick car. Dr. Vertrees of the 6th Kentucky was aboard, and if it had not been for him, I do not believe I could have kept up. The train ran down as far as Tullahoma by dark and laid over for daylight. All the next day, we were running to Chattanooga. I was burning with fever all the time, and often I looked out the window at the clear mountain streams dashing over the rocks and wished to be bathing in them. The weather was cold then. We were in the car shed at Chattanooga until the next evening at 6 o'clock. I could get nothing which I could eat. Coffee was given me, but it made me sick. Ambrose Wayne, who belonged to the same company, was very kind to me. He afterward died in the hospital. The night we were on the train for Atlanta was very disagreeable. The water gave out, and I sat by a window and caught the rain in a cup, drop by drop, as it fell off the car. I was glad of its raining that night. The train arrived at Atlanta about daylight, and we were taken to the old city hotel, which was being fitted up for a hospital. So many sick were being brought to the city that they could be but poorly accommodated. We had to lie down on the hard floor. A doctor came to me just in the nick of time and had mustard plasters put on my chest. I was in great pain. The next morning I felt better, and Ambrose Wayne got me some soup, which was the first nourishment I had taken for days. That day a gentleman from Louisville, Mr. Smith, came and took 4 of us, belonging to the same company, to the Washington Hall, a first-class hotel. I commenced improving, and in 2 weeks could walk about the streets. I then reported to go to my command, which I afterwards regretted, for the exposure came near fixing me again. I went before I was entirely recovered. About 30 of us were placed under the charge of Lieutenant Whetstone and locked up in a car for Chattanooga. The commander of the post made us a little speech before he fastened us up, hoping we would be orderly, keep on train, etc. We left at 7 in the evening and arrived at Chattanooga about the same time the next morning. We got off the train, and I never again saw the lieutenant. He was such a goober I do not believe he knew which road to take. Here I spent the last money for breakfast, a piece of fat pork and a bit of cornbread, left Chattanooga at 8 in the morning, and arrived at Huntsville that afternoon. Lay over at Huntsville until 2 the next morning, when we ran down to Decatur. I had nothing to buy my breakfast and tried to trade my pocket knife to an old Negro for a piece of gingerbread, but we could not come to terms. I then went to a camp close by and got my breakfast gratis. Sometime in the forenoon, the train left for Corinth. I got into the same car with 2 soldiers from the 6th Kentucky who had their wives along, which wives had a very large basket of provisions. I soon ingratiated myself with the ladies, and, as a consequence, lived high the balance of the trip. The train got to Burnsville, Mississippi, late at night, and finding our brigade was in camp there, I got off. Some of the boys were in town on detail, and I stayed with them till morning. Early, I went to camp and found all the boys in status quo. The brigade had marched all the way from Bowling Green to Decatur, Alabama, having been transported by rail from the latter place to Burnsville. I missed nearly all of this march, but I would rather have gone through it than suffered as I did. March 30th. Being Sunday morning, the boys are rubbing up for inspection to be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Drill in camp. Am not well. Evening. Heavy firing of artillery in the direction of the Tennessee. First hostile guns heard. The firing lasted some time and made me feel devilish as the deep thunder came rolling over the hills. All on the qui-vive to know the cause. The company ordered to be ready to march at 5 in the morning. March 31st. The company, with 2 others from the regiment, marched at 5 in the morning. Was not able to go. The cannonading yesterday was at Eastport on the Tennessee River. It was caused by our scouts firing into a Federal gunboat, which then shelled the shore. Our camp is in a pine hill near Burnsville, Mississippi, which is a small village on the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. April 1st. The company came in at noon, had been on a foraging expedition, saw where the shelling took place. At 9 in the evening, ordered to cook 2 days' rations and be ready to move at a moment's notice. April 2nd. This season, her gentleness seems tardy in robing old earth in a mantle of green. However, she has commenced work. The forests are greening and the flowers blooming. These remind me of happier days. All quiet in the military line. April 3rd. Through the day, drew and cooked up 3 days' rations and 40 rounds issued to the man. After dark, the regiment was drawn up before the colonel's tent and a battle order read. April 4th. Had reveille at 4 and marched at daylight. Nearly all the baggage was sent to Corinth by a direct road. We had to strike tents and load baggage in a pelting rain. Being weak and debilitated and feeling like a stimulant, I picked up a bottle in which I thought was whiskey, but upon turning it up and taking a big horn, I found it to be alcohol and camphor mixed, medicine for the professor's rheumatism. I thought the stuff would burn me up. It cut blood out of my throat. That taught me a lesson. At the outset, our road led through a swamp, where in some places the mud and water was knee-deep every step. The rain continued to pour down all the forenoon. I soon regretted that I had started. For a time I kept up, but soon the column commenced creeping past me. While the troops would be resting, I would be walking to overtake them. About noon, our road led over piney ridges, and the sun came out very hot. Once I stopped off on the side of the road at a spring to rest. While resting, some soldier took my nice mini rifle, which I had left leaning against a tree, and left his old flintlock in its place. I was vexed. When I got back on the road, I found the division, commanded by General Breckinridge, the only troops on that road, had all passed, and the wagon train was moving by. I gave up walking any farther and got into our surgeon's wagon. At sundown, we passed through Farmington, 4 miles from Corinth. Night soon overtook us, and as the road often led over creeks, which were swampy, the train had to stop before coming up with the column. That night, it rained, and James Hunter and I slept in a wagon. I had a high fever that night. April 5th. This morning, I felt completely broken down. The wagon was so heavily loaded, and behind, too, I had to try it afoot again. The train rolled past me, and I was left a complete straggler. A staff officer in charge of the rear ordered me back to Corinth, but as soon as he was gone, I kept ahead. The next house I came to, I stopped. The lady gave me some milk and bread to eat. I felt so bad, I thought I would go no further. Soldiers were straggling along all day. That evening there was some artillery firing toward Shiloh. Again, I had a fever that night. April 6th. This day will long be remembered. Soon after the sun had risen, the firing of artillery became so general, and the roar of musketry could be heard so distinctly, I knew the battle had commenced. I wished to be on the field, but was not able to walk so far. The gentleman with whom I was staying had his only remaining horse caught, which I mounted. When I bade mine hostess good-bye, she looked very sorrowful, which affected me not a little, and I never knew why she took such an interest in me. The gentleman walked and kept up. 4 miles brought us to Monterey, and just beyond we met some of the wounded on foot, with their arms and heads bound up in bloody bandages, and I felt then that I was getting in the vicinity of warfare. Soon we met ambulances and wagons loaded with wounded, and I could hear the poor fellows groaning and shrieking as they were being jolted over the rough road. Met a man on horseback with a stand of captured colors. We were now in proximity to the fighting, and we met crowds of men, some crippling along, wounded in the legs or about the body. Others, no blood could be seen about their persons, yet all seemed bent on getting away. I now dismounted and started on foot. I never saw the gentleman afterwards, who had kindly brought me so far on the road. Being in so much excitement, I became stronger. I met a fellow dressed in a suit of butternut jeans, who was limping, but I do not believe was scratched. He asked me in that whining way, "Has Ewens been in the fight yet?" I thought he meant some general, and asked my brown interrogator what troops General Ewens commanded. He seemed astounded, and at last made me understand him. I told him no, and went on. I afterwards got quite familiar with the Ewens and Weens vernacular of brown jeans. While passing a hospital on the roadside, I happened to see one of our company lying by a tent wounded. I went out to see him, and there found the brigade hospital established. There were heaps of wounded lying about. Many of them I knew, and first one, then another, would ask me to give him water, or do some other favor for him. While thus occupied, Dr. Pendleton told me to stay with him, that I was not able to go on the field, that I would be captured, There was no one to help him, and I turned surgeon. Pro tempore, I was not able to do much, but rendered all the assistance in my power. Part of my business was to put patients under the influence of chloroform. I kept my handkerchief saturated all the time, and was often dizzy from the effects of it myself. It was about 1 o'clock in the day when I got there. All day long the battle raged. Occasionally there would be a lull for a short time, but the cannon were never entirely hushed. They would break out in increased thunder, and the roar of musketry would roll up and down the lines, vibrating almost regularly from one extreme to the other. All day long the ambulances continued to discharge their loads of wounded. At last night set in and the musketry ceased, but the Federal gunboats continued shelling a while after dark. Nearly midnight when we got through with the wounded. A heavy rain set in. I was tired, sick, and all covered with blood, but I was in far better fix than many that were there. I sat on a medicine chest in the surgeon's tent and nodded the long night through. April 7th. With the dawn came the roar of battle, but the combat did not wax very warm until later in the day. Early, all the wounded that could walk were given passes to go to the rear, and those not able to walk were placed in wagons and started for Corinth. Many poor fellows were not able to be moved at all. Once that morning a body of Federal cavalry came close enough to fire on us, tearing up the tents, but fortunately hurting no one. Dr. Pendleton and I were standing close together talking when a ball passed between our noses, which instantly stopped our conversation. We soon hung up strips of red flannel to prevent further accidents of the kind. A little after the middle of the day, the battle raged terribly. It was the last struggle of the Confederates, ending in defeat. Soon after, I saw General Beauregard, accompanied by one or two of his staff, ride leisurely back to the rear, as cool and unperturbed as if nothing had happened. A line was being formed in the rear of us, and we had to move. James Bemis and I put the only remaining wounded of our regiment who could be moved into a large spring wagon and started back. We had to leave some that it would have been death to put them in wagons. We hated to do so, but we could not do otherwise. The wagon was heavy, the horses were balky, and the roads were rough and muddy. Besides, the driver was inexperienced. All combined, we came near not getting out. Bemis was strong and would tug at the wheels. I would plan, abuse the driver, and try to cheer up the horses. At last, we came up with Brother Joseph, who was slightly wounded, and he assisted us. I believe if it had not been for him, we never would have gotten out. Night overtook us before we got far, and we drove off to the side of the road to wait till morning. The rain commenced pouring down and continued all night. The road was in a perfect slush, and the shattered columns were plodding over it all night. As luck would have it, a tent fly was in the wagon, and we cut boughs and stretched it over the wagon bed. I crept in, and with my feet propped up across Adjutant Bell, managed to sleep a little. April 8th. Still raining a while in the morning. On starting, we came to a little branch across the road, in which were sticking fast in the mud several pieces of artillery. We knew we could not cross, and had to cut out a new road through the bushes. All of the army and wagons had now passed by us, save our brigade, which was covering the retreat. We got a mile or two, but at last got stuck in the mud and immovable. I went off to a camp nearby to see if I could not get assistance. The camp was deserted. Went on a little further, hoping to find some loose horse or mule, but wearied and came back. While gone, our quartermaster had come up and put new horses in the wagon. They were in camp, eating breakfast, hardtack and bacon, being plentiful. On setting out, I mounted one of the old horses, barebacked, and with an old rope for a bridle. I looked quixotic then indeed, and felt worse than the original after his fight with the windmills. We got within 6 miles of Corinth that night. Our quartermaster, who was a doctor by profession, dressed all the wounds. I slept in a corn crib that night. Brother Joseph had gone on to Corinth. The day ended clear and warm. April 9th, cool and cloudy, started with a new teamster. In trying to cross a stream, the wagon got stuck, but was finally engineered out. Soon after, another soldier and I stopped at a house and got some milk and bread for the wounded. But the wagon left us so far behind we did not overtake it. I walked to town. The camp was just beyond. I was about played out when we got into camp, found nearly all of our wounded in the tents. Of those brought in the wagon, all died of their wounds but 2. April 10th, Thomas Ellis came to see me. This is a temporary camp, merely where the wagon train is stopping. Muddy and disagreeable. Walked into town with Thomas Ellis and got a can of oysters. Feel better. April 11th, the brigade came in today. It covered the retreat of the army and did it as Breckinridge promised Beauregard. To the letter. Raining all day. The wounded, yet in camp, were sent off to the hospital. 2 died afterward. April 12th. Wrote up my diary, which was behind. Raining all day and night. Am sick. April 13th. Moved camp 2 miles from town to a nice shady wood. Pleasant place to camp. April 14th. Went fishing, but had no luck. April 15th. Went to town and bought fishing tackle. Am weak. Do no duty. April 16th. Took too much exercise yesterday. In my tent all day sick. April 17th. Feel better. Bathing before breakfast. All day fishing with Captain Gates. Had little luck. April 18th. Sick again today. Walked too far yesterday. April 19th. No better. Rained all day. Cool. Disagreeable. April 20th. Raining. Evening sent in ambulance to depot with other sick to be sent to Castilian Springs, Mississippi. We had hay put down on the floor of a boxcar to lie down on. Rested better than usual that night. April 21st. The sick train did not leave Corinth until 6 in the evening today. Arrived at Grand Junction, 50 miles, at midnight and layover. Took breakfast at a hotel with Lieutenant Schaub and Billy Bishop. Met with Thomas Ellis, who is also going to the Springs. At 10 o'clock left on the Mississippi Central. At Holly Springs, which is a nice place, we stopped for dinner. I dined off buttermilk alone. I wanted nothing else. After night, got to Durant, our stopping place. By some mistake, our car was taken on to Goodman or Canton. Being asleep, I do not know which, but was brought back by the up passenger. At 11 tonight, we are at Durant, still in the car. We passed through many nice little towns today. The country on the railroad is productive and under a high state of cultivation. Saw many pretty ladies. April 23rd. Early went out in town, a small village, and looking cadaverous, a lady called me in and gave me a nice breakfast of milk and bread. While out on this expedition, many ladies had assembled at the cars with provisions for the sick and wounded. The springs are 3 miles from town, and the soldiers were brought out in carriages. About the middle of the forenoon, Thomas Ellis, Dr. Pendleton, and I came out in a carriage. The boys had a bottle of Hoosletter and were quite merry. I am in a room on the 2nd floor, occupied by Morgan's men, the boys I came with, belonging to that layout. Morgan's men are quite a curiosity to the people down here. The building is a 2-story frame with wings, L's, etc., and is accommodating nearly 300 sick and wounded, nearly all Kentuckians. The grounds are tastefully arranged about the springs, and the scenery in the vicinity is romantic. There was lately a female school kept in this place, but was broken up to convert the building into a hospital. The principal is our steward, The water of the springs is chalybeate. This evening had some pleasant conversation with ladies. April 24th. When I got up in the morning, I walked out on the upper gallery and could look down on the preparations for breakfast, the tables being set out in the yard. I did not like the appearance of the bacon and cornbread. My appetite did not crave such delicacies, so I proposed to Thomas Ellis and Dr. Pendleton to walk out a short distance in the country and get breakfast. I craved milk. My constitution was wasted, and about all I needed was proper diet. In about a half a mile we came to quite a humble-looking residence, but on stopping at the gate we were invited in and were treated with great hospitality. The lady's husband was in the army, and she thought it very strange we did not know him. The old pipe-smoking grandmother was in the corner, and she held up her hands in wonder when informed that we had never met her sons John and James, who were in the Virginia Army. The rosy-cheeked daughter, in the meantime, had prepared us breakfast. I did justice to the buttermilk. No pay would be accepted, but we made arrangements to have milk sent to us daily to the hospital, for which we were to remunerate them. April 25th. Raining all day, cool in the evening, very quiet here, and having been in turmoil so long, am pleased with the place. April 26th. Day of sunshine. Many ladies have visited the hospital today. With woman's kindness, they ministered many comforts to the sick and wounded. The change of diet, with rest, is giving me strength daily. April 27th. Sunday, and many visitors. Had divine service, the chaplain of my regiment officiating. April 28th. With 4 others, have come to Mr. Gray's on a fishing excursion. This evening had good luck fishing, and had an abundance of fish for supper. Staying with Mr. Gray tonight, who is a fine old planter, and his wife, the cleverest of ladies. April 29th. Fished until evening, then returned to the hospital with a fine lot of fish, which caused us to receive a warm welcome from the other rats. My health improving. May 1st. Visited Mr. Gray's to fish. Had a fine lot for supper. May 2nd. Went fishing to Jack Lake, but had no luck. Evening returned to the hospital. May 5th. Walked to Durant. Saw Lieutenant Schaub. Shall start for the front tomorrow. May 6th. Last night had severe pain in the right side and cramp. Today in bed. The old doctor says I ate too much. May 7th. Feel better today. The old doctor who accused me of eating too much, which is not so, is very sick today from eating an overdose of eggs. My time to laugh. May 9th. Light fever in the evening. May 10th. Am not well. Time drags heavily. Nothing to read. May 13th. Improving. May 14th. Brown died in our room this morning. How little feeling soldiers have sometimes. Though ever willing to help a comrade while living, when dead, there is never much shedding of tears for them. We were all standing around Brown's bed, and when he drew his last breath, one of the boys bent over him, observed him for a moment, and said, "He never will draw another breath as long as he lives." This was said so simply, the whole room roared out in laughter. We buried Brown in the evening. Many are dying here. Intend to go to the front in a few days. May 16th. Shall start for Corinth tomorrow. May 17th. Came to Durant on horseback this morning. At Mr. C's all day with Lieutenant Schaub. When I left in the evening, Mrs. C. put me up something nice to eat while on the road. Took the train for Grand Junction at 10 in the evening. May 18th. On the road all night. Took breakfast at Holly Springs. Got to Grand Junction at 10 in the morning and changed cars for Corinth, where the train arrived at 1 in the afternoon. Being Sunday, all quiet. Soon found the regiment, which had moved camp. Found the boys all well. The camp is about 2 miles west of town, and about the same distance from the fortifications on the left wing. The boys had been working on the fortifications. Soon after I had left, the brigade marched out on the right, expecting a battle. They represent having seen a hard time, the weather being wet and cold. May 20th. Heavy cannonading all day in front. Our brigade being held in reserve, we had nothing to do with the fighting going on daily. We will not go in until there is a general row. May 21st. On drill for the first time in several months. Ordered to cook 2 days' rations. Prospect of a fight. May 22nd. Beautiful sunny day. Early the long roll was beat, and we fell in with 2 days' rations and haversacks, all equipped for battle. When we moved off, a long train of ambulances followed us, each having the red flag out, which indicated a battle. A long ordnance train also followed us. The infirmary corps marched in the rear of each regiment, bearing their white litters, which perhaps would soon be stained with human gore. Once, while fronted on the road, General Breckinridge rode by. He was dressed in citizen suit, with a broad-rimmed felt hat on. He passed our regiment first, and the boys cheered him. He said, "Boys, I shall try and be with you more today than before." When asked, after the Battle of Shiloh, why he was not with his old brigade more during the battle, he said that he knew the Kentucky boys would fight without the presence of their major general, and that he was needed more on other parts of the field. This was considered quite a compliment. When passing the other regiments, all cheered him loudly. 2 or 3 miles beyond the fortifications, on the left wing, we formed a line of battle. We marched some distance then, which was very difficult on account of the undergrowth. We were the third line. When close to the enemy, we halted, lounged about, waiting for Van Dorn and Price to open on the right, but they failed to accomplish the flank movement intended, and we marched back to camp that evening without any battle. May 23rd. Raining all day, reading one of Scott's novels. May 24th. Heavy firing on the right. May 25th. At the interment of Sylvester Smith, who died of a wound received at Shiloh. A father was present to read the burial service. He was buried with military honors. May 26th and May 27th. Cooking 4 days' rations. Mystery about the movements. Nearly all the tents taken from us, 12 to a tent. Some say retreat. Some say fight. Old Bourret knows what he is about. May 28th. In the morning broke up camp and started the wagon train to the rear, then marched out to the trenches where we lay in reserve all day. Our brigade is the reserve of the division, and our regiment the reserve of the brigade. Heavy skirmishing along the whole line today. In the evening, the enemy were close enough to throw 2 solid shots over us. Tonight, all quiet. Cannot tell whether we are going to wait for an attack or retreat. Have been suffering for water all day. May 29th. Have not moved today. Little skirmishing in front. Very quiet. Have been suffering for water all day. The wagon train has now been gone 2 days. A little after dark, all of our troops fell back, but we did not know it at the time. May 30th. Last night at 12 o'clock, the order came around in whispers to fall into line. Be silent about it. It was so dark we could not see our file leaders. After much trouble, the regiment was formed. All day we had been speculating whether we were to go out of the fortifications and hazard a battle, wait for an attack, or retreat. Falling in at that hour, we knew that we were going out to fight or retreat, and that we would soon know. We were in suspense. All were silent and anxious. Just as the column started to move, someone set an old tent on fire, which suddenly blazed up, dispersing the darkness for a moment, and revealed the head of the column moving towards the trenches. The light dazzled only a moment on the slanted guns of the gray column as it wended through the column of old oaks, then died away, leaving inky darkness. When we got up to the trenches, had been lying in the rear, we found all the troops had left them. We moved on parallel with the works towards the sally port. Suspense. Would we go out or turn off on the road to the left? We moved on the road to the left, and a hum of subdued voices came from the retreating column. There was no longer suspense. If we had gone out at the sally port, all would have been as cheerful marching towards the enemy as they now were retreating from him. The orphans are always cheerful, whether sharing the glories of victory or in the midst of disaster. We soon came up with a section of Cobb's battery, which was to stay with our regiment, now the rear guard. Our road led from the left wing and a little to the left of town. The night was so dark, the artillery and our 2 ambulances kept getting against trees and stumps, delaying us. We had to cross bridges over swamps, and some of the boys fell off into the mud. I could always travel well at night, and while others were tumbling over stumps and roots, I kept my footing. When we got on the Kossuth road, in sight of Corinth, to the rear, gray morning had come, and we halted to rest. Soon the sun came peeping over the hills, and no troops were to be seen, save a few cavalry scouts. Ever since the signal gun had broken the stillness of the night, our troops had been marching away. After daylight, the commissary stores that had been left behind were fired, and high up rose the black pillow of smoke. All was quiet as death. A few wounded and broken down cavalry horses were quietly cropping grass on the common, and about the only animated nature to be seen. We fell in and marched to the Tuscumbia, 5 miles from town, and filed off the road and stacked arms in line of battle. The 2 howitzers were planted on the road. We took some breakfast. In the afternoon, moved across the river, and our cavalry scouts having come over, the bridge was burned and trees cut across the road. Here we joined the 22nd Mississippi of the same division. Tonight, all quiet, bivouacking in line of battle, rations short. May 31st, all quiet this morning. A scout from the enemy came to the opposite side of the river but went back. The Tuscumbia is a small stream but deep. The swamps on either side are impassable. At 4 in the afternoon, fell into march, but the order was countermanded. Late, a heavy skirmish at the bridge above us. June 1st. Early in the afternoon, heavy shower of rain. Was detailed on a scout to go down the river and had a muddy tramp. Saw nothing. At 4 in the afternoon, fell in and took up our line of march on the Kossuth road. Our regiment, the 22nd Mississippi, and the section of Cobb's battery, with a few cavalry, composed the rear guard on the road. The command was kept well closed up, and was under the command of Colonel Hunt. As the sun was setting, passed through the little town of Kossuth. The night set in dark, and we pushed forward, never stopping. Just before midnight, I was so tired, not having marched any for a long time, and not feeling well, I had to tumble out into a fence corner to rest. One of the boys fell by the way with me, and the column moved on. We were both soon napping. We had fallen out just as the column was turning off the main road on another to the right. In a short time I was waked by a party of cavalry riding by, taking the straight road, and from the rattling of their sabers I took them to be Federals. As soon as they were gone, I roused my companion, and being rested, pushed on. There were several roads branching off, but fortunately the artillery was in the rear of the troops, and we could, by stooping low, see the broad tracks of the wheels in the dust. This guided us on the proper road. We heard the report of a gun, and when we caught up, found a cavalryman had accidentally shot himself through the leg. The scouts reported the enemy half a mile off on the other road. When we caught up, the regiment had just halted to rest, and I lay down 12 o'clock. I slept an hour of the best sleep in my life. We were roused at 1 o'clock and pushed on from that until daylight, when we stopped a short time to rest. I was tired enough. June 2nd, marched until noon, when we halted to rest an hour. Here all the roads came together, and we were joined by several other regiments. The Federal cavalry was reported to be in front of us, on the flanks, and of course following us. We drew some hardtack and bacon and ate dinner. When our hour was out, ordered to fall in. We saw the field officers riding about looking blue, but we were too near worn out to pay any attention to impending danger. The enemy was reported closing in around us, and Colonel Hunt, who was still in command of the rear, commenced forming his lines. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Johnson, assigned while the 2nd Kentucky was in prison, was in command of our regiment. The boys called him Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob is a clever, brave man, but utterly ignorant of military tactics. Uncle Bob ordered us to fall in. Now he was not at all afraid, but a little, though excited. Not moving off immediately, some of the boys, being worn out, sat down in ranks. Uncle Bob, seeing it, ripped out an oath, and said the regiment did not know the first principles of drilling. All the boys being brought to their feet, Uncle Bob gave the order, "Right face." Not a man moved. He grew purple with rage, thinking he had a little mutiny on hand. "Why do not you move?" shouted Uncle Bob. Someone remarked to him that we could not until we came to a shoulder. He simmered and said something about all being liable to make mistakes. The boys were full of laugh, and knew that he would make other mistakes, and resolved to show them to him. After marching us around through the woods a while, he at last came to where he wished us to rest in line of battle, and gave the order to front. We did so, but our faces were set from the enemy instead of towards them. Uncle Bob again drew himself up and wanted to know what in the hell we were doing. "Did not you order us to front?" asked one of the captains, respectfully saluting. "Yes, but I wanted you to face this way," cried Uncle Bob. The regiment could hold in no longer and roared out in laughter. Colonel Hunt about that time came up and took command. The regiment moved out on the road and continued the march. Uncle Bob slunk back to the rear of the regiment, looking like he had been doing worse things than teaching us the first principles of drilling. Before that, it seems the colonels, in a council of war, had gotten into disputes about something, and Colonel Hunt declared he would take his regiment and go on through, enemy or no enemy. The commander of the 22nd Mississippi said he would follow him with his regiment. I believe all the rest followed. When we got to Blackland, 3 miles, we found the Federal cavalry had just left. The day was hot, and we could get no water fit to drink. Late in the evening had a heavy rainstorm, which rendered the road so slippery we could hardly march. Just before sundown we came to our lines, and General Breckinridge was surprised to see us, had given us up as lost, knowing the Federal cavalry was swarming about our way. At sunset, came to our wagon train near Baldwin, camped in a low, swampy place. We were a tired set of boys. I was in a good condition to sleep in mud and water. June 3rd, moved camp a short distance into an old field, not a shade tree standing in it, water very scarce and indifferent. June 5th, all the tents taken from us, but 3 to the company. Cooked 4 days' rations for a march. There is no rest for the soldier. June 6th, reveille at 3 o'clock. Loaded our remaining equipment and the train started towards Tupelo. The regiment moved into the woods and bivouacked for the day and night. June 7th fell in at sunrise and marched towards Tupelo. As the division meandered through the long lanes, the sun reflecting on thousands of polished guns, I was struck with the scene. There seemed a tide of melted silver flowing on by the green fields. Soon the day got hot, and dust obscured all such scenery. I had on a new pair of shoes which blistered my feet. Once I pulled them off, but the sand was so hot I could not stand it. I managed to keep up all day, suffered for water, marched 20 miles. June 8th, marched 12 miles to Tupelo, then 5 miles west, and bivouacked. Sore feet mine. Tupelo is a small, dirty-looking town on the Mobile and Ohio Railroad. The war, I presume, has given it something of its dirty appearance. June 10th. Established camp 7 miles west of town in an old field, grown up with persimmon bushes. Hot place. Old Saul's batteries play directly upon us. There can be no dodging. June 11th. Hot. Edibles are running low in camp. Bill of fare, cornbread, pickled beef, very bad, and molasses. Sometimes we get something from the country people. Prices current. Spring chickens, 50 to 75 cents. Tough hens, 80 cents to $1. Old roosters, $1 to $1.25. Turkeys, $1.50 to $2. Old ganders, $1.50. Goose, same. Vegetables, 50 cents for peeping over the fence into the garden. June 13th, our battalion drill at 2 p.m. hot work. All the time, while encamped at Tupelo, had regular drills, and the weather could not have been hotter. There was only one small spring to water the brigade, which was guarded, and no one could get water, save at the regular water calls. June 19th. General Breckinridge's division, being ordered west, marched at an early hour with 3 days' rations and haversacks. At 1 p.m., got to Pontotoc, 15 miles, and bivouacked near town. Though my feet were very sore, went blackberry hunting that evening. June 20th, marched early, cut my shoes so they did not hurt my feet quite so bad, and marched with greater ease. A very hot and dusty march of 18 miles brought us to Lafayette Springs late in the afternoon. Springs not much improved. I believe a 10-pin alley is all the improvements to be seen, with a little stone house over the springs, which are chalabite. Had to cook rations tonight. June 21st. On the road early. Our course led mostly over pine ridges today, very hot and dusty. The 4th, Kentucky, marched in front and tried to march us down. About the middle of the day, our boys got mad and commenced double-quicking and cheering. Before that, my feet were so sore I could scarcely walk. But in the excitement, I forgot my feet. We ran over the 4th and went on. At 2 p.m., bivouacked near a nice stream for bathing. June 22nd, marched 7 miles and camped. Went out foraging with Billy A., remained in camp several days, and blackberries being plentiful, we lived well. Had a blackberry cobbler for dinner nearly every day, and George Ambrose would make stacks of pies. Near Abbeville, Mississippi, June 25th. Had reveille before daylight, and by sunrise our column was on the road. 5 miles brought us to Abbeville on the Mississippi Central. The little village looks woebegone now. When I passed it last spring, it was a nice-looking little town. Armies, whether friend or foe, desolate a country. The distance from here to Tupelo is 60 miles. We have just gone through a hot and dusty tramp, bivouacked near town and waiting for transportation on the railroad. June 28th. Late in the evening, our regiment marched to the depot to take the cars. A flat car next to the engine fell to our company. We also had to pile our camp equipage on the same car, and when all things were ready for the whistle to blow, it was piled up mountain high, indiscriminately, with men, tents, camp chests, camp kettles, etc., at 8 p.m., whirled away towards Jackson. We had the benefit of all the cinders and sparks from the locomotive, and many had their clothing burnt. At midnight, lay over at Grenada for daylight. June 29th, got to Canton at noon and lay over an hour or two. I went to a hotel for dinner, bought a ticket after much crowding, and went into the dining hall with a jam. Was fortunate enough to get a plate and commenced bawling at a waiter to bring something to eat. Now there were few waiters, and many fierce soldiers yelling at them, making the eyes of the said waiters grow large and white from fear, and I did not get my roast beef for some time. At last it came, and though I always considered my teeth good, yet I could not even make a print on the piece brought me. Could get nothing else to eat on my plate, and seeing all the rest turn waiters for themselves, I took my plate and also went to the cook-room. There I found a crowd of soldiers with plates in their hands standing around the cook, who was preparing the last thing in the house fit to eat, a beef heart. My heart failed me, and I went back to the train and dined out of my haversack. The train arrived at Jackson in the middle of the afternoon, and we moved out on Vicksburg Road about sundown, ran as far as Clinton, 12 miles, and the train switched off till morning. During the whole trip the sun was very hot, and we had no protection from the heat, being on a flat car. June 30th. The train moved out for Vicksburg in the morning and, until the middle of the afternoon, running to Vicksburg. Very hot day. The trees all along the road hung with long gray moss. The train first ran down near town but back to 4 Mile Bridge, where we dismounted the iron horse and went into camp. We pitched our tents in a beautiful dell under wide-spreading live oaks. After our hot trip, it was quite a luxury to extend out on the grass in the cool shade. We lacked water, though a brook had run through the valley, but now only stagnant pools remained. We had to drink this water, which had a sweet brackish taste. Across the valley, or ravine, was a high trestle-work, which the iron horse was continually crossing. Our camp was nearly under this bridge, and I was often wakened up at night by them puffing and shrieking overhead while crossing the bridge. My friend James Hunter, the fastidious gentleman at home, this evening on detail to dig a well, near the colonel's tent on the margin of the brook. He looks well, has off his shoes, and his breeches are rolled up nearly to the knees. Said breeches have suffered greatly in the rear, and now that he is in the shade, his hat is thrown off, and his soiled shirt is open wide at the collar. He is not very fastidious now, but is merry withal, singing and toiling away with pick and spade in quest of water, which I hope he will find, that is, he and his fellow workers. July 1st. During the forenoon occasionally the boom of cannon would come over the hills from the direction of the river. At 4 p.m. marched into the city 4 miles and halted at the courthouse, which is in the center of town. Here I first saw the Father of Waters, and 3 miles below the city saw the Federal fleet. Their mortar boats were perhaps closer, having covered the rigging with limbs of trees and crept up along the far bank. But now the leaves had died, and they could be plainly seen. I also saw the smoke away up the river, where the Lincoln gunboats lay. About sundown, detailed for picket duty, and was posted upon the river bank above town. Was after dark, and very dark, before we got to our position, and had great difficulty in marching. The bluffs were so steep and rugged. Though the day had been very hot, yet the wind swept down the river at night, cold and disagreeable. Relieved at daylight, or rather we were drawn off, and we returned to the regiment, which had bivouacked above town 1/2 mile during the night. July 2nd. In the forenoon all quiet. As evening came on, moved down near the city in a ravine close to where Whistling Dick was mounted. The upper fleet soon after commenced shelling from mortar boats, and it seems they knew where we were, for most of the shells fell about our ravine. There can be no dodging from mortar shells. One has to stand bolt upright, like a duck in the rain. Dr. P. and others got into a sinkhole for shelter, but came near being buried alive by a shell. First, we would hear the mortars go boom, 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 away over the bend of the river, and soon after could hear the shells whining high up in the air as they came circling over, and then they would come shrieking down. If they burst in the air, first little tufts of smoke could be seen, then the loud reports as they were burst into fragments, and immediately the jagged pieces would commence humming down, different sized pieces making the different notes in the demoralizing music. I felt sorry for the inhabitants. Those that were left in the city commenced leaving town. I noticed one lady going out a street with 5 or 6 little children about her that were gambling along unconscious, it seemed, of danger, until a bomb burst almost in their midst, when they all huddled about their mother for protection. Late in the evening marched to the lower end of the city, and after dark went down and bivouacked about the lower water battery. Nearly all night long the lower mortar fleet was throwing shells over us into the city. Could first see the flash, then came the report of the mortar, and almost with the thunder came the sound of the rushing shell until it reached the top of the circle. Then could hear it no longer, but could see the light of the fuse as it were a meteor traversing the heavens, and presently could hear it crashing among the houses uptown. July 3rd, before daylight moved back into the railroad cut, both fleets shelling all day, but this time did not exactly get our range, expecting to catch fits tomorrow. July 4th. Today we all expected a severe bombardment, but there was not a shell thrown into the city. The fleets fired 33 guns as a salute. July 5th. Returned to camp in the evening, marching out on the railroad. There was no shelling until after we left. July 7th. Marched into town again. Troops have to be kept here all the time to support the batteries. We relieved Preston's brigade, remained until the 11th. Shells falling on the city all the time, but fortunately never in range. We had a good time, having nothing to do but lie around in the shade, eat figs, watermelons, etc. I prefer staying in the city to camp. Here we get good cistern water to drink, and are now used to the shells. July 13th. The regiment marched into the city and left in camp on detail. July 14th. Struck tents, loaded the wagons, and moved camp to the suburbs of town, established in a grassy ravine with a few trees standing about to lend us shade. The day has been very hot. We shall have cistern water hauled to us all the time now. The regiment came in at dark. July 15th. At 9 a.m. heard firing up the river and went up on the bluff to see the cause. Could see a commotion on the upper fleet, which was sending up a dark cloud of smoke and firing. Presently we saw the CS Arkansas coming around the bend, and soon after landed at the levee under our batteries, where there was an enthusiastic crowd assembled to welcome her. Late in the evening, marched to our old position about the railroad cut, below the depot, or rather the engine house. The air was full of shells, just as we were filing off the railroad, up a street, where there was a high bluff that could protect us, in a measure, from the shells. All the upper batteries opened and were replied to by the upper fleet, dropping down before the city. The first intimation we had of this movement, one of those long conical shells 2 feet in length and 10 inches in diameter, came shrieking just over our heads, making something like the noise of a man screaming in agony. Soon the fight became general. The mortar fleet above and below filled the air with bursting shells. The fleet vomited forth iron and flame. Our batteries thundered, making the very earth tremble. Hot shot from the fleet were flying through the air, mimicking the fork-tongued lightning, and the flash of artillery made the night as light as day. To heighten the grand scene, some buildings uptown took fire from hot missiles, and a pillar of flame pierced the very heavens. As the storm cloud passes, so did this. Soon a perfect silence brooded over the city, and we went to sleep. I hardly think the firing lasted an hour. July 18th, about 12 m., a piece of shell wounded one of the colonels badly while lying in his tent. Many of our tents have been cut up, but no one hurt until today. One night, a party was in the quartermaster's tent playing poker, and while piling up the chips, a piece of shell came through the tent, scattering the tea party as well as the chips. Nobody hurt. In the evening, the regiment in town on duty. The mortar fleets keep up shelling. They have regular hours, commence at 10 a.m. and continue until 12 when they knock off for dinner, then commence at 2 p.m. and continue shelling until night. One day, McCarthy said when they had stopped for dinner that he hopes they would have bony fish to eat so they would be a long time getting through. July 21st. The regiment in town on duty. At night, our company deployed on the riverbank with Company G to picket. While in camp, the mosquitoes never bothered us on account of the campfires, but when we would get out on duty like this, where we were not even allowed to smoke a pipe, the mosquitoes would give us fits. I had often heard of their being so large in Texas that they carried a brickbat under their wings with which to wet their bills, but I never believed the story until I came to Vicksburg. July 22nd. Companies withdrawn before daylight, but a few of us were left until after sunup to watch the river to see that no one crossed. We were stationed about 60 yards apart and ordered to secrete ourselves but watch vigilantly. I hid away 'neath a rosy bower by a little white cottage now tenantless and waited for morn. Soon the gray light of morning came. Then came the powerful king of day rejoicing in the east. The landscape was beautiful, and I was admiring it, peeping out from my rosy bower, and occasionally looking out of the corner of my eye at two large frigates just below me, their sides bristling with guns, and wondering what would be the consequence. Were they to give us a broadside? When Whistling Dick and company commenced thundering up the river, and I forsook my bower to see what was going on. I saw Essex coming down and give the Arkansas a broadside. After that she closed all her ports. About that time the corporal came along, withdrawing us, and we started uptown. Before we got up the bank, a heavy water battery commenced firing over our heads at the Essex, and the concussion was so great from the balls passing over that we were almost lifted off the ground. The Essex kept on her way, our guns peppering her, but the balls would bounce off as raindrops from a duck's back. Today our regiment lounged about the grounds of S.S. Prentice's castle. The place shows him to have been a man of great taste as well as an orator. We were conspicuous here, and were shelled away in the evening about the time we were starting for camp. July 24th. In town again. Not well. Have been feeling badly several days. At night, a detail was made to report to the Arkansas for duty, and I had to go from our company. It was first thought we were to make up the crew, and one fellow objected so much that he ran off. We all objected to such a fate, and Lieutenant McCutcheon, in charge of the whole detail from the brigade, said that if such was the case, he would resist. We had to wait until morning for all the detail to get together. July 25th. The lieutenant found out that we were to do some work at the Arkansas, and as I did not feel well enough to work, tried to get off, but could not. Went down to the boat and reported, and the captain told us that we would not be wanted until dark, so we went uptown and took up quarters in a large mansion then vacated. There were 50 on the detail. The boys had piano music and dancing, with plenty of books to read. About sundown, a neighboring bee gum was brought in, and we had a sweet time. The ram had gone up the river and did not get back until 9 p.m. We went down then and found out our job was to coal the boat, which had to be done by carrying the coal some distance in bags. I did not work much, got through by midnight, and went back to our house. All day the mortars had been at work, which was the last shelling done that season. July 26th. At daylight saw the lower fleet had gone, and the upper one just disappearing up the river. Went to camp early. That evening moved camp 2 miles from town. Am sick. July 27th. Attended surgeon's call. Am taking intermittent fever. In the forenoon the regiment ordered to leave on the cars. Not able to go, and left in camp, which was to stand. The regiment did not get off today. July 28th. The regiment got off this morning. This evening I learn a car in the train on which our regiment was moving broke down, but no one was seriously hurt. I hope to follow the troops in a few days. Remained in the camp until I left for my command, August 6th. I only had to take medicine 2 or 3 days, as the fever did not get a good hold upon my system. I then applied to follow the regiment, but could not get transportation. Went to Vicksburg one day, and John O'Brien and I went out a short way into the country the day before I left, after peaches, the only times I was out of camp. That camp was like all, monotonous. The evening before I left, John O'Brien and I got some reeds and made a nice bunk to sleep upon at 2 o'clock a.m. August 6th. All that were able had to get up and prepare to start for the regiment. I did not regret rising from my reed bed, which was almost equal to a spring mattress, for I wanted to be off. My friend was not able to go and could use it. After daylight, about 60 from the regiment, able to go, went to the railroad, but we could not immediately get a train. So we came back to camp about noon and drew new uniforms and other clothing, the first we had drawn for a long time. We got started in time to reach Jackson a little after dark. There were 300 or 400 men from Breckinridge's division in transit. August 7th. Waked up just as day was dawning and found that we were going lightning speed towards New Orleans. Dense pine forests were on either side of the road. Soon passed through Brookhaven, a nice little town. Summit and Hazelhurst are also pretty towns. At 9 a.m. arrived at Tangipahoa, 80 miles from New Orleans and 100 miles from Jackson, Mississippi. We were now in Louisiana. Camp Moore is a short distance from the station, and we disembarked and took up quarters in the camp. Camp nicely arranged, shanties and tents. There is a stream circling the camp of the clearest water I ever saw. I believe it is called a river, but I do not know the name. This is where all the Louisiana troops met to organize before starting for the seat of war. Tangipahoa is a small village built since the railroad. August the 10th. Early started on the march for the division in camp near Baton Rouge. There are 200 or 300 of the division along. Some that started from Vicksburg were left at Camp Moore under the command of Lieutenant Colonel William Crump, an old Yellowhammer, I believe. Hot day. Our march led through a pine forest. Just before we stopped for the night, passed through Greensburg, the parish town of St. Helena, marched 10 miles today. August 11th. The old colonel tried to get us to fall in and march in order, but such a dusty arrangement did not suit us. So we divided off in squads to please ourselves. Been another hot day. Our road led through an interminable pine forest. The country is perfectly level, and there is no undergrowth to obstruct the view. Can see a long way through the woods, the pines standing not very thick and straight and beautiful. The ground is covered by a carpet of green wire grass. The country is pretty to look at, but the sand would not suit an old farmer. What stillness in these pineries! You never see a bird, nor even hear a grasshopper chirp. While marching today, and a very hot one it has been, we could always see a shade ahead of us in the road, but could never reach it. The foliage of the pine only partially breaks the sunbeams. We also suffered for water. At night bivouacked at an old schoolhouse. Had nothing to eat but sweet potatoes for supper. August the 12th. This morning Charles Applegate of our company and Samuel Suter of the 4th killed a bear in the swamp, and William Ambrose and Augustus J. Moore, having gone to a house and had bread cooked, we had a feast. There are 5 of the company, along also Samuel Suter, and this morning we concluded to journey by ourselves. Let the old colonel go on. Marched all day through the same character of country, hot and water scarce. At night, our little party spread their blankets under an old oak on the roadside, true gypsy style. August 13th. Up early and felt greatly refreshed by nature's sweet restorer. Borrowed a coffee pot from a house and had a hot cup of coffee before starting. Early, past Greenwell Springs, near which we had stopped for the night. About noon, we got to the brigade, camped on the Comite River, 10 miles from Baton Rouge. Soon after we got into camp, or rather where the regiment is bivouacking, a heavy rain set in. Having no shelter, slept in water at night. August 15th. The commands are so reduced from sickness, today companies and regiments consolidated. Our regiment joined with the 4th, and Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Hines of that regiment is in command, being the ranking officer. General Helm being wounded, Colonel Robert Trabue of the 4th, Kentucky, is in command of the brigade. Colonel Hunt commanded the brigade during the late battle and was wounded. At 5 p.m. fell into March. At the time, a heavy rainstorm was passing over. Never saw it rain harder. We marched towards Baton Rouge. Soon the sun came out, and the evening was very warm. Within 5 miles of the city, we filed to the right towards Port Hudson. Dark set in soon after leaving the main road, and the sky became clouded. Dark is not the word to express the blackness of the night. Occasionally a flash of lightning would reveal our file leaders so that we could keep closed up. At bridges, too, fires were kindled by the citizens so we could see how to cross. The dusky column would pass these lights, delving again into utter darkness. The road was uneven and in places muddy. At last we halted and tumbled down on the wet grass, being already drenched to the skin, and slept till morning. I believe this was the darkest night I ever saw. Have been on more uncomfortable marches, though. August 16th, very hot day. When the brigade stopped at 12, Lieutenant Holtzhauser and I were the only ones of the company up, and there were not more than 30 of both regiments together. All the balance had fallen by the wayside. Sometimes we would march through lanes a mile in length, not a shade near. Our course led through large sugar plantations, and the country looked better than usual. August 17th. A short march brought us to within 2 miles of Port Hudson, and we camped in a swamp. Water scarce, though. August 18th. Moved 2 miles off the road and camped in a grove of magnolia and bush trees. A babbling brook was near, and we had an abundance of good water. At night, when silence had come over the camp, an order came in for us to cook rations preparatory to a move for Kentucky. Soon hundreds of campfires blazed up, and cheer upon cheer rose from the noisy thousands. After a moment, the bands all commenced playing Old Kentucky Home, and cheers went up with a will. After we had cooked the rations, we sat around the campfire talking until morning. Nobody could sleep. August 19th. At an early hour, all the Kentucky troops, with Breckinridge at the head, took up the line of march for Tangipahoa, a distance of 60 or 70 miles. We moved off with a light and buoyant step, the bands playing Get Out of the Wilderness. At noon, halted for dinner and on detail to help get the wagon train over a creek. A heavy rain set in and continued all evening. After marching 18 miles, we stopped for the night. Blankets and clothing wet, and could get no wood, hardly, to make fires. August 20th. On the road at 4 a.m., marched through Clinton in order. Quite a crowd of ladies assembled to see us. Marched 16 miles and camped on the comite. At noon, while resting, the brigade quartermaster came along, having a lot of flour, and the boys cheered at the sight of the barrels. We were used to musty cornmeal, ground on corn crushers, baked without sifting, and poor blue beef. Rained again this evening. August 21st, marched to the Amite, 10 miles of Tangipahoa, leaving Greensburg to the right. After in camp, the boys made a raid on a watermelon field. August 22nd, marched at 1 a.m. and arrived at Tangipahoa 6 a.m., stacked arms on the side of the railroad and waited for cars. At 9, got on the train and moved off for Jackson, Mississippi, where we arrived after dark. All the way up, the ladies were waving their handkerchiefs. We slept at the fairgrounds. August 23rd, marched 6 miles out on the Brandon Road, where we found our camp already established, the wagon train having arrived from Vicksburg a day or two before. While marching out to camp, the weather was so hot, Colonel Hines disbanded the regiments on the road and let every fellow take care of himself. All did not get into camp until late in the evening. August 24th, on fatigue all day, my health is improving some. This regular camp does not look much like going to Kentucky soon. Our camp is on the side of a hill, grown up with stunted oaks and tall pines. We have plenty of good water close at hand. The weather is very hot and sultry. Our provisions are abundant, and we can get fruit and melons every day from citizens. September 1st, detailed in the adjutant's office as a clerk. Am hardly able to do the duty of a soldier anyway. September 10th, broke up camp and marched to the city. At noon, took the train on the Mississippi Central for Holly Springs. Got as far up as Goodman at sundown. Here the engine took water, and as the train moved on past the tank, some fellow on the first car pulled the water pipe down, which caused a perfect flood of water to drench the train as it passed slowly along. Just in front of us was a flat car on which was Company H, and the water had plenty of falls. The boys rolled up in their blankets and took it. The train stopped as the spout was over our car, and the field band being on top, soon a shower of drums, fifes, drumsticks, etc., came pouring down with the flood. This was great sport to all, save a captain on the front part of the train, who jumped off to avoid the water and had both his legs crushed off by the wheels. September 11th, during the morning, arrived at Holly Springs, and I tried to get my breakfast at the hotel, but failed. The train took us 16 miles above, and we got off at what we called Cold Water. We lived well while in this camp, a few bears being killed during the time. Riding all the time, Lieutenant O'Connor, acting adjutant, made a monthly return, a very complicated report for a new beginner to make. September 19th. With 4 days' rations and haversacks, embarked on a down train, going to Kentucky, certain this time. September 20th, arrived at Jackson at 10 a.m., and immediately left on the southern road for Meridian, where arrived at 12 night. Nothing but pine forests on the roads. September 21st, had an excellent breakfast at the hotel. Our train stood on a switch until late in the evening, when we ran down below town and disembarked. Established camp on a nice grassy plot immediately on the railroad. We are here waiting for orders from Breckinridge whether to go via Mobile or Demopolis. September 22nd. This morning, Companies A and C stacked arms, stating their times were out and declaring the Confederate States government had no right to conscript them. Colonel Caldwell, Colonel Hanson, still being away wounded, had them all put under guard, Company B being detailed to guard them. This evening, Colonel Hanson came in camp on crutches and talked to the mutineers a while. They all returned to duty, being promised the War Department would be consulted as to whether they could be held in service or not. Got on cars in the evening late and remained on the sidetrack all night. September 23rd, left Meridian at daylight on the new road being constructed to Demopolis. The road being new, the train ran very slowly, taking nearly all day to run out to York Station, the terminus of the road. Once the car in front of the colonel's ran off and went bouncing over the ties, I looked out to see what was the matter and saw the men, even in front of the car, jumping off. Expecting every moment our car would run off, we commenced rolling out. The colonel first, to show the balance how to jump, then followed the staff, not questioning rank. The car kept running over the ties for several hundred yards before the train was stopped. Looking back, the road was lined with soldiers, some getting up, feeling their heads and limbs to see that no bones were broken. Others were still lying on the ground, and a crowd came following the train, some limping, some laughing. The car was soon put on the track, and we went on. Went into camp near York Station, 30 miles from Meridian. Are waiting for wagons to haul our camp equipage to Demopolis, 20 or 30 miles distant. September 24th. Late in the evening, loaded our baggage on the train, and after night cooked rations. We shall go the Mobile route. September 25th. Train started early, and we got to Meridian by noon. Our car was on the passenger train. The train on which the regiment was transported was delayed until nearly dark by the engine running off the track. September 26th. Left Meridian at 9 a.m. and on road all day running to Mobile. At noon, a rain set in and kept up all through the day and night. The road to Mobile is through one interminable pine forest, almost a wilderness. When we got to the city, a little after dark, the train was put on a sidetrack. All of the officers and men nearly immediately went out into the city to have a time. I preferred staying at home and passed a very disagreeable night, the car leaking badly. September 27th. A murky morning. Old Trib, as the boys call Colonel Trabouet, tried to keep us all at the depot, but soon the whole brigade was scattered over the city, all bent on having a spree. I went down on the quay, first place to see the bay. The fog was just lifting and had a very pretty view. Feeling like breakfast, I stepped into an oyster saloon and took a few dozen stewed. When I got back to the depot, I found drays and wagons ready to transport our baggage to the wharf. The rain again commenced pouring down and kept up all the time we were moving. Our regiment embarked on an old cotton boat, the Waverly, the 4th and 6th on a fine passenger steamer, the R.B. Taney. We lay at the wharf all day after we had embarked. The day turned out beautiful. The boys kept coming aboard in squads, many in a condition. How come you so? Just as the sun was disappearing behind the western waters, the good steamer Waverly cast loose and steamed up the Alabama. Soon the Taney followed, and a race was inevitable. Our steam was down, and they soon passed us, cheering and giving us music on the waters from brass bands, mingled with a screaming calliope. Company H of our regiment, being nearly all steamboatmen, took charge of affairs, and soon the Waverly mounted the waves like a thing of life. It seemed every man in the regiment turned fireman, pro tempore. When we overtook the Taney, she was turned across the channel to keep us from passing, but we ran around her and went on. The night was dark and misty, September 28th. When morning came, our antagonist was nowhere to be seen. We stopped at a wood yard and cooked 2 days' rations. Just as we were getting through, the Taney passed us. We hurried on board and soon left her behind again. Cloudy all day, but no rain fell. September the 29th. Clouds broke away at noon. The boys amused themselves by shooting at alligators lying out on the sandbars and banks, sunning themselves. The scenery all up the river is monotonous. The banks are generally low, and the country, seen from the boat, not much improved. Sometimes fine plantations could be seen skirting the river. Passed 2 towns today, Cahaba and Selma, the latter quite a place. Saw 2 ironclads being built at Selma, and formidable-looking craft too. Soon after passing Selma, darkness again came over the waters. September 30th. At noon arrived at Montgomery, having traveled 450 miles by water. Our baggage was moved to the depot by 3 p.m., and we took the train for West Point, Georgia. I did not have time to look over Montgomery much. The train sped away between 3 and 4 p.m., and until dark set in, we were rushing through pine forests. Goodness, shall we ever get out of these pines? Took supper at the Talladega Junction. Arrived at West Point midnight, October 1st. Changed cars for Atlanta at 8 a.m. until 2 p.m., reaching Atlanta. At LaGrange, Newman, and other towns, a throng of ladies at the depots to give us a cheer. By the time we got to Atlanta, the cars were piled up with bouquets. In Atlanta, all the people were scared, having heard that Breckinridge's wild Kentuckians were coming through. At 7 p.m., we were led off on the Western and Atlantic Road. Having heard we were coming, the Kentucky refugees at Marietta were at the depot to see us. I was asleep at the time and did not see any of the bright eyes from the promised land. October 2nd. At Dalton by daylight. Here, General Breckinridge came in our car for the balance of the trip. At 10 a.m., left on the Georgia and East Tennessee road for Knoxville. At every station the train stopped, the people found out that Breckinridge was on board and would crowd around the car to see him. Often he was requested to speak, but he always declined. Up in East Tennessee, out of the pines, at last. The country begins to look natural. See stacks of grain, fields of heavy corn, fat cattle, hogs, etc. Once a crowd came to see the general, who was out at the time, and Dr. Pendleton, our surgeon, was pointed out to them as the general, and they went off as well satisfied as if they had seen the Rara Avis. Sure enough. Got to Knoxville at 10 p.m., slept in the cars all night. October 3rd, went into camp a short distance from town. While here, we lived off the fat of the land. We had very good rations issued to us, and there was a plentiful and cheap market at hand. Was very busy in the office all the time, making reports and recording orders, which had gotten behind before I came into the office. The troops were being thoroughly organized and equipped for a march into Kentucky. While this was going on, the time of some of the 6th Kentucky expired, and they refused to do duty longer. General Breckinridge came out and had the brigade drawn up about him. He made a little speech to the boys, giving all a little raking over for being so wild, and having made too free with other folks' property during the late trip, and then he addressed himself to our boys that had stacked arms at Meridian. He told them he was surprised at their having acted so, that, though he had since been told The action was to raise the question whether the government had a right to hold them in the service or not, which he said would take some of the edge off the crime. Yet, if he had been there, he would have had either unconditional surrender or unconditional mutiny. He then said that as an investigation had been promised them, he would see that they received an answer from the War Department. He wound up by giving the mutineers in the 6th 15 minutes to return to duty, and they all did so before the time expired. Our company, having heard Bragg's army was at Bardstown, all in a glee, thinking they would soon be home. Alas, they knew not then how many hard marches were before them, how many battles had to be fought, and yet never march into Kentucky. In 10 or 12 days, everything was put in order for a long march. The greatest trouble was in getting transportation. October 15th, all things being ready, broke up camp and marched 12 miles towards Cumberland Gap. All marched with a buoyant step. There was no straggling, and the column kept well closed up. Colonel Roger Hanson in command of the brigade. We went into camp before sundown and pitched our tents in regular order. We are going to Kentucky in grand style. October 16th, had reveille early and cooked breakfast. I had to make out the morning report, which kept me busy. Marched over a rough road today, the country being hilly. Far ahead of us can see the mountains, which look like a blue cloud rising above the horizon. Having beautiful autumn days, Indian summer, marched 15 miles, passed through Maynardsville, and a few miles beyond, camped in an old clover field, riding until late. October 17th, when the column got fairly out on the road this morning, a courier came dashing up to General Breckinridge and handed him a dispatch. We were ordered back and pitched our tents on old grounds. Various rumors are afloat about camp as to the cause of our delay. Some say that Bragg has been whipped and is retreating from Kentucky. Others say he has captured a large lot of supplies and is sending a large wagon train through the gap, that we shall have to wait until it passes, and various other rumors are going the rounds. October 19th. Early struck tents, and with heads all lowly bending, marched 15 miles towards Knoxville, camped where we did the first night out. Going to Kentucky, played out. The boys not as cheerful today as when going on the road the other way. They did not keep up so well. October 20th, marched to Knoxville and camped on old grounds. Saw many refugees coming out from Kentucky. October 21st, moved by rail to Chattanooga, had to cross a very high bridge over the Tennessee, arrived at Chattanooga after night. October 22nd, left Chattanooga in the forenoon and got off the train near Shell Mound, camped regularly on the side of the road. The Tennessee rolls her crystal waters in sight of camp. The mountain scenery about us is grand, picturesque. Shell Mound is nothing more than a station on the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad, 16 miles distant from the latter place. October 25th. In the evening, struck tents and loaded our baggage on the train to be run down to the river opposite Bridgeport. We then marched down on the railroad, being 5 miles. Dark was setting in when we unloaded our baggage on the side of the railroad and bivouacked among the drifts. Looking like rain, we pitched our tent, and well, we did, for when morning came, the ground was covered with snow. A very sudden change, yesterday being too hot for comfortable marching. October 26th. The Tennessee is here, divided by an island, nearly half a mile in width, and a bridge spans each arm of the river, the island being the center pier. The old bridges were burned during last summer, and the new ones, now up, are not far enough advanced for trains to cross. Whew! Wintry this morning, and had to carry all of our baggage 200 yards to the landing. Here, a company, at a time, got on board a small steamboat, and ferried over to the island, then lugged across to another boat, and was put over on the bridge port side. By 3 p.m., our regiment was packed away in a train of cars like sardines. I believe we never were before as crowded on a train. I stood up nearly all the time, the train having left at 4 p.m. and running all night. October 27th. About noon arrived at Murfreesboro, and the first man I saw was my brother William, who was in company with Captain G. Took dinner with them. In the evening, established camp half a mile from town on the Shelbyville Pike, camped nearly on the same grounds we occupied on retreat from Kentucky. The Battle of Murfreesboro, or Stone's River, would always remain one of the bitterest memories for the Kentuckians. In the terrible days of fighting, they took fearful losses, especially on January 2nd, 1863, when Bragg sent Breckinridge's command into an ill-advised charge that saw Hanson mortally wounded and hundreds of the brigade killed or wounded. So devastated was the brigade that a distraught Breckinridge wept before them and called them "my poor orphans," using, for perhaps the first time, the name by which they are now most remembered. For years afterward an antipathy existed between them and Bragg, who spent the next several months feuding with Breckinridge. Recovered from his Baton Rouge wound, Helm, now a brigadier, reassumed command from the slain Hanson, and the brigade went into the best winter quarters it enjoyed during the war, passing its time with theatricals and balls and drill competitions. Then, on May 24th, they were sent off to Vicksburg again, this time to try to avert the river city's capture by Ulysses S. Grant. They did not reach Vicksburg in time, and after its surrender, they withdrew to Jackson, Mississippi, as part of an army led by General Joseph E. Johnston. There they tried unsuccessfully to hold the city against William T. Sherman. Forced to withdraw, they moved into the interior to Camp Hurricane for another miserable Deep South summer. Murfreesboro camp life. Now commenced a long siege of monotonous camp life. However, I was kept busy writing all the time, and did not have an opportunity of watching how the heavy hours went by. The boys, too, were kept pretty busy drilling and standing guard. Colonel Roger Hanson, soon after promoted to brigadier general, now took command of the brigade and had everything done up in military order. He was the best disciplinarian we ever had. The brigade was all under the same guard line, and at dress parade the whole brigade would be in perfect line of battle on the color line. Guard duty had to be done to the letter. Old Roger, as we called the general, most of his own regiment called him Flintlock, was going the rounds at all hours of the night to see that all was well. The boys had many adventures with him. We lived well all the time we were encamped at Murfreesboro. Good rations were issued to us, and we always could buy butter, chickens, eggs, turkeys, sweet potatoes, apples, etc., from the country people at the old rates, paying Confederate. November 4th, brigade marched with 3 days' rations in haversacks towards Nashville. The camp was left standing. I was left behind, making monthly returns and so on. Colonel Hunt, having requested me to sleep in his tent at night, I did so, sleeping magnificently in the colonel's feather bed. The brigade returned to camp the next day, or the day after, I have forgotten which. The movement was a feint on Nashville, going within 5 miles of the city. Morgan came into Edgefield opposite the city at the same time. December 5th. Early the brigade fell in, equipped for a campaign, and marched away, leaving the camp standing. I was left behind again. A heavy snowstorm was passing, and soon the gray column was lost to view in the whirling snow. The brigade marched 18 miles and bivouacked at Beard's Mills. Here, the next day, 6th, At 2 p.m., a force was organized for the expedition to Hartsville, composed of the 9th and 2nd Kentucky Infantry under Colonel Hunt and 2 of Morgan's regiments of cavalry. The whole force was commanded by Morgan. A section of Cobb's battery was also along. The expedition got to the Cumberland River 25 miles by midnight, and the infantry immediately commenced crossing over in an old, leaky ferry flat, which had to be kept afloat by constant bailing. The cavalry, and I believe the artillery, forded the river. December 7th. By daylight, all were over, and the column pushed on to the camps, yet 5 miles off. The enemy was attacked at sunrise, and an engagement of 3/4 of an hour caused him to surrender his whole force, 2,000 strong. By noon the Confederates were back across the river, the rear being shelled some by the Federal reinforcements coming up, and by 9 p.m. were back at Beard's Mills with the balance of the brigade. On the evening of the 8th, all returned to camp well loaded down with booty. Had 3 stands of colors. The prisoners were left in town. December 13th. Jeff, reviewing the troops, first reviewed our brigade and was well pleased with the orphans. They conducted themselves every inch the soldier. They passed in review, marching perfectly. Hanson was made brigadier general on the spot. First time I ever saw old Jeff. From that time, nothing of interest going on. I was kept pretty busy all the time, making reports and recording orders, a large number coming in daily. December 28th. This morning the brigade moved out on Stone River. The camp is left standing. Adjutant Curd ordered me to stay with the office. He seems to have a presentiment something is going to happen to him. Left word with me for Major Wycliffe, who is away on special duty. A beautiful, sunny day, and a stream of glittering bayonets has been pouring through town all day long, troops marching out to their respective positions in the line of battle. In the evening, a detail came from the regiment and struck tents, loaded the wagons. While thus occupied, Colonel Hanson came into camp, having started away the evening before on a leave of absence, but had now come back to participate in the battle. Feeling like I would have some adventure, as well as the other boys, I asked the colonel to let me go with the regiment. He seldom refuses a fellow the privilege of trying his hand in a fight, and told me to come out after seeing that everything was packed away in the wagon properly. One of our company had been left in camp, too sick to walk, and after dark went to the college hospital to get him admitted, which I did after a good deal of talk, came back and sent him away on horseback. The wagon train moved out on the Manchester Pike about 9 p.m., looked desolate enough about the old camp. The numbers of brick chimneys left standing alone made it appear a city had been destroyed on the spot. Billy Ambrose, who was sick and going out with me, and I concluded to stay there until morning. We tried to sleep, but without much success, as the wagon trains were rumbling and roaring over the pike all night, the teamsters popping their whips and yelling. December 29th. When morning came, we got up, shook off the drowsiness, ate our breakfast, then started for the regiment, lying in line of battle. The morning was beautiful, being the commencement of one of those lovely Indian summer days which sometimes come even in the winter season down south. Though the day was beautiful, a storm was brewing. The deep resonance of cannon came rolling over the hills from towards Nashville, and we could sniff saltpeter in the air. 2 miles from town came up with the regiment, the boys lying lazily about on a rocky hill, waiting for the coming of events. A wagon came out with rations and cooking utensils, and we cooked rations. The thunder of cannon kept coming nearer. As the gloom of evening set in, a large brick mansion, Cowan's house, across the river from us, and in front of Withers' division was set on fire to be burned out of the way, and high up leaped the flames, mingled with an inky column of smoke which pierced the very heavens. Gloomy sight at such a time as this. Soon after, our cavalry, which had been falling back in front of the Federal army, burst out of the cedars in front of Withers, and also came dashing back from our side of the river. We immediately fell in and advanced in line of battle over a rocky ravine and through an old field, where the weeds were up to our shoulders and so thick we could hardly march. The evening was warm, and I had a heavy overcoat on, which with tugging through the weeds caused me to nearly suffocate. I pulled it off once with the intention of abandoning it, but again picked it up and buckled it under my belt. Well, I did so, for afterward it came in good place. We halted and sent forward Company D as skirmishers. They moved forward to a cornfield and were soon engaged, Lieutenant Beale in command, being wounded, the field named being on a hill, which, if taken possession of by the enemy, would have been disastrous to us, for it was the key to our position. I don't know why we were not ordered to take position on this hill in the beginning. We moved forward to support our skirmishers and lay down just under the crest of the hill. Cobb's battery was placed in position on top. Darkness had now come on. The enemy advanced and drove our skirmishers in. They fired pretty briskly for a time, making the cornstalks rattle about us. In the darkness, the Federal skirmish line came right up among the battery, which was being unlimbered a little in advance of us. One of the Feds hallooed out, "Boys, here is a cannon, let us get away from here," and they all skedaddled. Two of our regiments then advanced, and the Federal force, whatever it was, withdrew over the river. A strong skirmish line was then established on the margin of the rivers, and the brigade fell back into the old weed fields, where they slept on their arms. I went back to the rocky hill to stay by a fire. About midnight a rain set in, and I adjourned to a neighboring corn crib and slept in the shucks. December 30th. A murky morning, misting rain, started for the regiment and found it had moved. I then went back to where Billy Ambrose was having some coffee made by his boy. Billy was not able to be with the regiment, but was on the field. Stayed with him until the afternoon, when I went to the regiment, the enemy shelling our lines during the day. Our army kept quiet. We did see a little fighting in front of Withers. We had a tent fly, which we put up temporarily to shield us from the rain. Sometimes the shells would make us seek shelter behind a big rock. In the afternoon, the rain having slacked up, I sought out the regiment, which I found lying about in a cedar thicket, grumbling at the weather. Sometimes, too, shells would come tearing through the cedars, making a fellow feel uncomfortable. At last, night came on, and we moved back into the ravine in the rear of the line, near where I found them on first coming out, and near where Billy and I had been all day. Here the boys had fires. Rain ceased at dark. I slept with Billy Ambrose under our fly. December 31st. The sun came up clear. The regiment had moved off before I woke up, had breakfast. The ambulances and caissons are sheltered in our ravine. Just as the sun was coming up, I heard a yelling over towards Withers' division, and ran up on the hill to see the cause. That division was charging across a big field in perfect line of battle, the men yelling and cheering. Soon the Federal batteries opened on them, then the musketry, and I could see his men falling. Presently they opened fire, and the line was obscured in smoke. This was, I believe, the grandest scene I ever witnessed in the military line. I stood a moment watching the battle, and a stray shell came near cutting me down. Thinking the ball had now opened in earnest, I buckled on my armor and started for the regiment. one of the boys was with me. We had to pass over a long field in the rear of a battery, which was then being subject to heavy fire. First, a shell would tear up the ground in front of us, then we would go a little slow, then a ball would plow up the ground in the rear of us, then we would quicken our pace. When we got to the regiment, it was falling in to march out in rear of the battery, which was composed of 12 guns, and on the hill where we skirmished the first evening, as soon as the regiment got to the proper place a short distance from the guns, ordered to lie down. Our battery, or batteries, for there were 3 parked together, opened fire on the advancing columns, and the Federal guns replied, firing over the heads of their troops. I believe there were 38 cannon playing on us at once. The hill protected us a little, yet I saw, from my position on the extreme left of the regiment, numbers of cannonballs strike just in front of the line and skip over. We were not behind the battery more than 5 minutes, for seeing the numbers that were being hurt, General Hanson had the regiment moved off a little to the right, out of range. In this, we lost about 20 or 30 wounded, but luckily no one was killed. We did not move again during the day. Our company went to get in the trenches by the guns in the evening, but the order was countermanded and it came back. Just before sundown, a cannonball passed through Adjutant Curd, killing him instantly. I had just left his side, having been to him to get some tobacco. The day was cool, though the sun shone out all the time. Cold wind from the north. Lying on the cold ground a good deal during the day, was chilled, and when darkness put a stop to the stirring scenes, I went back to the ambulance station to get by the fire. Dr. Byrne gave me a drink, and we spread down blankets together, slept well. January 1st, 1863. All quiet today. Both armies seem to be taking a blowing spell after the hard fighting yesterday. Turned my gun over to one of the infirmary corps, they having to take arms. January 2nd, raining in the morning. Back at the ambulance train nearly all the time. All quiet until about 3 p.m., when Bragg ordered Breckinridge's division to charge over Stone River at Rosecrans's army. All the brigade went into the charge, save our regiment, which was left to support the batteries and hold the hill heretofore mentioned. The rain stopped just before the charge was made. Hanson killed. January 3rd, rain pouring down all day long. At the regiment, part of the time, helping dig in the entrenchment. Late in the evening, having got wind that the army was going to fall back that night, I went into town to see my brother William at Dr. Scott's. Soon after getting in town, the rain came down in torrents and continued all night long. Went to the medical purveyor's office and there found my brother William, Dr. Scott, and Dr. Pendleton, medical director of the division. They had been on the field and had gotten things nice to eat and still had some on hand. Not having eaten anything but dough for a week, I enjoyed a good supper. Wrote home, giving the letter to Dr. Pendleton to mail, as he was to be left with the wounded. Troops marching back through town all night. Slept with my brother William before a huge fire in the office. January 4th, up before daylight, the doctor having a spare horse, I was to ride. We mounted just at daylight and rode off through a pelting rain. All had left before the dawn. We overtook our regiment 5 miles from town on the Manchester Pike, acting as rear guard. Being mounted, Colonel Hanson sent me ahead to turn back an ordnance wagon. The road was a perfect loblolly, and in riding by the infantry, sometimes I would splatter mud on them, and often expected to be bayoneted. In the after part of the day, the sun came out hot. Evening came up with the wagon train, camped near Manchester. Not having been on horseback for so long, this ride of 30 miles tired me almost as much as if I had walked. January 5th. The wagon train started on for Tullahoma, got 5 or 6 miles on the road, and ordered back to Manchester, where arrived after dark, raining after night, slept with my brother William on a pile of hospital comforts, which caught fire and could hardly be put out. January 6th. In the morning the regiment came up. The train being again ordered towards Tullahoma, I kept with it on my horse. When we got as far as we did before, the wagons of our regiment were ordered back to Manchester. Being on horseback, I didn't care much for these notionate movements. Just after dark, we found the regiment in camp near town. I dismounted and resigned my steed to the doctor. That night my mess did not put up the tent. We slept on it. Late at night, I woke up with something heavy on my face. I found it to be an old gander, quietly roosting on my head, which some of the boys had brought into camp. I presume he saw that I had no feathers under my head and concluded to put some on top instead of underneath. I thanked him by flinging him against a stump hard by. Now commences another long siege of inaction. Nothing much to vary one day from another, a routine of camp duty from one week's end to another. I made no entries in my journal during the time we encamped at Manchester. From January 6th to April 23rd, Manchester, the county town of Coffee, is a small place on the branch railroad running to McMinnville. At the time we sojourned in its vicinity, the town was very much torn up, both armies having had a turn at the place. The boys, however, found enough society to keep up amusement, and all the winter were flirting with the young ladies. Balls were frequent. I attended 2, one at a hotel in town, the other at an unfinished paper mill below town on Duck River. When the latter came off, a rain poured down all night, so no one could go home. At this ball, Augustus Moore and company played Bombastis Furioso, a stage having been arranged for the purpose. The boys would defray all expenses in getting refreshments, etc. When they would go out to invite the girls, the old dames would be informed an abundance of pure coffee would be on hand, which all objections to their girls going to the ball would cease. You may look for me and my gals to be there, sure. The boys knew the proper chord to touch, to bring the gals. The gals would dance, and the old ladies would sip coffee. The brigade, soon after coming to Manchester, was placed under the command of Brigadier General Benjamin Hardin Helm, Vice Brigadier General Roger W. Hanson, killed at Murfreesboro. The boys had a good deal of drilling to do. The brigade at different times was drilled and reviewed in the presence of General Breckinridge, General Hardee, and General Joseph E. Johnston. They all pronounced them the best drilled troops in the army. Our regiment was stationed alone for several weeks at Manchester before the balance of the brigade came up from Tullahoma. The boys conducted themselves in such a manner that they won the esteem of the people. They thought the 9th Kentucky was the best regiment in the army. When the other regiments came up, a great many depredations were committed, that is, hogs killed and so on, but none of the people laid any blame on the 9th. If our boys ever did do such things, which is highly probable, all went to the credit of the other regiments. There was church every night in town. For several weeks before we marched, chaplains generally officiating. A night or two before we moved from Manchester, the brigade marched towards McMinnville to apprehend a cavalry raid. The rain was hitting down, and the night as dark as Erebus. Saw nothing of the enemy. I was not along. April 23rd, 1863. Broke up camp at Manchester and marched to Beech Grove, 12 miles toward Murfreesboro. Camped in a clover field. The hills about here remind me of Kentucky. They are covered with such pastures and beautiful groves of beech trees, which are now leaving out. Springtime is again coming over the hills with gaiety and song. The brigade is commanded temporarily by Colonel Hanson, General Helm being in command of ours and Brown's brigade. Beech Grove, in other days, had a country grocery and post office. There is a nice church, which is still used as a place of worship. April 25th, moved camp 2 miles down the creek and pitched our tents on a ridge in a grove of beech trees. Beautiful prospect from camp, can see for miles over gentle, undulating fields and green pastures on the one hand, on the other is stern mountain scenery. The yeomen are at work. The merry whistles, which the farmer boy sends up from the field, do not accord with our shrill fifes, neither do our occupations. This morning ordered to be ready to march at daylight tomorrow morning. April 26th. Last night the order to move was countermanded. Monotonous in camp. May 1st. Moved to Jacob's Store, 1.5 miles on the pike, south end Hoover's Gap. May 2nd. Our regiment thrown forward as advanced infantry and camped 1 mile in the gap. Our camp is in a pleasant place. On either side of the pike are hills mountain high. Our division is to defend this place. May 5th, climbed a high hill near camp and could see Murfreesboro 17 miles off. Also the smoke rising from the camps of the Army of the Cumberland about the place. Far beyond, could see the blue hills bordering the Cumberland River. I remained nearly all day, admiring the grand scenery about me. May 19th. Monotonous about camp until this morning when the regiment went 2 miles to the front on picket. I went to brigade headquarters with papers, and while there, witnessed a trial drill between the 6th Kentucky and 16th Louisiana Regiment, Adams' Brigade, which took place in a field close by. Looked like fair times. Carriages were drawn up all about the field, which had brought ladies to witness the grand military turnout. Generals Hardee, Breckinridge, Humphrey Marshall, Palmer, Brown, Adams, and Helm present. Palmer and Brown, judges. Both regiments drilled admirably. The judges decided in favor of the 6th Kentucky. All the regiments in Adams and Helm's brigades are to drill against each other, coming in according to the rank of colonels, commanding, beginning at oldest. Then the judges will select the best drilled regiment in each brigade and let them have a trial drill. After this is over, a brigade drilling match will come off. The challenge came from General Adams. His brigade is in Breckinridge's division. May 20th. Witness the trial drill between the 13th Louisiana Regiment, their crack regiment, and 2nd Kentucky Regiment. Both regiments drilled splendidly. I believe the judges again decided in favor of the Kentuckians. The regiment came in off picket at 7 p.m. May 21st. Hard to decide which best drilling, the 4th Kentucky or the 19th Louisiana, that is, in my mind, but believe the judges decided in favor of the 4th. May 22nd. This was the day for our regiment to drill against the 32nd Alabama Regiment, Adams' Brigade. But the colonel of the Alabama Regiment being sick, the drill did not come off. While the boys were cooking dinner, the regiment ordered to the front immediately. A few minutes later the brigade passed, going to the front. All back by middle afternoon. False alarm. May 23rd. Order came after night to cook rations preparatory to a move the next morning. May 24th. Had reveille early, loaded baggage, and moved out. Very hot day, and we had to march 12 miles to Wartrace on the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad, where we arrived shortly after 12 p.m. and bivouacked near the town in a wood. All the boys suspected that the brigade was ordered to Mississippi and were grumbling a great deal, not liking to make another summer campaign in that state. Shortly after we stacked arms, General Breckinridge sent around an order for all the brigade to assemble at brigade headquarters at a given signal, that he wished to speak to the boys. Many said that if the brigade was ordered to reinforce Johnston and if left with them to vote whether to stay or go, they would vote to stay in Tennessee. We fell in without arms, and the regiments were drawn up about the general. He got up on a stump and commenced by telling them that he had received orders from General Bragg to report at war trace with all of his division, save that portion composed of Tennessee troops, and hold himself in readiness to move on the cars. He said that he was not to receive further orders until he reached Atlanta, but that he had a pretty good idea where they were going, and that he supposed the boys could also guess at their destination. He said that knowing they would object to making a campaign in a climate so deleterious to health, especially in the summer season, he had, through General Hardee, sent a communication to General Bragg requesting that the Kentucky troops of his division be also permitted to remain with the Army of Tennessee, and Mississippi troops be given him instead, who would be glad to get back to their native state. He said that in reply to this communication, General Bragg left it to his, Breckinridge's, option whether the Kentucky troops would go or stay. This, he said, had left him in a dilemma, and that he intended to leave the question with them to decide. Bragg and Breckinridge had been at loggerheads since the Battle of Murfreesboro, and the boys felt that if they did not vote to follow their major general, outsiders would think that they also condemned him as well as Bragg. So when the vote was put, they not only held up their right hands to a man, but cheered loudly. The general then thanked them in a little but eloquent speech. He is the most eloquent speaker I ever heard. Bivouacked for the night where we first stopped, May 25th. At 6 p.m. all of our regiment got on the train, save 1 or 2 companies, on which the 6th Kentucky was stored. Colonel Caldwell and the colonel of the 6th had to take a car in partnership, and we were very much crowded. The train ran away with the engineer while coming down the mountain this side the tunnel. The grade is steep and 7 miles long, and we ran the 7 miles in 4 minutes and a half. I was sitting on a camp stool in the center of the car and could hardly keep my seat. The moon was just sinking behind the mountains, and as I watched it, as it were, skipping from crag to crag, I thought, "Farewell, old moon, I'll never see you again." We thought every moment the car would be dashed in pieces against the rocks, or be pitched off some of the cliffs and ground into dust. At last the train was stopped, and word came forward that the hindmost car, on which was Company C, had smashed up, or was missing at least. We all expected to find the last men killed or badly hurt, and our surgeons started back to find them. I went back also. The car flew to pieces just as the train was at the bottom of the grade. No 2 pieces of it were left together, but fortunately, though some of the boys were hurt, not a man was killed or a limb broken. One little fellow that was on top of the car was thrown clear over the telegraph wire into a bramble of briars, receiving no worse injury than being powerfully scratched. May 26th. Arrived at Chattanooga at 8 a.m. May 27th. Arrived at Atlanta 5 a.m. and left for West Point at 8 a.m. Arrived at West Point 6 p.m. May 28th. The regiment left at 10 a.m. on a train of flat cars. Dr. Byrne and I, with a barrel of whiskey in charge, left at 1 p.m. on the passenger train. Rain commenced pouring down about 11 a.m. and continued until next morning. Our train passed the regiment just before we got to Montgomery, and the boys looked like drowned rats. At the depot, the whiskey was issued out by buckets full. Though dark as pitch and raining, we had to move on board the R.B. Taney. I slept on a chair in the cabin the remainder of the night. May 29th. Left the Montgomery wharf at daylight and arrived at Selma 5 p.m., immediately disembarked and moved our baggage to the railroad, and at 8 p.m. were whirled off towards Demopolis. A passenger car was attached to the train on which our regiment was being transported for General Helm and Colonel Caldwell. I quished myself on a cushioned seat and slept until we got to Demopolis at 2 a.m. I thus missed the good things the people had at the stations for the boys to eat. May 30th. Before daylight, commenced moving on board a small steamer on the Tombigbee River, and at sunrise we dropped down the river 3 miles when we disembarked, again meeting with railroad connection. When the road is completed, a bridge will save all this trouble. At 11 a.m., the train moved off for Meridian, where we arrived at 5 p.m., laid over on a switch for daylight, May 31st. At 7 a.m., the train moved off for Jackson. In the evening, got off the train 6 miles from Jackson, the road having been torn up by the Federals that far out from the city, and went into camp. Suffered greatly for water. June 3rd, moved camp near the city in an old field east of town on the margin of a small lake and not very far from Pearl River. The sun had full play upon us, but this was more healthy than camping in the woods. In the evening, walked through the city, which presented quite a desolate appearance, a great deal of it having been lately burned down by General Grant's army. This improved the feelings of the inhabitants, though, towards the rebels, for now they bring water out on the streets for the soldiers marching through, when before they would refuse a rebel soldier a drink from their cisterns, or wells. Now commences a month of monotonous camp life. When we started for Mississippi, we thought we would jump off the cars and start immediately for the relief of Vicksburg. Our delay was caused by want of field transportation and artillery horses. Our division remained camped about Jackson, Loring's, Walker's, and French's about Canton. The weather kept very hot all the time. We had a good place to bathe in Pearl River. The boys caught a great many fish out of the lake and river. One way of catching them was rather novel. 2 men would go into the lake, when the water was not very deep, and hold a blanket spread out down close to the water. Then others would commence lashing the water about, making it muddy, and the fish would commence skipping above the surface of the lake and fall on the blanket, thus being caught by hundreds. I remained in camp all the time, seldom even going to the city. The cannonading was kept up steadily at Vicksburg, and the thunder of the guns could be easily heard at Jackson, a distance of 40 miles. Sometimes the firing would be kept up day and night. Other days would be perfectly quiet. June 7th. The regiment went out on the Clinton Road to do picket duty. June 9th. Was wakened up by the fire bells in the city, and on opening my eyes, saw that the light of a fire was shining into the office, the walls of the tent being up, making it light as day. Could see the Bowman House, a large hotel near the Capitol, wrapped in flames, which roared not a little in the stillness of the night. Heavy cannonading all night at Vicksburg. June 16th. The regiment went on picket to remain 48 hours, all quiet until 20th, when there was very heavy cannonading at Vicksburg. June 23rd. At night the cannon roared at Vicksburg and continued all day, the 24th, the heaviest firing heard yet. June 28th. Attended the Baptist Church in Jackson, slim congregation. June 30th. Received marching orders. No cannonading since the 24th at Vicksburg. July 1st. Have marched today 14 miles. Bivouacking 2 miles west of Clinton. The hottest march we have ever made. Many soldiers tumbled down in the road from sunstroke. Water was very scarce. I had nothing to carry, but in helping the other boys along, wore myself out. July 2nd. Revel at 2 a.m. Had scarcely a wink of sleep last night. Dr. Byrne on a bender, and kept me awake by pulling my blankets and bothering me generally. marched at 3 a.m. and arrived at Bolton Station, 9 miles, on the Vicksburg and Jackson Railroad, before the sun got hot. Bivouacked near the station. The boys had been getting green corn out of Jeff's fields, and this evening I went blackberry hunting on his plantation, Briar Field, I believe it is called. I know there were an abundance of briars and blackberries in some old fields that had been turned out. July 3rd. Light shower, some cannonading, the last guns fired at Vicksburg. The guns were heard quite plain, as we are only 15 miles from the place. July 4th. All quiet today. Received orders to be ready to move at a moment's notice. July 5th. At 4 p.m., moved out and marched 6 miles towards Vicksburg, moving on the railroad, which is the hardest marching. The evening, very hot. Division bivouacked in line of battle on the battlefield of Champion's Hill or Baker's Creek. All are expecting hot work tomorrow. We are close to the Big Black and have pontoons ready to put down. July 6th fell in early and low. Instead of marching towards Vicksburg, the head of the column turned back towards Jackson. We are confident Johnston received the intelligence of the fall of Vicksburg last night. A hot and dusty march of 10 miles brought us to Clinton. We are bivouacked near town by a good spring. Heavy rain in the evening. July 7th. Marched by the Raymond Road to Jackson and bivouacked 2 miles below the city on Pearl River. This march of 15 miles has been about as disagreeable as we generally have. Water very scarce on the road. I had to straggle a little today. July 8th. The news had not been positively known to the troops of the fall of Vicksburg until today. The news cast a gloom over most of the troops, but did not seem to affect the orphans much. July 9th. Before daylight news came in that the enemy was approaching and ordered to be ready to move. At daylight marched to the suburbs of the city, our division being on the left wing. The Kentucky Brigade rested on the river below the city, and Adams' brigade extended on the right around to the Clinton Road. As soon as our line was established, a party sent into the city to press Negroes to work on the fortifications and brought out quite a crowd to our regiment, among them a few dandy barbers who did not fancy wielding the pick and shoving the spade much, but they had to go to work. After completing our works, we lay around loose, waiting for the coming of events. Our line ran through a Dutchman's garden, and we took his grape arbor for headquarters. I had to write part of the day, making out field return, etc. July 10th. Early the enemy came in front, which was known by the popping of the sharpshooters. They did not come in front of our brigade, but in front of Adams on the right and Stovall in the center. Nothing further than sharpshooting with very little cannonading on the lines today. July 11th. In the morning, skirmishing all around the line, save in front of our brigade. Not much cannonading from either side. Early in the forenoon, Buford's Kentucky Brigade had a pretty lively little fight on the extreme right of the army. At noon, the brigade ordered across to the right to support Loring, an assault being expected on that part of the line. Our position was immediately in the rear of Colonel Withers' fine mansion, the rifle pits running through his yard. The old colonel, who was not in the service, had a musket on his shoulder, ready to defend, or help defend, the works in front of his house, his mansion being exposed to artillery fire. He had moved all of his furniture out of the house into the backyard. A rain coming up soon after we got there, myself with others volunteered to help him get his furniture into the house again. He got all in at a back door, save a large mahogany bedstead, which we had to carry to the front door, where the Federal sharpshooters had full view of us, and gave us several rounds, but fortunately no one was hurt. I mention this, as it was the only adventure I had during the battle. Several of the brigade were wounded during the evening by sharpshooters. The enemy not assaulting, we returned to our old position late in the afternoon. The next day, Colonel Withers was killed, and when our army evacuated, his house was burned. July 12th. Early this morning, General Hovey's division charged in front of Stovall's and the right of our brigade. He was repulsed with heavy loss, mostly inflicted by Cobb's battery of our brigade and Slocum's Washington artillery of Adams' brigade. They came up square in front of these two batteries. We captured 3 stands of colors and about 100 prisoners that I saw. In the evening, our regiment and the 2nd moved to the rear of Cobb's and Slocum's batteries as a support. But late in the evening, our regiment came back to old position, leaving the 2nd. July 13th. Lying about all day idle, the enemy not being in our front. The city was subject to shelling at times during the day, and sharpshooting was kept up on both sides with vigor. July 14th. Truce from 12 until 2 p.m. to allow the burying of the dead in front of our works. The city shelled during the night. July 15th. Very quiet around the lines all day. Suppose that the enemy is waiting for the arrival of the ammunition train. July 16th. Heavy firing of small arms and cannon on the right about noon. Have not learned the cause. I can tell from the looks of affairs we are going to retreat soon. No doubt tonight. As yet, there have been no Federals in front of us. They are in front of the 6th on the right. July 17th. Last night, 16th, at 12 o'clock, fell in silently and moved through the city, across the pontoon bridge, over Pearl River, and marched out on the Brandon Road. We were the last troops to cross the river, and the brigade moved in such good order that it excited the admiration of the commanding general. It has covered so many retreats, the boys know just how such things have to be done. When daylight came, we were 4 miles from the city, marched 14 miles during the day, and bivouacked 2 miles east of Brandon. A very hot day and dusty marching. All of the troops having to move on the same road, we were delayed greatly. July 18th, fooling along in the rear of the wagon train all day. In the evening, the rain poured down in torrents. After dark, when we went into camp, or rather, when we stopped for the night, everything wet and disagreeable. I was too tired to go to the wagons for my blankets, and Colonel Wycliffe loaned me a blanket for the night. Have marched 16 miles today. We remained at this place 2 or 3 days, having to cook rations nearly every day. We were on Dead River, and a lifeless-looking place it is. July 21st. Marched 9 miles and bivouacked 4 miles east of Morton, a little town on the Southern Railroad. Looking like rain, we put up our fly, and just as we drove the last pin, a heavy storm of rain came pelting down. The companies have neither flies nor tents, and the boys have to weather the storm as best they can. They generally, though, stretch their blankets up in the manner of a dog tent, which shelters them very well from the inclement weather. Here we remained in camp, or bivouacked, a few days, the time passing monotonously. We had rain nearly every day. Water to drink was very scarce. The country perfectly level about camp and inclined to be swampy. July 26th. Orders to cook 4 days' rations preparatory, we think, to a march for Enterprise, Mississippi. July 27th. All quiet today. No prospect of a move soon. Everything seems to be at a standstill. We'll probably move camp, however, very soon. July 28th. Moved camp 4 miles, and yet in 4 miles of Morton. Our march was through pine woods and broken country. Now commences another long term of camp life. Nothing going on to break the monotony from 1 week's end to another. Camp Hurricane was situated among hills covered with pine. Our regiment camped on a hill nearly to itself, at the base of which was a large spring of excellent water, which supplied the division. The spring fed a mill pond of considerable size, and under the mill, which was the smallest affair I ever saw, was a very excellent place for bathing. Our camp was on the margin of a small field, in the edge of which stood a small cabin made of pine logs, the only evidence of civilization to be seen. All else around was an interminable forest of pines, the only growth these sterile hills can produce. The boys built arbors of pine boughs, which shielded them from the sun and in a great measure kept off the rain. We pitched the office in a pleasant place, and I was kept pretty busy at times writing. Lieutenant Joseph Benedict left on a leave of absence and willed me his hammock while he remained away. I often tumbled out of it at night while sleeping. There was no field handy in which to drill, and the boys were glad of it. A great deal of rain fell during our stay at Hurricane, which mostly came in the evening. The spring was made a kind of marketplace for the division, where soldiers would speculate in fruit, vegetables, etc. Large watermelons would sell for $40. The neighborhood of the spring was also being made a resort for gambling, when Major Rice E. Graves of Breckinridge's staff made a descent upon the sporting gentlemen and broke up such amusement. This is John Jackman's journal. He was a soldier with the 9th Kentucky Infantry. This chapter is called Breaking Through the Enemy Line. August 7th. Got hold of Great Expectations by Dickens. I partly read this book in Harper's Weekly 2 years ago while at Sister M's. I shall now read it all under quite different circumstances. August 11th. Finished Great Expectations today. Am well pleased with the book. August 21st. Being a day for fasting and prayer, had divine service near camp under a large arbor built for the purpose. August 23rd. Unwell, have been sick for several days. August 24th. Heard from home through a friend. August 26th. At 5 p.m., consigned our arbors to the flames and marched towards Morton. Bivouacked near town for the night. August 27th. All on the train by 10 a.m. and moved off for Meridian, where we arrived. The train ran very slowly. At 8 p.m., immediately changed cars for Mobile. Train running all night. August 28th. Just as the sun was coming up, could look down the long vista of pines and see the tall chimneys of manufactories in the city sending up their inky columns of smoke. Soon we were at the depot and immediately moved to the steamer Natchez. Though we did not stay long in the city, some of the boys had time enough to get on a bender. Mobile looks about the same as it did a year ago when we passed through. The steamer bore us out on the bay and up the Tensaw, where we landed at the terminus of the Montgomery Railroad, disembarked, and bivouacked half a mile from the landings. The day pleasant, and the scenery on the bay beautiful. Right where we are camped, there are no pine trees, which is quite a relief. The land here is a little hilly and looks to be productive. August 29th, took cars for Montgomery at 3 p.m., got to Pollard, touching a corner of Florida at sundown, have been in the pines again for miles. Dark setting on, swung my hammock across the car and went to sleep. August 30th, waked up at daylight and looking out the car, saw that we were still being whirled through pine forests. I judge from this, nothing but pines grow by the road its entire length. At sunrise, got into Montgomery, having been transported 162 miles by rail since leaving Mobile. Immediately got off the cars and moved through the city to the West Point Depot and bivouacked in a pine grove on the common, waiting for transportation. Sunday and the church bells are ringing merrily. Reminds me of peaceful days. In the evening went a muscadine hunting on the banks of the river and got an abundance. Tonight all the boys are in the city having a general spree. Johnny Green and I, all that are left in camp. August 31st. At 8 a.m. moved off on a train for West Point, where we arrived without incident at 4 p.m. At 7, changed cars and arrived at LaGrange, where we had to lay over from 10 until 1 o'clock. The depot at LaGrange was thronged with ladies with nice provisions for us. I was asleep when the train stopped and was waked up by a boy shoving a broiled chicken into my face with other nice things to eat. I looked out at the platform in front of the depot, where there was such a jam of white crinolines and such a chattering of women. I thought at first I was in another world. We had a fine time, as the ladies stayed at the depot until midnight. We found refugees from Kentucky and all parts of the South among them. September 1st. Arrived at Atlanta 9 a.m. and without changing cars, left for Chattanooga at 11 a.m. Got off the train 13 miles from Chattanooga 11 o'clock at night and slept until morning on the side of the rail track. September 2nd. At noon got wagons to haul our baggage, moved 4 miles to Tyner Station and went into camp. Tyner Station is on the Cleveland and Chattanooga Railroad, about 12 miles or less from the latter place. Remained in camp a few days, nothing going on of interest. Had not been in camp but a day or so when I was taken down with intermittent fever, but the doctor took it in time and broke it up. September 6th. The division marched with 2 days' cooked rations. Not having enough transportation to haul our baggage, I am left in camp until tomorrow, when wagons will be sent back for it. I am not well, but feel better. September 7th. At noon today, Colonel Caldwell came back with orders to move the baggage of the division to Chickamauga Station to be shipped to the rear. We had to be in a hurry, too, for our army having left Chattanooga early this morning, there is danger of our being gobbled. We had no wagons to move with and had to press some in the country. Being appointed by the colonel to take charge of affairs, I sent 2 good fellows from our regiment out to press wagons and had the other regiments to do likewise. Soon our boys came back with an old ox wagon, which we kept busy hauling to the station, 2 miles until dark. By that time, all the sick, lame, halt, and blind of the division were at the depot, and mountains of baggage. Had to telegraph for a train of cars to come up for us, which may not come until tomorrow evening or next day. This place is now unarmed and in all probability will be gobbled yet. When the last load was hauled, we honorably discharged Pompey and his ox team. September 8th, lying about the station all day. In the afternoon, Bushrod Johnson's brigade came to the depot as a guard. We loaded on the cars late in the evening, on the side track all night. September 9th, all the troops gone this morning. At sunrise, our train started down the road, but being so heavy, when we got to Graysville, 8 miles, the cars in which our brigade baggage is loaded left on the switch. Here Colonel Caldwell left me to engineer down the road as best I could. Late in the evening, the last engine was passing, and I got our cars on. We waited at Ringgold for the passenger train to leave, which was crowded with refugees. That night we ran down to Dalton. September 10th, at Dalton all day, very hot and dusty. Sick, have something like fever. There are so many cars here, no telling when we shall get off. Dullaman got his head shot off in a row during the evening, which was a little variety. Slept on top of a car at night. September 11th, left Dalton at 6 a.m. and arrived at Kingston, 40 miles, at noon. There we found Colonel Caldwell, who had the baggage stored away in tents. Not being well, was left with it, with several others of the regiment. Colonel Caldwell left for the front, going by way of Rome. Kingston is a small woebegone-looking place, at the junction of the Rome Road, September 12th. Walked about 2 miles to have my clothes washed, but could not find anyone to undertake the job. Am really sick. Dr. Scott is giving me medicine. September 13th. All quiet today. In the evening, a train passed down with some of the 1st Kentucky Federal Cavalry on board that Forrest had captured at Tunnel Hill. Got tired enough of Kingston. We drew very good rations, and the general of our company would go out bear hunting occasionally, and would also bring in sweet potatoes. I was sick all the while. Longstreet's corps passed up the road during the time. September 17th. To our great joy, Captain Price Newman of our regiment came down for all the officers' baggage, and all that were able to go to the regiment. This evening we came up to Resaca on the cars, and loaded the baggage on a wagon in waiting, and have footed it out 7 miles on the Lafayette Road. We have a walk of 40 miles before us. September 18th. About noon came to the road leading off to where the wagon train is encamped. We left the wagon and started for the regiment. Part of the time our road led over steep hills and had a very tiresome walk. In the evening a party of us left the main road to make a near cut. There were 4 of us, Captain Newman, First Sergeant James Ford of his company, Dr. Scott, our assistant surgeon, and myself. We could hear the cannon booming occasionally. At night, we stopped at a cabin on the roadside and got a good supper, then adjourned to a neighboring pine thicket, where we passed the night nearly freezing, as blankets were scarce. September 19th. On the road early. Stopped at a well to wash and breakfast. A lady seeing us sent out some butter and milk. 5 miles brought us to the regiment near Glass's Mills. The brigade had just crossed Chickamauga River at Glass's Ford to support Cobb's and Slocum's batteries, and the wickedest artillery duel ensued I ever saw. Slocum and Cobb had to limber to the rear and move their batteries back across the river. There were several of our regiment wounded. 3 afterward died of their wounds. About the middle of the afternoon, moved a mile or 2 further to the right, and halted in line of battle, sending out a skirmish line, while here we could hear the battle raging further to the right. But before sundown, our division again commenced moving to the right. At sundown, and a little after dark, the musketry rattled incessantly. I don't believe I ever heard heavier volleys of small arms. The word came back that Cleburne was driving the enemy on the right. Having to move 5 or 6 miles, we continued our march until some time after dark, and the night being black, we had a deal of trouble. We at last crossed the Chickamauga at Alexander's Bridge, and not far from the bridge we stopped in an old field for the night. We built a large fire, yet not having any blankets with me, I did not sleep any. The night was very cold, and my large overcoat came in good place. September 20th. Before daylight, the division moved to take position in line of battle. After we had stopped for the night, the field band had been sent to the rear with the horses of the field and staff, and were not back in time, so the colonel, etc., had to foot it. The colonel left me at the fire to tell the musicians where to bring the horses. Daylight came and a heavy frost was on the ground. I waited until long after sunup, yet the drummers did not come. So I shouldered a long bundle of blankets intended to be put on the horses and started for the regiment. I had to pass over the ground where Cleburne had fought the evening before. The dead of both sides were lying thick over the ground. I saw where 6 Federal soldiers had been killed from behind one small tree, and where 8 horses were lying dead, harnessed to a Napoleon gun. Men and horses were lying so thick over the field, one could hardly walk for them. I even saw a large black dog lying mangled by a grape. In the rear of the brigade, I found our ambulance and put the blankets in it, then went on to the regiment. The boys were lying in line of battle and cracking jokes as usual. Many of them I noticed to be in the finest spirits, were in a few minutes afterwards numbered with the slain. All the time, the skirmishers, about 200 yards on advance, were very noisy. About 10 o'clock a.m., Major James Wilson rode up to General Helm, who was sitting against a tree in the rear of our regiment, talking to Colonel Caldwell, and gave him the verbal order from Breckinridge to advance in 15 minutes and adjust his movements to the brigade on the right. The general got up and mounted his horse, laughing and talking as though he was going on parade. I had intended to go along with the infirmary corps, but as the drummers had not come up with the horses, Colonel Caldwell ordered me to go back and see if I could find them. I had not gone far before I came to several of our boys that had been wounded on the skirmish line, and, as the shells were tearing up the ground about them, which makes a helpless man feel very uncomfortable, I helped put them in an ambulance and sent them to a hospital. I went a little farther in hopes of finding the drummers, but they were nowhere to be found. I then started back for the regiment. The rattle of musketry was kept up pretty lively. As I passed along over the field, I could see all the little gullies were packed full of straggling soldiers, but I saw none of our brigade among them, avoiding the shells. When I got to the regiment, it was just falling back under a heavy fire, having charged 3 times unsuccessfully. The regiment was greatly reduced by half at least. Colonel Caldwell had been wounded. Out of our company, my old friend James Hunter had fallen with others, and many had been wounded. General Helm had received a mortal wound and had to be borne to the hospital on a litter. Lieutenant Colonel Wycliffe, in command of the regiment, had me to ride the general's horse back to the hospital. Our brigade hospital was more than a mile from the field, across the Chickamauga. The wounded I found scattered over a half-acre of ground, all out of our brigade, too. Here I found one of the refugee drummers on Colonel Helm's horse, which I immediately rode to the regiment, piloting Major Hope and others to the brigade. The sun was then getting low, and Colonel Wycliffe immediately dispatched me on his horse to the wagon train or cook wagons to hurry up the rations, the boys not having had much to eat for 2 or 3 days. I had not been long gone when our troops advanced again on the extreme right, and this time our brigade went over the enemy's works. The loss, though, was nothing compared to that of the morning fighting. When I got to the cook train, our wagon had gone to the regiment with rations, which I had accidentally passed in the darkness. I then rode back to the hospital and stayed until morning, September 21st, 1863. As soon as it was light enough to see how to ride, I started for the regiment. I found them lying around loose, in line of battle, waiting for orders. A skirmish line was soon after sent forward to find the enemy, but he had withdrawn during the night. The Army of Tennessee, for once, had beaten the enemy in an open field fight. General Bragg rode along the lines, and everywhere was loudly cheered. We tried to get tools to bury our boys, but could not. Late in the evening, I was sent with orders to the hospital and remained there all night. After I had left, the brigade started towards Chattanooga. A detail was left to bury the dead. September 22nd. Early Lieutenant Curd and myself followed up the regiment on horseback and found it bivouacking on the side of the road 4 or 5 miles from Chattanooga. Here we remained all night, September 23rd. In the forenoon, marched over Missionary Ridge and formed line of battle around Chattanooga. We thought an assault was going to be made, and seeing the forts bristling with cannon and the line of works blue with Federals, we had long faces. There were some shells thrown over us in the evening. At last, night drew her sable curtains round, and we lay down upon arms to sleep. Johnny Green and I having pulled up a pile of dry grass upon which we lay, covered alone by our overcoats, and slept well. September 24th. In the morning the division moved back to Missionary Ridge immediately in front of Chattanooga and formed our line a short distance above the base and about 2 miles from town, some shelling from the forts during the day, but generally quiet. About 11 o'clock at night, our skirmish line advanced and drove the outposts into the works, creating quite a fuss, but I don't believe a man was hurt on either side. September 25th. Moved a little during the day, but at night occupied about the same position we did in the morning. September 26th. Quiet all day, making reports and writing up my journal. September 27th. Being Sunday, Professor Pickett preached for the brigade. He is brigade chaplain. Both armies seem to be taking a blowing spell. No movements on either side that I could see. September 28th. Went to the wagon train 7 miles to the rear and changed linen after taking a bath in the river of death. The ablution was quite necessary, for I had been in dirt for some time past. At noon, returned and saw a train of 160 ambulances coming out of Chattanooga under a flag of truce for the Federal wounded that had been left on the field. October 1st. Nothing of interest has taken place until today. A very interesting, cold, autumnal rain has been pouring down all day, and I have been crouched under a blanket, put up in the manner of a fly, all the dreary day. This has certainly been one of Bryant's melancholy days. October 2nd. Rather warm. The brigade is out at the wagon train, and we are cleaning up. Have been in the service 2 years today. October 3rd. In the evening, moved back to our old position on the bridge. October 4th. All quiet around the lines. For several days past, a truce has been kept up between the pickets, and we don't hear a gun. In the evening, moved our lines back up the hill a little and commenced throwing up works. Our corn, dodgers, and blue beef are sent to us daily, and in no great quantities. We have our tent up and pass the rainy days more comfortably than before. October 7th. Raining in the forenoon. In the evening, part of our line subject to a few shells thrown from the forts about Chattanooga. October 10th. All quiet until this morning, when we had reveille at 2, and the troops kept under arms, fearing an advance. Today, Jeff rode around the lines and was generally loudly cheered. When he and Bragg, with other general officers, passed our lines, our boys stood very respectfully on the works, but not a man opened his mouth. October 12th. Wrote my first letter home to send by flag of truce via Richmond. October 13th. Raining since yesterday evening. Have lately seen several late Louisville journals gotten on the skirmish line. It seems despondent. Looks to be very wet and muddy over in the United States. October 16th. Cloudy and cool. Novemberish. I have forgotten the date, and it was of so little importance at the time I did not make any note of it, but it was about this time the fact was announced that Chattanooga was to be shelled from Lookout Mountain. That morning I clambered up to the top of the ridge to see the grand sight. The guns opened, little field pieces, and first we could see a little tuft of smoke rise out of the trees on the side of the mountain, then presently could hear the full report of the gun. Often the shells would fall short, and those that did go to the works did no harm. October 17th, day of sunshine. Great news from Virginia has been passing about today. Something about Lee's whipping Meade. It is also stated in official circles that Wheeler is on the rear of Rosecrans playing smash. October 20th, brigade moved back across the ridge. 2 or 3 miles to the Chickamauga and have gone regularly into camp. The October winds are filling the air with withered leaves, and soon the trees will be stripped. To be in camp again makes one feel like he is at home. October 21st. This morning had a light shower of rain, and a very heavy rain has just passed over this evening. A few such rains will entirely strip the trees. A good deal of fuss among the boys about the proper ownership of cooking utensils, which have not been used only by details of late. Often the litigated property is brought up to the colonel's tent for a decision, and both parties invariably swear, or say they would be willing to swear on a stack of Bibles, as to the ownership of the doubtful property. At 3 p.m., while a heavy rain was pelting down, received orders to strike tents and march. We crossed the Chickamauga on a pontoon bridge and waded through a swamp 2 or 3 miles wide before we got to the solid road, when we marched for Tyner Station, which I have mentioned before, a distance of some 7 or 8 miles. The regiments got separated in the swamp, and night overtaking us, we got lost. At last, we came in sight of the campfires, built by a detail sent forward in the evening for the purpose, and soon our troubles were forgotten in slumber. October 22nd. Sun rose in a cloudless sky, and the day has been beautiful throughout. Commenced fixing up camp October 23rd. Commenced raining this morning before daylight, and continued all day, and greater part of the night also had heavy thunder. October 24th. All last night the locomotives kept up a tooting over at the station. Longstreet's corps shipped towards Knoxville. Today has been cold and cloudy. Looks like snow. October 25th. Sunday, and passed by without my knowing it being the Sabbath. A day of sunshine. October 26th. Another day of pleasant weather. October 27th. Cloudy and sprinkling rain at times. Heavy firing of artillery at Chattanooga. Could not ascertain the cause. October 28th. Pretty day. Some cannonading at Chattanooga. October 29th. All quiet. October 30th. Raining at Reveille, and continued to pour down all day long. This weather is enough to give one the ennui. October 31st. Stopped raining last night. Has been clear all day, but a cool, disagreeable wind blowing. Regiment mustered for pay. Brother Will staying all night with me. November 1st. Sunday. Rode out 5 or 6 miles hunting black haws and persimmons. Nice day. November 8th. A cool north wind blowing. Being the Sabbath, Reverend Pickett preached this forenoon. Have been busy all the week, making out the different reports necessary to be made the first of each month. Had to work under difficulties. Rained all day Wednesday. Has been some cannonading at Chattanooga every day this week. November 9th. Clear, cold. Last night, ice formed 1/2 inch thick. First of season. November 10th. Froze ice again last night. Cobb's Battery joined brigade from Missionary Ridge. Saturday the 5th. Kentucky joined the brigade in place of 41st Alabama, transferred. Our brigade is now composed entirely of Kentuckians. November 11th. Johnny Green and I commenced building us a house today, tearing down an old outhouse in the country for the purpose. All the boys are busy as beavers building cabins for winter. November 12th. Again at work on house. Brother Will was to see me today. He has been wrongfully placed in Waters Battery, which has been for some time stationed about Chattanooga. He was traveling on the cars with a pass from one of Wheeler's staff, which he thought was good. But he was arrested and assigned to the battery as a dismounted cavalryman. Colonel Wycliffe today sent up a paper to Army headquarters which will get him out of durance vile. November 13th. Rode over to the ridge to see Brother Will. When I got on the top of the ridge, I could but notice the change autumn has wrought over the scenery. The trees are now all bare in the valley, and one can see all the movements of the troops with more ease. There is a large army in Chattanooga, grand scenery about, and I delayed for some time beholding it, then went down at the base of the ridge and saw Brother Will, the battery being encamped on a little rocky elevation out in the valley. November 14th. Raining a little in the morning. November 15th. Sun shining all day but cold wind blowing. No divine service, all the chaplains gone. November 19th. Pretty day. Some cannonading at Chattanooga. Have just completed our house. Weather has been beautiful the few days past. Yesterday, wrote to Jerry Leggett, 4th Kentucky Cavalry. There has been more or less cannonading Sunday. November 21st. Commenced raining last night and has kept up all day. Reading Burns by a good fire in our house. November 22nd. Brother Will to see us. Has not got off yet. A clear and pleasant day. I put the following letter in, as it gives an account of the movements of the brigade during the Battle of Missionary Ridge and retreat back to Dalton. The letter was printed in the Memphis Appeal, published at Atlanta, Georgia. My personal adventures were few. I saw a hard time. The night we got to the ridge, though late, thousands of campfires were sparkling in the valley beneath. A belt of fires encircled Chattanooga, showing the lines of the enemy, and all around the base of the ridge our fires were gleaming. We are permitted to publish the letter below, although a private one, from one friend to another, and not intended for the public eye. It will repay perusal, as it is well written and evinces none of the fright and panic generally supposed to have existed throughout our army in the unfortunate battles at Missionary Ridge, Camp 9th Regiment, Kentucky Volunteers, near Dalton, Georgia, December 2nd, 1863. Dear _________, we have had stirring times since you left, but taking all things into consideration have come off pretty well. You have, no doubt, been kept posted as to the general movements of this army by the newspapers. I have not seen one since we left Tyner Station, so I shall only attempt to give you a history of the part this regiment and brigade took in the late battle and retreat of the army. The day after you left, Monday, November 23rd, at 7 o'clock p.m., we broke up camp and marched for Missionary Ridge, where we arrived at midnight and stacked arms in line of battle on top of the ridge immediately above our old position. The following morning was cloudy and cold, and General Lewis moved the brigade into the ravine in rear of General Breckinridge's headquarters, where there were some vacated winter quarters. We were not permitted to enjoy these long, for we were again moved to the top of the hill about noon and formed in line, single file, a little to the left of the position we occupied in the morning. The brigade immediately commenced throwing up breastworks a little over the brow of the hill toward Chattanooga. It commenced raining at 12 p.m. and continued until nearly night, being very disagreeable. The enemy could not have selected a more favorable day for storming Lookout Mountain. The mist covered the greater part of it, and sometimes obscured the valley beneath from view. The batteries on Moccasin Point and at the Star Fort kept up a furious shelling nearly all day, their fire being directed at Lookout. The firing of small arms was incessant during the day, and long after night, when the flash of the guns seemed like myriads of fireflies on the mountain side. The next morning, 25, while the moon was in total eclipse, about 2 a.m., we moved to the right of General Bragg's headquarters, 2 miles, a little to the right of the tunnel on the Chattanooga and Cleveland Railroad, and at daylight formed in line as a reserve to General Smith's brigade, Major General Cleburne's division. We were attached to this division until we reached this place. Soon afterward the 9th was moved to the front and formed on the right of General Smith to fill up an interval between him and Liddell. Here we had to face the music without pits or breastworks. However, as the enemy did not advance upon us but once, and then only in single line, we easily held our position. We were on the side of one hill, and the enemy had to charge down one opposite. They advanced about 9 or 10 o'clock a.m. We were under fire about 20 minutes when the Yankees fell back. A great deal of their fire was, I believe, directed at a Texas regiment on our left. That intended for us was mostly too high. There were only 3 men wounded in the regiment. Sergeant Young, Company D, through the left hip by Minnie Ball, severely. Sergeant Caruth, color bearer, a Minnie Ball grazed his neck and breast, bruising him badly. He left the field only a few minutes. H.C. Johnson, Company H, flesh wound through the left arm by Minnie Ball. The enemy did not advance in our front any more. The 9th was the only regiment in the brigade that was engaged. When we stopped Johnny Green, and I made us a bed of brush and tried to sleep, having no other covering than our overcoats, we left all our blankets in wagons. But the night was too cold. First a mist commenced falling, then soon after turned into snow or hail. We had to nod around a fire all night. The next night a cold rain was pelting down, and while the boys were fortifying, I tried to get a little sleep by lying down close to a fire. I did sleep a moment, but burnt all the back out of my overcoat, or a big hole in it. Afterwards in the campaign, I often heard soldiers say, pointing me out, "Golly, didn't a shell come near getting that fellow? Look at the hole in his coat." The following morning, while going to the right, I saw Brother Will, who was still in the battery. I tried to get him to go with me, but he would not leave. I was standing immediately by Sergeant Young when he was shot, and I thought he was killed as the ball knocked him clear off the ground and threw him several feet. When night came on, we all commenced piling up leaves and building good fires, well satisfied that all was well, but we had scarcely laid down before orders came for us to move. When we got back to Chickamauga Station, the whole army was there in a mess. I got a little sleep during the night between Colonel Wycliffe and Dr. Byrne, who had blankets. The night we got to Ringgold, the boys had their choice to wade the stream about waist deep or go 2 miles farther by a bridge, and many went around by the bridge in preference to wading. Andy Cronin and myself bargained with a teamster, who had a very small mule, to take us over, for which we were to pay him $2 each. Andy is a very large man, and when we both got on the mule and pushed out into the river, he made demonstrations like he was going to his doom, and we had to use our heels with a vengeance to keep him from doing so. That morning, while we were in line near Chickamauga Station, I was on the skirmish line with Company D, and all the troops fell back unobserved by 4 or 5 of us, and we were surrounded before we knew it. We got out though by strategy and fast running. I thought for a time Camp Chase had won. I was worn out when we stopped at Tunnel Hill for the night. We had marched back and forth between Ringgold and Tunnel Hill, 7 miles, 2 or 3 times during the day, conforming our movements to Cleburne. After dark, a rain set in and sleep was out of the question. When morning came, I did not feel very strong, and turned my Enfield, picked up on the ridge, over to a gunless man. We had to stand in line of battle in a pelting rain until noon, when Cleburne passed us. Then we marched for Dalton on the railroad 6 or 7 miles. We stopped for the night in some old hospital buildings 1/2 mile from town on the railroad. That night, November 28th, I believe was the most disagreeable night I ever spent. The houses were not very tight, and I could not sleep on the floor inside, so I went out by a fire and hovered around it all night long. I believe the keenest wind was blowing I ever felt. I had not slept any scarcely for 4 or 5 nights, and could hardly hold my eyes open. Yet I knew if I went to sleep, I would freeze. November 29th, we moved a short distance up into a ravine to camp. Our wagon still being away, we had to rough it. The night was again cold, and I got no sleep. November 30th, today our wagons came up from Resaca. Johnny Green and I immediately fixed up our fly. We had no tent, by weatherboarding the back end and building a large fire in front. At night, we had our blankets spread down on a bed of leaves and slept 40 miles an hour. December 2nd, at night, received a letter from home by flag of truce via City Point. Brother Will's battery was fortunately abandoned at the ridge, and now he is with us. The winter of 1863 to 1864 in Dalton, Georgia, was a cold but peaceful one for the orphans. John Jackman and the rest of them, like so many in the Confederacy that season, took part in the religious revival that swept through the Army. There were also the usual entertainments, not the least of them the February 1864 election of delegates to the Confederate Congress in Richmond. Though Kentucky had never seceded, it was still represented, and since the only Kentuckians who could vote in a Confederate election were the men of the Orphan Brigade, a special campaign was conducted for them. The brigade was perhaps the only military unit of the war to elect its own public officials. Even more enjoyable for them was their leading role in the famous March 22nd Snowball Battle, which eventually involved thousands of frolicsome soldiers. But there was sad news as well. Their beloved commander, General Breckinridge, was ordered away to the armies in Virginia and could not take his Kentuckians with him. And lurking always in the backs of their minds was the knowledge that a massive Yankee army, commanded by William T. Sherman, was waiting for the warming of spring to begin a drive toward Atlanta. December 13th, 1863, a rainy day. Being Sunday, the church bells are ringing in town, the first bells I have heard for some time. For several days I have been too busy making reports to even write up my journal. Today I have made a notebook out of old quartermaster blanks and written up the days. December 14th. Johnny Green and I have again commenced internal, or rather external, improvements. We built a chimney to our fly today. December 15th. We have concluded to build a house for winter, and have been cutting and hauling pine logs for the purpose today. The troops had 4 pounds of sweet potatoes issued today in lieu of bread. Hard up. Isaac Bryant, who has been over to the cavalry camp, says they are worse off. He says the spurred gentry are cutting down old trees and robbing the woodpeckers of their winter stores of acorns, to the great discomfiture of the red-headed foresters. He says he saw an old woodpecker expostulate in vain with a cavalryman to leave her stores alone. December 16th, all day, by request of Captain Samuel Buchanan, Acting Inspector General of Brigade, ruling out forms for blanks to be printed. Set and raining at dark, cold and disagreeable. December 17th, had quite a storm of wind and rain last night. Thanks to our fly for not leaking much. Looking over Murray's Encyclopedia of Geography, brought into camp by Paul for the colonel to read. This old book came to me like a friend of childhood's happy days to call up pleasing reminiscences of times long ago, when a boy, many a winter evening, was whiled away combing over this book. Paul made a bad selection for the colonel, though not being a book for the camp. Another time, Paul was sent out to forage for literature and came into camp with a patent office report and one of Cicero's works in Latin. Paul pretended to be one of the literati, but I doubt whether he was scarcely able to read. He handed the colonel the large book, the P.O. report, and said he thought that a pretty good book. But this one, he said, holding out the one in Latin, is such D.D. bad print, I don't know whether you can read it or not. It was excellent print, but Paul didn't understand the nums, meums, tombs, etc. The colonel never sent him after books anymore, stopped raining at noon, and Johnny Green and I worked on our house until tattoo. December 18th, clear. December 19th, making weekly inspection report. Also made a blank for the brigade report as a favor for Captain Buchanan. Clear but cool. December 20th, in camp all day. No divine service in camp. Clear yet rather cool. To be comfortable without. December 21st, clear all day. At night wrote a letter for George Pash to send home. He cannot write well with his left hand yet. Lost his right hand at the Battle of Hartsville. My fee was a dozen oysters. Paid December 22nd. In the forenoon I pulled off my coat and rolled up my sleeves and daubed our new house. Quite a comfortable mansion for two to inhabit. It is also used for an office, as the roof is fly, which lets in plenty of light so I can see how to write. Afternoon visited Brother Will and saw some horse racing and came home. He came with me and stayed until 9 p.m. December 23rd. A cold, disagreeable day. Had bean soup, alone, for dinner, and for supper had biled rice without sugar to sweeten it. Tonight have written another letter for George Pash. December 24th. Nothing going on of great interest. In the evening our quartermaster and Captain John W. Gillum, owing to the proximity of Christmas times, and having taken on some pine top, were singing the Star-Spangled Banner with a vim. December 25th. A cold, cloudy, disagreeable day. Went to church in Dalton in forenoon and tonight. Have just written a letter home to send by flag of truce. Set in raining late at night. My Christmas dinner was bean soup without bread. The boys are not seeing a great deal of fun, some tipsy. December 26th, cloudy, misting, and raining. December 27th, reading by a blazing fire all day, quite at home, the rain not ceasing to patter on our canvas roof. December 28th, cool, cloudy at times, made inspection report. December 29th, clear, pleasant. December 30th, a very pleasant day. Recording orders, set in raining 9 p.m. and continued all night. December 31st, pouring down rain all day, the wind blowing and other disagreeable things. Today, 1 year ago, we were on Wayne's Hill, Murfreesboro, listening to the music of shells. January 1st, 1864. The new year ushered in a very cold manner. Ground hard frozen this morning. The sun shone bright, yet a cool wind blowing in forenoon. Very cold tonight, out of doors. But the reckless winter winds that come, sweeping over the bleak hills, roaring and snapping, screaming and shrieking through the bare branches of the old oak overhanging our abode, failed to penetrate the well-chinked walls about us. There is a fire kindled on the earthen hearth, its convivial glow lending a perfect air of coziness to the little tenement. January 2nd. Cold and clear, very cold. January 3rd. Weather more moderate today. The regiment paid off to October 31st, 1863. The commutation for clothing was also paid. I received about $33 commutation. Was kept busy all day, though Sunday, and did not attend church. Brother Will, staying all night with me. Commenced raining after dark. January 4th, rained some during the day. January 5th, too cold to rain. January 6th, disagreeably cold today. January 10th, wrote home by flag of truce half-page foolscap. The United States stamp so torn, accidentally I fear the letter will not go. Clear and cool today. January 11th, cloudy and sleeting at times. Brother Will took dinner with us. Made inspection report afterwards. January 12th, foggy this morning. Had hot biscuits, butter, molasses, and stewed peaches for breakfast. Quite an improvement on our general bill of fare. Damp, appearance of snow. The remainder of the week was the pleasantest weather ever had, but the ground would freeze at night, and the next would thaw, making it very muddy about camp. January 17th, 1864, Sunday. Went to church in the forenoon and heard a good sermon. There are 3 Protestant churches in Dalton: Baptist, Methodist, and Presbyterian. There is also a very neat Catholic church in town. On Sundays, these churches are generally full to overflowing with soldiers. Chaplains from the Army generally officiate. Many soldiers go to church just to get sight of a lady. January 18th, the following letter written on this date will give a little insight as to the way we are living. Letter from the Army. In camp, near Dalton, January 18th, 1864. The rain, how it patters down this morning, how gloomy without. We were gladdened yesterday by the sunlight, which fell in a golden flood on the surrounding hills, on the slopes of which are the rude villages, the present abiding place of our army. The inhabitants were enticed out of their cabins, in which they had been confined for some time by the frosty weather, and they perched upon the piles of wood in the streets to sun themselves, chattering away merrily, happy that the crystal bars of winter were broken for a time. But the rain has come, and with it slush and mud, making it more disagreeable than ever in camp. For some time past, owing to the inclemency of the weather, all drills, reviews, etc., have been omitted, but will, no doubt, be doubled as soon as the mud becomes navigable, in order that this army may be in the best possible trim to give Ulysses S. Grant a warm reception when he is met in the coming spring. Our habitations are pleasantly situated on the hills and add a strange beauty to the surrounding scenery, which is naturally romantic, while the blue columns of smoke curling up from the rude chimneys speak of comfort to the weather-beaten soldier. It is amusing to go through the camps to see the many plans after which the dwellings are built. They are of as many different shapes as has Proteus, while all manner of rough architecture is displayed, yet in every case the well-chinked walls shield the inmates from the rude blasts of winter and are generally comfortable, no matter what the over-fastidious may say to the contrary. In passing through these soldier towns, one may observe that the spirit of speculation has crept into the army to some extent. The trade is principally confined to gingerbread and goobers, which are temptingly displayed at many cabin doors for sale. There are also restaurants in full blast, where a cup of genuine misk with estuaries can be had at all hours. On the railroad, which is the thoroughfare between camps and town, a drinking saloon is sometimes opened in the shape of a man with several canteens swung around his neck, who doles out the pine top at the moderate rate of $2 a drink. There is generally a crowd around this saloon, which seems to do a thriving business in a small way. Camp life is not so horrible as one might suppose. The old heroes of 100 battles assemble around the roaring log fires, kindled on their earthen hearths, some, to talk of the gay times they will have when this cruel war is over, to recount their adventures, and hardships in former campaigns, and to speculate on those to be made in the future, and, not seldom, to talk of their faraway homes, many of which are in the lines of the enemy. Others, again, read their Bibles by the light of a blazing pine knot, soldiers' candles, while many seek amusement in the mysteries of 7-Up, poker, and other games. Thus are the long winter evenings whiled away. When wearied, they retire to their rough couches, perhaps to wander in sweet dreams to their faraway homes, and are surrounded by loved ones. Ah, many can visit their homes only in dreams. They have been driven back, step by step, dyeing their native soil with their blood, driven into exile. What a proud day it will be to these exiled veterans when the foe is hurled back from our borders, and they can once again cross their thresholds in reality to meet the dear ones from whom they have been separated so long. The winter is wearing away, and soon our battle flags will have to be unfurled to the breezes of spring, and the lines of gray will have to be drawn up, a living wall against which the tide of invasion, it is hoped, will beat in vain. The old year closed down upon us with defeat, disaster. May the present year bring us victory and success. The hour is dark and full of gloom, but such generally comes before the dawning of a beautiful day. When the above was written, the rain was pelting down. This morning, January 19th, there is a great change in the weather. We had a light fall of snow last night, costuming the hills in white robes. Early, the sun struggled through huge piles of dark clouds which were soon dispersed, leaving a clear sky and bright sun, and already the snow has nearly disappeared, except on the mountains which loom up dazzling white in the distance, presenting very beautiful scenery. Stop raining at noon and turn cold. Will probably snow. This morning, Professor Pickett spoke to the regiment, recommending that they vote for congressmen to represent us in the Confederate Congress. We are at issue in reference to this matter. As Kentucky has never seceded, electing congressmen to represent the state in the Confederate Congress is all a humbug. January 19th, a light fall of snow last night, which soon melted away, save on the distant hills, where it lies glittering white in the light of the winter sun. January 20th, beautiful day. January 21st, Generals Johnston and Hardee inspected the troops in camp of the brigade today. At night went to church in town. Some chaplain from the army preached from "Wisdom is better than weapons of war." From the way things look about here, there is but little wisdom in this locality. Noisy over on the left of the regiment at night, must be having an Irish wake. January 24th, being the Sabbath, attended divine service at the Baptist Church. Had a most able sermon from the Reverend Dr. Joseph C. Stiles of Savannah, Georgia, a Presbyterian, I believe. His sermon smacked greatly of politics. I believe he is one of the ablest divines I ever heard speak. At night, had a sermon at the same place from Dr. Flyer, an army chaplain. January the 25th. In the forenoon, the brigade was bugled out into an old field near our camp. The attendance was not compulsory, and some of the aspirants for Congress spoke to the boys. The old politicians, I see, have not forgotten how to work the wires. The following candidates spoke: Dr. Thomas Johnson, about the size of Humphrey Marshall and a surgeon in the Army; Major George W. Triplett, our old brigade quartermaster; Judge James W. Moore, who is at present a member from the upper part of the state; Colonel Martin H. Cofer of the 6th Kentucky; Sergeant Major John L. Marshall of the 4th Kentucky; and Colonel Philip Thompson, a member of the Provisional Government of Kentucky. The following, though not candidates, spoke: Colonel Philip Lightfoot Lee of the 2nd Kentucky, and Captain William Stanley of the 6th Kentucky, the state of Kentucky being present en masse. The speakers spread themselves, and the state cheered. Maurice Langhorne of our mess is a candidate, but he was not present to speak. February 5th. Grand Review of the Army by General Johnston today. A beautiful day for the occasion. This review took place in a large field south of town, half a mile. The troops were formed in 3 parallel lines, each nearly or quite 2 miles in length. After the general rode up and down the lines, going in front and rear of each, he took his station at a point for all to pass on review. At this point, a great number of ladies, citizens, and loafing soldiers were assembled, myself being among the latter. I heard the general tell his wife there were 40,000 troops in line on the field, and thinking it a story, I thought I would make an estimate. There were 87 regiments and battalions present, and I put down the infantry as between 23,000 and 25,000. I made no estimate of the artillery. There was 1 brigade on outpost, and Cleburne's division was away. The cavalry was not present. The troops as a general thing did not march well. Our brigade did finely, and so did another brigade or 2. Some commands came ganging by like flocks of sheep. February 7th. Attended divine service in town this morning. At 2 p.m., attended a meeting at the Presbyterian Church for the purpose of forming a Christian association for Lewis's brigade, but did not participate in the proceeding. February 11th. At night, the brigade went into town to see General Breckinridge and pay respects. He, being on the eve of leaving for the Department of Western Virginia, he made the boys a little speech, stating he was making every effort to have the brigade transferred to his new department. He then made a few happy remarks about Kentucky, etc. The boys are anxious to go with him, so as to be nearer home. The general seldom speaks in public, then only to our brigade. February 22nd. Just before tattoo, I noticed horses' hooves clattering over the road towards Army headquarters. A courier, of course, from the front, and I remarked that something had turned up. Sure enough, orders soon came in to be ready to move at a moment's notice, and to be prepared for action and to cook 2 days' rations. I went to bed at 12 o'clock, but had scarcely given up to nature's sweet restorer when an orderly call was rattled on the drum, and orders given to be ready to move at daylight. February 23rd. We have again taken the warpath, have left our snug winter quarters, and are now only sheltered by the broad canopy of the heavens. At daylight, all our baggage was loaded and the train started for the rear. Everything has the appearance of a retreat. At 3 p.m., our brigade moved up to Mill Spring or Creek Gap, 2 miles west of Dalton, and formed lines on a ridge at the east end of the gap. This gap is made through Rocky Face Ridge by the flow of Mill Creek, a considerable stream, and it is through this gap the railroad passes leading from Chattanooga to Atlanta. Seeing the troops clambering up the steep hills on either side of the gap reminded me of pictures seen of Hannibal crossing the Alps. We are held in reserve. The day has been beautiful, spring-like. Shall have to sleep on the ground, and no doubt sadly miss the cozy shanty in which we have been passing the winter. February 24th. This morning is one of sunshine. We are quietly resting on arms, not having heard a hostile gun yet. The news from the front is that the enemy is advancing in strong force, slowly, and are about Tunnel Hill. The main body have encamped at Ringgold last night. Our troops are still coming up from the rear, and are in fine spirits. Things don't look so much like a retreat now, more like fight. 9 p.m. I write by the light of a campfire. All was quiet today, save now and then the thunder of cannon would come from the front until about 4 o'clock in the evening. Then the skirmishers in front commenced a lively popping, our cavalry coming back to the rear, and one of our batteries opened in the gap. The enemy has not fired any shrieking shells yet. That is, none have come over us. We are some distance in the rear of the front line. Just before sundown, the brigade moved to the right across the railroad as a support to Stewart, who was having quite a lively skirmish. A little after dark, we moved back to our old position. Clayton's brigade on the right had quite a battle this evening, before sundown, the fighting taking place in his old camp. He drove the enemy back. The boys are now sleeping on their arms, taking a good night's rest, believing the morrow will bring the storm of battle. February the 25th. I write at 8 p.m. Contrary to expectation, we have not been engaged today. We moved very little. Late in the evening we clambered about halfway up Buzzard Roost, to our left, but at twilight came back to our old stamping ground. In the forenoon, all quiet around the lines, but as evening advanced, considerable cannonading in the gap and farther to the right. We had a few of the shriekers to pass over us in the afternoon. Saw a pretty lively skirmish to the right of the railroad this evening. Clayton again drove the enemy back on the right. Heavy fighting reported up there. A good deal of sensational from the right, in fact. All is quiet now, though a while after dark an occasional cannon was heard, and the sharpshooters would stir up a fuss. Thousands of campfires are blazing on the hills and in the valleys. Tomorrow, undoubtedly, the ball will open in earnest. February 26th, 1864. I write at 9:30 a.m., save an occasional report of a sharpshooter's gun, all is now quiet. Just as day was dawning, the skirmishers commenced firing pretty briskly, which caused the boys to spring to arms, a good reveille. Cool wind blowing from the northeast, sun shining brightly. Rumor says the enemy took Dug Gap, 4 miles to our left, yesterday evening. I had a good night's rest on a pallet of boards. 9 p.m. Nothing of interest has taken place today. There has not even been any cannonading. The skirmishers also have kept moderately quiet. Has been a beautiful day. Now the stars are twinkling in cloudless heavens. Nothing is heard save a squeaking violin, which some soldier of a musical turn has brought out on the field with him, and the occasional hooting of an owl from the neighboring forest. The hills and valleys are lit up by thousands of bivouac fires. We moved none today. Our position is on a spur of the main hill, which spur juts out into the valley at the east entrance of the gap. At its terminus on the creek, the side is very steep, and on the side next the enemy. A few trees stand on top of the ridge, the east slope being a cornfield. February 27th. At 10 a.m. our skirmishers advanced and found the enemy had gone back during the night. I have learned the Federal Army had all passed through Tunnel Hill by 10 p.m. I have been fooled twice in this movement. First, I thought we were going to retreat back towards Atlanta. Then later, I thought we were going to have a big battle. We neither retreated nor had to fight much. Pretty day. February 28th. At 10 a.m., marched back to our old camp, which we found in status quo, and the wagons back. It did not require us long to go to housekeeping again. February 29th. Commenced raining last night, and continued through the day until late in the evening, when the weather turned cold. Wintry. Lucky for us, we are in camp. Received a letter from home, dated February 3rd, sent by flag of truce. Read it over a dozen times. The second letter, received by flag of truce. March 2nd, clear and cold. Wrote a letter home, also wrote one for George Pash. March 6th, Sunday. Attended church in Dalton and heard a very good sermon by the Reverend Dr. John B. McFerrin, formerly editor of the Methodist Christian Advocate, Nashville. When again at night, Reverend Charles C. Weaver of Georgia spoke. 8 or 10 soldiers joined the church. Nothing of interest in the military line this week. Latter part of the week, weather clear, nights cool. March 7th, considerable hail and rain with thunder. March 8th, received a letter from home by flag of truce, dated February 10th, and answered it immediately. Went to church at night and heard Dr. McFerrin speak. March 9th, did not send my letter home until today. Went to church again tonight and heard Dr. McFerrin. The church, Baptist, is crowded full of soldiers every night. Many are joining. Set in raining, and I had to come home through it. March the 10th, bright and clear this morning. Beautiful morning. Received a letter from my old friend Jerry Leggett of the 4th Kentucky Cavalry. Brother Will called to see me at noon and remained several hours. His command will start tomorrow for the rear to recruit. March 13th, Sunday. A beautiful day. Went to church in forenoon and heard a good sermon by Reverend Payne. At church again at night. Attended church several nights during the week. No place else to go. March 14th. Wrote to Jerry Leggett. Fine weather. Looking for a letter from home. March 20th. Went to the Baptist church in forenoon to hear Brigadier General Pendleton, Chief of Artillery in Lee's Army, preach. He is Episcopal, an old man, gray beard, and stoutly built. Generals Johnston and Hardee were present, with many other generals. House very much crowded. At 2 p.m., Reverend Roberts, a Baptist missionary to the Army, preached near our camp. Went to Baptist church at night. All quiet in military circles the past week. Of nights the soldiers are generally at church in town. I went several nights during the week. Tuesday, March 22nd. Last night the snow fell 3 or 4 inches deep and continued snowing, not very hard though, through the day. We have seen more fun today than at any one time during the war. Early in the morning, the 4th Kentucky, whose camp is near Tyler's brigade of our division, got up a snow fight with Tyler's men, and all the other regiments in our brigade went to reinforce the 4th. After fighting a while, our brigade and Tyler's made friends, and both went over to Finley's Florida brigade of our division and charged the camp. Finley was soon cleaned out. Not having seen enough fun, our division, Bates, marched on Stovall's brigade, Stewart's division, 2 miles off. We marched in military order, and when we got in the neighborhood of the camp, sent forward, after forming lines of battle, a line of skirmishers to develop the enemy. Our skirmishers soon had to fall back before superior numbers, and we made a general assault. We took the camp with so little fighting, not having seen near sport enough. Our lines fell back and let Stovall's men prepare for defense. By this time, General Stovall came in person and had his brigade formed. We charged again and took a stand of colors, and General Stovall himself, Lieutenant Thomas A. McLean, and I had the honor to capture the flag, which we brought to camp. Having entirely demoralized Stovall, we came home. I got several bruises. In the afternoon, a courier came over from Tyler's brigade, stating that all of Stewart's division was advancing on our division. Soon our regiments were marching to the halfway grounds, which was to be the seat of war. We formed our lines in a range of hills and waited for the enemy after sending out skirmishers. Had not been in line long when we could see the red banners of the advancing hosts contrasting beautifully with the white snow. They came steadily forward, and soon the air was full of snowballs. Before the action commenced, our quartermaster, who had the honor to command our regiment, and we had the honor to be commanded by him, made us a stirring speech. all of Stuart's men had 10 rounds each of snowballs in their haversacks, and we had to fall back. I received a wound in the left eye in the early part of the action. Quartermaster came near being captured, only saving himself by putting spurs to his horse. As we were driven through Finley's and Tyler's camps, their men deserted us, and we still had to retreat before superior numbers. We took advantage of the ground occasionally and gave the overpowering columns a check. A detachment of our men captured General Stuart. At last, when they had driven us back to the camp of the 4th Kentucky, our regiment made a flank movement, which so surprised the enemy he was soon put to rout, and our camp saved from pillage. The 4th and 2nd lost their flags. We took out the banner captured from the 47th Georgia, Stovall's brigade. I believe it was the 47th, perhaps the 41st, and we brought it back with us. Lieutenant McLean acted as color sergeant, and I as his guard. After we had routed the enemy, we captured many prisoners, among them Major Austin of Louisiana, who occasionally gives us something to laugh at, over the name of Major Cherrycombe. Tonight I feel terribly sore. March 23rd. The sun is shining this morning, and the snow is rapidly disappearing. Feel so sore from my sport yesterday I can scarcely move. The boys want me to write an account of the late battle and have it published, but I feel too crippled. March 25th. Wind blew very hard last night, bringing up a snowstorm. The ground was white again this morning with snow, but it soon melted away. The brigade has gone out to the execution of the sentence of a court-martial on one Keene, of the 2nd Florida Regiment, who is to be shot for desertion. This is a murky day. I would hate to be shot on such a day, especially for desertion. March 27th, Sunday. Had a cup of genuine coffee this morning for breakfast, something unusual. A beautiful morning, very spring-like. Went to church at 10 a.m. in Dalton. Heard a good discourse by Reverend Taylor. I attended church again at night. Heard a good discourse by the Reverend Hutchins of Mobile, Alabama. Today has been beautiful throughout. I think the winter is now over. The spring birds have set up their songs in the thickets, and this morning I heard the cooing of a dove, the first of the season. March 28th. Cloudy and cold wind from the east. Rain dashes down at times. Wrote a letter home for George Posh. Steady rain in the evening until nearly dark, when the clouds broke away and the cold east wind again set in. Late at night had a storm of wind and rain. March 29th. A spring-like morning. This is truly changeable weather. Had no rations to cook for breakfast. Has been a peculiar day. As it advanced, a mist settled over the hills, veiling the sun from view. March 30th. A cloudy, cheerless day. A few snowflakes whirling in the air this morning. March 31st. Went to the old field south of town to witness a sham battle between Cleburne's and Bates' divisions against Cheatham's and Walker's, all of Hardee's corps. The day was pretty, and the troops maneuvered well. But there was nothing very exciting about the drill. Had stewed peaches and cornbread for dinner. Went to church at night and heard Dr. McFerrin. Rained during the night. April 1st. Had cornbread straight for breakfast. Baked beef and Irish potatoes for dinner. Cloudy and sometimes rainy during the day. Being the first of the month, had to make several reports. Oh, what a gloomy evening. Captain John J. Williams showed me a book this evening, which if I ever become again civilized, I shall obtain a copy. The Elementary French Reader, or Easy Method for Beginners in Translating French, etc., by Norman Penny, A.M. Captain Williams has been looking over it a week or so and can already read French pretty well. April 2nd, a murky day, made monthly return, nothing going on of interest. April 3rd, Sunday. A pleasant morning, nearly clear, a few white tufts of cloud floating about in the heavens. Went to church at 10 a.m., heard Reverend Hutchins, and again at night Dr. McFerrin speaking. April 4th, 1864. Raining this morning, the cold east wind dashing the rain against our canvas roof very disagreeable. Raining at times during the whole day, but just before the sun retired he smiled upon us through the inky masses of cloud which had broken into fragments. Nearly always see General B.F. Cheatham at church. April 5th, cloudy, not cold, but disagreeable. At church tonight, a very young man preached. He will do better, I hope, when he grows older. I believe there has been church in town every night since the Army has been here. April 6th, the sun has been shining all day, very pleasant, spring-like. I hope the winter is now over. Some cannonading in front. Probably our neighbors at Chattanooga are also having sham battles. April 7th, our corps had another sham battle today, Cleburne and Bate against Cheatham and Walker, this time using blank cartridges. Many people were on the ground to witness the scene. Ladies from nearly every city in the South, or in Georgia, rather, were present. The spectators were on a hill hard by, where they could see all the maneuvering. The firing sounded very much like a battle. The cavalry charged our division, and we were formed in oblique squares. Our boys shot wads at the spurred gentlemen and wounded one or two pretty badly. In the morning the rain commenced, but soon stopped, and we had a beautiful day for the occasion. Clouded up again in the evening. April 8th, raining this morning, being a day for fasting, etc. Went to the Baptist church at 10 a.m. and heard a young preacher. At 3 p.m. had a discourse from Reverend Dr. Teasdale, or Testel, a Baptist minister from Mississippi. He is a venerable-looking man and a man of great intelligence. Had showers during the day, and after dark, the rain poured down in torrents for a few hours. April 9th, the sun is coming up clear and bright, and the birds are singing merrily. Happy it seems, the rain is over. Clouded up in the evening, went to church, and had to come home through the rain. A cold north wind blowing. April 10th, Sunday, cloudy, wind from the east. Every Sunday morning, have general inspection of arms, quarters, etc. At 8 o'clock, went to church in town. Dr. Teasdale spoke. At night went back again and heard Brigadier General Lowry of our army, a Baptist. He is a close reasoner and spoke eloquently. He seemed in earnest, not merely speaking that the boys might hear a general. He is a tall, military-looking man, about 30 years of age from appearance. I am not sure, but I believe he is from Alabama. April 11th, beautiful this morning. The birds seem rejoicing, as well as man, at the return of pleasant weather, for they are singing merrily enough. Heard Reverend Worrell, an editor. He edits The Soldier's Friend, published at Atlanta. I don't think him of much force. Wrote home. April 12th, raining this morning at daylight, but cleared up again. Showers during the day. Went to church at night through the rain, but when I came back the moon was shining brightly. Dr. Teasdale spoke. April 13th, beautiful day throughout. The flowers are blooming and the trees leaving out. I welcome the springtime. At night went to church. Reverend Roberts spoke. He is an old chap, full of zeal. Lives at LaGrange, Georgia. April 14th, cloudy this morning. Looks like rain. At night went to the Methodist church. The different denominations have been meeting at the Baptist church until now. They have gotten up a row and have divided off. I did not learn the man's name who preached. April 15th, rained a little in the morning, but turned out to be a delightful day. April 16th, pretty morning. Have not had any newspapers for a week, owing to the strike of the printers at Atlanta. I feel at a loss without the daily papers, don't know what is going on in the world, looking for flag of truce letters, as 2 days have passed since a boat arrived at City Point. This evening an Army missionary preached near our camp. Professor Pickett was present. He is in bad health and has not been with the brigade a great deal this winter. He stays at Atlanta. At night went to the Baptist church in town and heard Reverend O'Kelly, the first Irish Protestant I ever heard. He spoke well. April 17th, Sunday. In the morning attended Baptist church and heard O'Kelly. Reverend Roberts baptized 17 soldiers near Bates' old brigade in the afternoon. A slight fall of rain set in at dark. April 18th. Clear today, save at noon. Had an April shower and some thunder. Cool wind from the north tonight. Heard General Lowry preach at night. April 19th. Cloud and sunshine. Cool wind from the north. General Johnston reviewed the Army today on the usual grounds. The troops did pretty well, seem in good spirits. April 20th. Clear and more pleasant today. Our neighbors at Chattanooga must be having another sham battle, as I hear heavy firing of artillery in that direction. April 21st. Cloudy and cool wind from the east. Artillery firing towards Chattanooga again today. We have been living better of late, as rations of hams are issued instead of blue beef. Had a shower of rain at 4 p.m., clear tonight, the moon shining brightly. I hear a whip-poor-will back of our cabin tonight, the first one I have heard this spring. April 22nd. A nice breeze from the south today. Heard Chaplain Miller of the 5th Kentucky at the Methodist Church tonight. April 23rd. Received a letter from Jerry Leggett. Clear in the morning. A strong breeze from the south set in at noon, and now a few fleecy clouds are floating about. I have been watching their shadows fleeting over the plains and clambering the sides of the distant mountains. Tonight, Parson H. H. Kavanaugh, Jr., of the 6th Kentucky, spoke at the Methodist Church. He is a nephew of the bishop. I don't think he has inherited much of the bishop's talent. Sunday, April 24th. Raining this morning, cleared up about 10 a.m., and I went to church, heard Chaplain Miller. In the afternoon, Professor Pickett immersed 7 soldiers near camp. At night, went to the Methodist Church and heard Dr. Hamilton. He is an intelligent speaker, has a very peculiar delivery. April 25th, wrote to Jerry Leggett. Dull in camp, a nice spring day. April 26th, at night went to the Presbyterian Church and heard a very intelligent man. April 27th, a lovely day. Some cannonading in front about noon. Flag of truce letters have been coming several days, but I do not receive any. George Pash received one from home, and I answered it for him hastily. He is not able to write well with his left hand yet. Tonight at the Presbyterian Church and had a sermon by Reverend Harris, or Harrison, a refugee from Knoxville, Tennessee, formerly from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. April 28th. Received a letter from home this morning by flag of truce. Answered it hurriedly tonight. Did not send the letter written for Jerry Leggett today. A beautiful day. April 29th. Cloudy this morning. Cannonade in front. Sent letter to Jerry Leggett and one home. Received orders to be ready for action. About 10 a.m., the enemy made a dash on our front and captured some of our cavalry. Reported this evening they have gone back. Went to Baptist Church and heard Old Man Roberts. Rained very hard late at night. April 30th. Bright and clear this morning. The shower last night has freshened things up. Showering during the day. At night went to Baptist Church, and as I was coming back heard such a shooting and yelling. Over at Tyler's, Bates' old brigade, I thought our blue friends were paying us a night visit, but before retiring I learned the soldiers were tearing down some pillories which had been erected in the brigade. The boys call this kind of punishment trying to pass the board. Such things would not be permitted in our brigade as the erection of such contraptions. Sunday, May 1st, a beautiful day, went to Baptist Church 10 a.m., and old man Roberts preached a very good sermon. Then John Green and I took a stroll around the lines, which to the right of town are strongly fortified. In the evening, went to baptizing near Tyler's brigade. Chaplain Tompkins of Finley's brigade immersed 25 soldiers. Went to Baptist Church at night. May 2nd, cool, though pretty morning. About 10 a.m., received orders to be ready for action at a moment's notice. Just before the order came, we heard guns at the front. A few minutes after, we fell in and marched out through Mill Creek Gap, or nearly through the gap, and halted in the road. While standing in the road, a cold shower of rain fell, which drenched us to the skin. Soon after, we about-faced and returned to camp. Seeing Joseph Easek on the train going towards Tunnel Hill, the boys gave him a cheer, which he acknowledged by taking off his hat. Clear and cool this evening. The cause of our move this morning was our cavalry being driven through Tunnel Hill. The Federals immediately went back. May 3rd, clear and cool this morning, frost last night. Tonight went to the Methodist Church and heard a sermon by a stranger. All has been quiet in front. May 4th, warm, lazy day. The regiment went out this morning at 8 o'clock to work on fortifications, to be back this evening. Such a lazy day, I thought nothing would move, but orders have just come in to be ready in a moment's notice to go in. Our pickets reported driven in on the Cleveland Road. The regiment came in at 4 p.m., May 5th. All quiet today. Went to Baptist Church tonight and heard Reverend Roberts. Pretty day. May 6th, beautiful day. All are expecting the ball to open soon. There is no telling these times what is going to take place. I don't think there will be much fighting for several days, and I doubt that we fight at all about Dalton. We may go out to see our neighbors. February 24th, 1864. This morning is one of sunshine. We are quietly resting on arms, not having heard a hostile gun yet. The news from the front is that the enemy is advancing in strong force slowly and are about Tunnel Hill, the main body having camped at Ringgold last night. Our troops are still coming up from the rear and are in fine spirits. Things don't look so much like a retreat now, more like fight. 9 p.m. I write by the light of a campfire. All was quiet today, save now, and then the thunder of cannon would come from the front until about 4 o'clock in the evening. Then the skirmishers in front commenced a lively popping, our cavalry coming back to the rear, and one of our batteries opened in the gap. The enemy has not fired any shrieking shells yet. That is, none have come over us. We are some distance in the rear of the front line. Just before sundown, the brigade moved to the right across the railroad as a support to Stewart, who was having quite a lively skirmish. A little after dark, we moved back to our old position. Clayton's brigade on the right had quite a battle this evening, before sundown, the fighting taking place in his old camp. He drove the enemy back. The boys are now sleeping on their arms, taking a good night's rest, believing the morrow will bring the storm of battle. February 25th. I write at 8 p.m. Contrary to expectation, we have not been engaged today. We moved very little. Late in the evening we clambered about halfway up Buzzard Roost to our left, but at twilight came back to our old stamping ground. In the forenoon, all quiet around the lines, but as evening advanced, considerable cannonading in the gap and farther to the right. We had a few of the shriekers to pass over us in the afternoon. Saw a pretty lively skirmish to the right of the railroad this evening. Clayton again drove the enemy back on the right. Heavy fighting reported up there. A good deal of sensational from the right, in fact. All is quiet now, though a while after dark an occasional cannon was heard, and the sharpshooters would stir up a fuss. Thousands of campfires are blazing on the hills and in the valleys. Tomorrow, undoubtedly, the ball will open in earnest. February 26th. I write at 9:30 M. Save an occasional report of a sharpshooter's gun. All is now quiet. Just as day was dawning, the skirmishers commenced firing pretty briskly, which caused the boys to spring to arms. A good reveille. Cool wind blowing from the northeast. Sun shining brightly. Rumor says the enemy took Dug Gap, 4 miles to our left, yesterday evening. I had a good night's rest on a pallet of boards. 9 p.m. Nothing of interest has taken place today. There has not even been any cannonading. The skirmishers also have kept moderately quiet. Has been a beautiful day. Now the stars are twinkling in cloudless heavens. Nothing is heard, save a squeaking violin, which some soldier of a musical turn has brought out on the field with him, and the occasional hooting of an owl from the neighboring forest. The hills and valleys are lit up by thousands of bivouac fires. We moved none today. Our position is on a spur of the main hill, which spur juts out into the valley at the east entrance of the gap. At its terminus on the creek, the side is very steep, and on the side next the enemy. A few trees stand on top of the ridge, the east slope being a cornfield. February 27th. At 10 a.m. our skirmishers advanced and found the enemy had gone back during the night. I have learned the Federal Army had all passed through Tunnel Hill by 10 p.m. I have been fooled twice in this movement. First, I thought we were going to retreat back towards Atlanta. Then later, I thought we were going to have a big battle. We neither retreated nor had to fight much. Pretty day. February 28th. At 10 a.m., marched back to our old camp, which we found in status quo, and the wagons back. It did not require us long to go to housekeeping again. February 29th. Commenced raining last night, and continued through the day until late in the evening, when the weather turned cold. Wintry. Lucky for us, we are in camp. Received a letter from home, dated February 3rd, sent by flag of truce. Read it over a dozen times. The second letter received by flag of truce. March 2nd, clear and cold. Wrote a letter home. Also wrote one for George Posh. March 6th, Sunday. Attended church in Dalton and heard a very good sermon by the Reverend Dr. John B. McFerrin, formerly editor of the Methodist Christian Advocate, Nashville. When again at night, Reverend Charles C. Weaver of Georgia spoke. 8 or 10 soldiers joined the church. Nothing of interest in the military line this week. Latter part of the week, weather clear, nights cool. March 7th, considerable hail and rain with thunder. March 8th, received a letter from home by flag of truce, dated February 10th, and answered it immediately. Went to church at night and heard Dr. McFerrin speak. March 9th, did not send my letter home until today. Went to church again tonight and heard Dr. McFerrin. The church, Baptist, is crowded full of soldiers every night. Many are joining. Set in raining, and I had to come home through it. March the 10th, bright and clear this morning. Beautiful morning. Received a letter from my old friend Jerry Leggett of the 4th Kentucky Cavalry. Brother Will called to see me at noon and remained several hours. His command will start tomorrow for the rear to recruit. March 13th, Sunday. A beautiful day. Went to church in forenoon and heard a good sermon by Reverend Payne. At church, again at night. Attended church several nights during the week. No place else to go. March 14th, Wrote to Jerry Leggett. Fine weather. Looking for a letter from home. March 20th, went to the Baptist Church in forenoon to hear Brigadier General Pendleton, Chief of Artillery in Lee's Army, preach. He is Episcopal, an old man, gray beard, and stoutly built. Generals Johnston and Hardee were present, with many other generals. House very much crowded. At 2 p.m., Reverend Roberts, a Baptist missionary to the Army, preached near our camp. Went to Baptist church at night. All quiet in military circles the past week. Of nights, the soldiers are generally at church in town. I went several nights during the week. Tuesday, March 22nd. Last night the snow fell 3 or 4 inches deep and continued snowing, not very hard though, through the day. We have seen more fun today than at any one time during the war. Early in the morning, the 4th Kentucky, whose camp is near Tyler's brigade of our division, got up a snow fight with Tyler's men, and all the other regiments in our brigade went to reinforce the 4th. After fighting a while, our brigade and Tyler's made friends, and both went over to Finley's Florida brigade of our division and charged the camp. Finley was soon cleaned out. Not having seen enough fun, our division, Bates, marched on Stovall's brigade, Stewart's division 2 miles off. We marched in military order, and when we got in the neighborhood of the camp, sent forward, after forming lines of battle, a line of skirmishers to develop the enemy. Our skirmishers soon had to fall back before superior numbers, and we made a general assault. We took the camp with so little fighting, not having seen near sport enough. Our lines fell back and let Stovall's men prepare for defense. By this time, General Stovall came in person and had his brigade formed. We charged again and took a stand of colors, and General Stovall himself, Lieutenant Thomas A. McLean, and I had the honor to capture the flag, which we brought to camp. Having entirely demoralized Stovall, we came home. I got several bruises. In the afternoon, a courier came over from Tyler's brigade, stating that all of Stewart's division was advancing on our division. Soon our regiments were marching to the halfway grounds, which was to be the seat of war. We formed our lines in a range of hills and waited for the enemy after sending out skirmishers. Had not been in line long when we could see the red banners of the advancing hosts, contrasting beautifully with the white snow. They came steadily forward, and soon the air was full of snowballs. Before the action commenced, our quartermaster, who had the honor to command our regiment, and we had the honor to be commanded by him, made us a stirring speech. All of Stewart's men had 10 rounds each of snowballs in their haversacks, and we had to fall back. I received a wound in the left eye in the early part of the action. Quartermaster came near being captured, only saving himself by putting spurs to his horse. As we were driven through Finley's and Tyler's camps, their men deserted us, and we still had to retreat before superior numbers. We took advantage of the ground occasionally and gave the overpowering columns a check. A detachment of our men captured General Stewart. At last, when they had driven us back to the camp of the 4th Kentucky, our regiment made a flank movement, which so surprised the enemy he was soon put to rout, and our camp saved from pillage. The 4th and 2nd lost their flags. We took out the banner captured from the 47th Georgia, Stovall's brigade, I believe it was the 47th, perhaps the 41st, and we brought it back with us. Lieutenant McLean acted as color sergeant, and I as his guard. After we had routed the enemy, we captured many prisoners, among them Major Austin of Louisiana, who occasionally gives us something to laugh at over the name of Major Cherrycomb. Tonight I feel terribly sore. March the 23rd. The sun is shining this morning and the snow is rapidly disappearing. Feel so sore from my sport yesterday, I can scarcely move. The boys want me to write an account of the late battle and have it published, but I feel too crippled. March 25th. Wind blew very hard last night, bringing up a snowstorm. The ground was white again this morning with snow, but it soon melted away. The brigade has gone out to the execution of the sentence of a court-martial on one Keene of the 2nd Florida Regiment, who is to be shot for desertion. This is a murky day. I would hate to be shot on such a day, especially for desertion. March 27th, Sunday. Had a cup of genuine coffee this morning for breakfast. Something unusual. A beautiful morning, very spring-like. Went to church at 10 a.m. in Dalton. Heard a good discourse by Reverend Taylor. I attended church. Again at night. Heard a good discourse by the Reverend Hutchins of Mobile, Alabama. Today has been beautiful throughout. I think the winter is now over. The spring birds have set up their songs in the thickets, and this morning I heard the cooing of a dove, the first of the season. March the 28th. Cloudy and cold wind from the east. Rain dashes down at times. Wrote a letter home for George Pash. Steady rain in the evening until nearly dark, when the clouds broke away and the cold east wind again set in. Late at night had a storm of wind and rain. March the 29th, a spring-like morning. This is truly changeable weather. Had no rations to cook for breakfast. Has been a peculiar day. As it advanced, a mist settled over the hills, veiling the sun from view. March 30th, a cloudy, cheerless day. A few snowflakes whirling in the air this morning. March 31st. Went to the old field south of town to witness a sham battle between Cleburne's and Bates' divisions against Cheatham's and Walker's, all of Hardee's corps. The day was pretty and the troops maneuvered well, but there was nothing very exciting about the drill. Had stewed peaches and cornbread for dinner. Went to church at night and heard Dr. McFerrin. Rained during the night. April 1st. Had cornbread straight for breakfast. Baked beef and Irish potatoes for dinner. Cloudy and sometimes rainy during the day. Being the first of the month, had to make several reports. Oh, what a gloomy evening. Captain John J. Williams showed me a book this evening, which, if I ever become again civilized, I shall obtain a copy. The Elementary French Reader, or Easy Method for Beginners in Translating French, etc., by Norman Penny, A.M. Captain Williams has been looking over it a week or so and can already read French pretty well. April 2nd, a murky day, made monthly return, nothing going on of interest. April 3rd, Sunday. A pleasant morning, nearly clear, a few white tufts of cloud floating about in the heavens. Went to church at 10 a.m., heard Reverend Hutchins, and again at night Dr. McFerrin speaking. April 4th. Raining this morning, the cold east wind dashing the rain against our canvas roof very disagreeable. Raining at times during the whole day, but just before the sun retired, he smiled upon us through the inky masses of cloud which had broken into fragments. Nearly always see General B.F. Cheatham at church. April 5th. Cloudy, not cold, but disagreeable. At church tonight, a very young man preached. He will do better, I hope, when he grows older. I believe there has been church in town every night since the Army has been here. April 6th. The sun has been shining all day, very pleasant, spring-like. I hope the winter is now over. Some cannonading in front. Probably our neighbors at Chattanooga are also having sham battles. April 7th. Our corps had another sham battle today, Cleburne and Bate, against Cheatham and Walker, this time using blank cartridges. Many people were on the ground to witness the scene. Ladies from nearly every city in the South, or in Georgia rather, were present. The spectators were on a hill hard by, where they could see all the maneuvering. The firing sounded very much like a battle. The cavalry charged our division, and we were formed in oblique squares. Our boys shot wads at the spurred gentlemen and wounded one or two pretty badly. In the morning the rain commenced, but soon stopped, and we had a beautiful day for the occasion. Clouded up again in the evening. April 8th, raining this morning, being a day for fasting, etc. Went to the Baptist church at 10 a.m. and heard a young preacher. At 3 p.m. had a discourse from Reverend Dr. Teasdale, or Tesdell, a Baptist minister from Mississippi. He is a venerable-looking man and a man of great intelligence. Had showers during the day, and after dark the rain poured down in torrents for a few hours. April 9th. The sun is coming up clear and bright, and the birds are singing merrily. Happy, it seems, the rain is over. Clouded up in the evening. Went to church and had to come home through the rain. A cold north wind blowing. April 10th, Sunday, cloudy wind from the east. Every Sunday morning have general inspection of arms, quarters, etc. at 8 o'clock. Went to church in town. Dr. Teasdale spoke. At night went back again and heard Brigadier General Lowry of our army, a Baptist. He is a close reasoner and spoke eloquently. He seemed in earnest, not merely speaking that the boys might hear a general. He is a tall, military-looking man, about 30 years of age. From appearance, I am not sure, but I believe he is from Alabama. April 11th. Beautiful this morning. The birds seem rejoicing as well as man at the return of pleasant weather, for they are singing merrily enough. Heard Reverend Worrell, an editor. He edits the Soldier's Friend, published at Atlanta. I don't think him of much force. Wrote home, April 12th. Raining this morning at daylight, but cleared up again. Showers during the day. Went to church at night through the rain, but when I came back the moon was shining brightly. Dr. Teasdale spoke. April 13th. Beautiful day throughout. The flowers are blooming and the trees leaving out. I welcome the springtime. At night went to church. Reverend Roberts spoke. He is an old chap full of zeal. Lives at LaGrange, Georgia. April 14th. Cloudy this morning. Looks like rain. At night went to the Methodist church. The different denominations have been meeting at the Baptist church until now. They have gotten up a row and have divided off. I did not learn the man's name who preached. April 15th. Rained a little in the morning, but turned out to be a delightful day. April 16th. Pretty morning. Have not had any newspapers for a week, owing to the strike of the printers at Atlanta. I feel at a loss without the daily papers. Don't know what is going on in the world. Looking for flag of truce letters, as 2 days have passed since a boat arrived at City Point. This evening an army missionary preached near our camp. Professor Pickett was present. He is in bad health and has not been with the brigade a great deal this winter. He stays at Atlanta. At night went to the Baptist church in town and heard Reverend O'Kelly, the first Irish Protestant I ever heard. He spoke well. April 17th, Sunday. In the morning attended Baptist church and heard O'Kelly. Reverend Roberts baptized 17 soldiers near Bates' old brigade in the afternoon. A slight fall of rain set in at dark. April 18th. Clear today, save at noon, had an April shower and some thunder. Cool wind from the north tonight. Heard General Lowry preach at night. April 19th. Cloud and sunshine. Cool wind from the north. General Johnston reviewed the army today on the usual grounds. The troops did pretty well, seem in good spirits. April 20th. Clear and more pleasant today. Our neighbors at Chattanooga must be having another sham battle, as I hear heavy firing of artillery in that direction. April 21st. Cloudy and cool wind from the east. Artillery firing towards Chattanooga again today. We have been living better of late, as rations of hams are issued instead of blue beef. Had a shower of rain at 4 p.m., clear tonight. The moon shining brightly. I hear a whip-poor will back of our cabin tonight, the first one I have heard this spring. April 22nd, a nice breeze from the south today. Heard Chaplain Miller of the 5th Kentucky at the Methodist Church tonight. April 23rd, received a letter from Jerry Leggett, clear in the morning. A strong breeze from the south set in at noon, and now a few fleecy clouds are floating about. I have been watching their shadows fleeting over the plains and clambering the sides of the distant mountains. Tonight Parson H. Kavanaugh, Jr., of the 6th Kentucky, spoke at the Methodist Church. He is a nephew of the bishop. I don't think he has inherited much of the bishop's talent. Sunday, April 24th. Raining this morning, cleared up about 10 a.m., and I went to church. Heard Chaplain Miller. In the afternoon, Professor Pickett immersed 7 soldiers near camp. At night, went to the Methodist Church and heard Dr. Hamilton. He is an intelligent speaker, has a very peculiar delivery. April 25th. Wrote to Jerry Leggett. Dull in camp. A nice spring day. April 26th. At night went to the Presbyterian Church and heard a very intelligent man. April 27th. A lovely day. Some cannonading in front about noon. Flag of truce letters have been coming several days, but I do not receive any. George Pash received one from home, and I answered it for him hastily. He is not able to write well with his left hand yet. Tonight at the Presbyterian Church and had a sermon by Reverend Harris, or Harrison, a refugee from Knoxville, Tennessee, formerly from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. April 28th. Received a letter from home this morning by flag of truce. Answered it hurriedly tonight. Did not send the letter written for Jerry Leggett today. A beautiful day. April 29th. Cloudy this morning. Cannonade in front. Sent letter to Jerry Leggett and one home. Received orders to be ready for action. About 10 a.m., the enemy made a dash on our front and captured some of our cavalry. Reported this evening they have gone back. Went to Baptist Church and heard Old Man Roberts. Rained very hard, late at night. April 30th. Bright and clear this morning. The shower last night has freshened things up. Showering during the day. At night, went to Baptist Church, and as I was coming back, heard such a shooting and yelling over at Tyler's Bates Old Brigade. I thought our blue friends were paying us a night visit, but before retiring, I learned the soldiers were tearing down some pillories, which had been erected in the brigade. The boys call this kind of punishment trying to pass the board. Such things would not be permitted in our brigade as the erection of such contraptions. Sunday, May 1st, a beautiful day. Went to Baptist Church 10 a.m. and Old Man Roberts preached a very good sermon. Then John Green and I took a stroll around the lines, which, to the right of town, are strongly fortified. In the evening went to baptizing near Tyler's Brigade. Chaplain Tompkins of Finley's Brigade immersed 25 soldiers. Went to Baptist Church at night. May 2nd, cool, though pretty morning. About 10 a.m., received orders to be ready for action at a moment's notice. Just before the order came, we heard guns at the front. A few minutes after, we fell in and marched out through Mill Creek Gap, or nearly through the gap, and halted in the road. While standing in the road, a cold shower of rain fell, which drenched us to the skin. Soon after, we about-faced and returned to camp, seeing Joseph eat. On the train, going towards Tunnel Hill, the boys gave him a cheer, which he acknowledged by taking off his hat. Clear and cool this evening. The cause of our move this morning was our cavalry being driven through Tunnel Hill. The Federals immediately went back. May 3rd, clear and cool this morning, frost last night. Tonight, went to the Methodist church and heard a sermon by a stranger. All has been quiet in front. May 4th, warm, lazy day. The regiment went out this morning at 8 o'clock to work on fortifications, to be back this evening. Such a lazy day, I thought nothing would move, but orders have just come in to be ready in a moment's notice to go in. Our pickets reported driven in on the Cleveland Road. The regiment came in at 4 p.m. May 5th. All quiet today. Went to Baptist church tonight and heard Reverend Roberts. Pretty day. May 6th. Beautiful day. All are expecting the ball to open soon. There is no telling these times what is going to take place. I don't think there will be much fighting for several days, and I doubt that we fight at all about Dalton. We may go out to see our neighbors. May 7th, 1864. We are again on the warpath. I think I shall now have something more stirring to put in my journal than church-goings and keeping a meteorological table. Between 9 and 10 a.m., our cavalry was driven from Tunnel Hill, and soon after we received our orders to hold ourselves in readiness for action. At 1 p.m., we moved out and took position on a little ridge just beyond Mill Creek Gap towards Tunnel Hill. Our brigade rested on the railroad on the right, and there connected with Stewart's division, our division extending around to the left to the base of Buzzard Roost. We lay around all evening witnessing a little skirmish among the cavalry in front. We could see blue lines up towards the tunnel, 3 miles off. It has been a pleasant spring day. At 12 at night, we moved back through the gap and formed as a reserve to Stewart, our left resting on the railroad. May 8th. At 11 a.m., our brigade moved to the right and took position on top of Rocky Face. The day was hot, and the hill, or rather mountain, being long and steep, we had quite a hard time getting to our position. Sometimes we would have to clamber up places almost perpendicular. The brigade, in a single rank, was deployed almost as far apart as skirmishers. The position is a strong one. The hill towards the enemy is long and steep and is covered with trees. At the top, however, a wall of solid rock rises, sometimes as high as 40 or 50 feet, and in places even projects over. These rocks also rise above the top of the hill, forming a natural breastwork, thus protecting us from shells. The valley or plain towards Tunnel Hill is blue with Federals. Sherman has a large army. The enemy drove back our skirmishers this evening all along the line. This little battle we could plainly see. In the evening, their sharpshooters got close enough to annoy us. I was sent with an order down the hill to our skirmish line, and, having accidentally passed through an interval, came near being gobbled. Tonight, thousands of campfires are gleaming in the valley, and the Federal bands are giving us a serenade. When our soldiers request them to play Dixie, they readily comply, but always taper off with Yankee Doodle. May 9th. Before daylight, our drums rattled reveille, and about the same time, our neighbors out in front commenced drumming and bugling, making a tremendous noise. Soon the gray light of morning came, and presently the sun rose clear and bright. A mist settled in the valley beneath and out over the plain, and it was some time before we could see what was going on. At last the fog broke away, and we could see the blue columns marching and taking new positions. We could see for miles up and down the valley, and to the west we could see even as far as Lookout Mountain, nearly 40 miles off. Over this wide expanse of country the fog had settled down in spots, and in the light of the morning sun it had much the appearance of lakes of water, clear and sparkling. At 8 a.m., Manny's brigade of Cheatham's division came and relieved us, and we marched down the hill, which we found almost as tiresome as coming up. The morning was very hot. We halted to rest at the camp marked E on the map. Our regiment then clambered up Buzzard Roost and took position as marked for 5 inches on the map, a wing resting on either side of the battery, or Fort Montgomery, as we called it. We found this position naturally fortified as it was on rocky face. We could see the fields out in front blue with Federals. They now occupied the little ridge we were on the first evening. Sharpshooting commenced on both sides, and the popping was kept up all day. The Minnies whistled freely over the rocks which protected us. Batteries occasionally opened on the fort, which was shelling the woods below, and often the shells would strike against the massive rocks, never jarring them. Received a letter from home by flag of truce, but could hardly get to read it, an assault being threatened. 17 Federal regiments were massed at the base of the hill. As they came marching by the flank across the fields, the sun shining upon their bright guns, the column seemed a stream of molten silver. We had 1 man mortally wounded today, and 1 had his arm shot off. The night being pleasant, I spread my blanket down on a huge rock and slept soundly until morning. May 10th, a beautiful morning. With the light of day came the sounds of the sharpshooters' rifles, which have been continually popping all day. Rained between 10 and 12 o'clock. Cloudy, disagreeable evening. Nothing of any interest occurred. At dark, a rain set in and continued until midnight. The judge and I got under a projecting rock, and with a blanket over our heads kept dry, but could not lie down to sleep. The boys kept up such a yelling, one could not have slept in a good bed. Passed a most disagreeable night. Too wet to sleep. May 11th. Dense fog this morning, but soon lifted, and the sharpshooters commenced. In the evening, brisk shelling through the gap from both sides. We have been expecting an assault all day. About 8 miles off, to the left, we could see Sherman's supply train moving towards Resaca. The train seemed miles in length. As dark was setting in, the Federals tried to force back our skirmishers in front of Stuart, but failed. Had quite a fight, all of which we could plainly see. The evening was cold and damp. May 12th. Cold wind from the east, which, being elevated as we are, has a full sweep at us. The enemy commenced moving from our front this morning to our left, and have kept it up all day. Though thousands have gone, they can hardly be missed from our front. The supply train noticed yesterday is still moving, and no end to it yet. Sharpshooting and shelling kept up all day by both sides. Late this evening they commenced putting batteries in front of us, as though they intend to shell us out. At 9:30 p.m. we fell in and marched 5 miles to Dug Gap, to our left, where we halted about midnight and lay down to sleep. May 13th. We were allowed to rest for about an hour and a half or 2 hours. Then we marched towards Resaca, a distance of 10 miles. At daylight we came up with Cleburne, who was fortified on the side of the road. We passed him and halted in line of battle until he passed us. Then we moved forward. About noon we halted when within 3 or 4 miles of Resaca, and I had a good nap. Late in the evening we moved to the left of the road, and a detail worked on fortifications all night. We were held in reserve to the balance of the division. Had a good night's sleep. May 14th. Early ordered further to the left. Just before we fell in, rations of whiskey were issued, and some of the boys got so top-heavy they could hardly march. In fact, some got so bad off they had to be helped along. When we got to the position as indicated on the map, our regiment first commenced fortifying where the 2nd Kentucky Infantry afterwards took position, but we moved to the point also indicated on the map and commenced finishing the works partly constructed by Tyler's brigade, which was to lie in reserve. The works commenced were only piles of rail and logs not capable of resisting shells, so we got tools and commenced ditching. By 10 a.m. we had pretty good works, and just in time for about that hour Our skirmishers, Company A, were driven in, the men skirmishing beautifully. Soon after, 2 lines of battle burst out of the woods in front of us and started up on the charge. We soon commenced saluting them. So did Slocum's battery on our left, and they retired. A more vigorous charge was made at the same time on the right of the brigade, there being several lines, and they came up within 50 paces of the works before being repulsed. The day has passed without our regiment being charged again. Several charges have been made on the right of our brigade and in front of Hindman during the day. In the evening, the roar of musketry to our right was quite loud. We have been kept close by the sharpshooters today, having nothing to protect us but our works. The enemy is on the edge of the woods, 300 or 400 yards off, while we are in an open field. We could not get out after water until after dark. The artillery has been playing the wilds with us. Several batteries are in our front on a favorable hill for them, and have kept up a shelling all day. Slocum's pieces being unprotected, he has been unable to fire much. The sharpshooters, as well as 3 batteries against him. Captain Slocum and a gunner would occasionally slip up from behind the hill, the captain loading a piece himself, and the gunner would fire it. Then they would both take shelter behind the ridge. Immediately a shower of shells would come flying over and would mow down the trees about his guns, but strange to say, not a gun was injured. The sharpshooters, too, would turn loose at him at the same time. In the evening, a battery to our right opened an enfilading fire on the left of our regiment. Company A suffered most, as they had to be out on the skirmish line in the morning and did not have an opportunity to strengthen their works. Lieutenant McLean of that company was badly wounded by the first shot and called for the infirmary corps, but had hardly ceased when the second shot came, killing him instantly, and 3 men, Privates France, King, and Edmondson, besides wounding several. The fire was kept up some time, wounding several others, but killing no more. Company A was on the left of the regiment, across the ravine from me, and I was looking at the company, which was lying in rank, behind the ill-constructed works. At the time, the second enfilading shot struck, and I saw the men tossed about like chaff. Sergeant Wycliffe, Company C, was killed early in the action by a sharpshooter. The 4th and 2nd regiments have been enfiladed all day by the middle battery and have lost many killed and wounded. At night, strengthening our works, we worked all night. May 15th. We look more like standing a siege this morning. Our left companies over the ravine have thrown up traverses impregnable to both shell or solid shot, which will protect them from enfilading fires. Slocum has thrown up works for his battery, and the 2nd and 4th have made traverses to protect them against the enfilade. Slocum opened early, but 2 great odds against him. 2 of his pieces were cut down by shot passing through the embrasures. Sharp shooting all day. Had several men wounded by stray minis coming across from the right. The sun has been very hot, and we have had no protection from its rays. As twilight was coming in, I left the works to go after water, thinking it too dark for me to be seen, but I was discovered and had a shower of minis sent after me. At last, darkness came, and a line of skirmishers was sent a short distance over the works to watch the movements of the enemy. The Federal skirmishers also advanced out into the field, and we had a conversation at long range with them. We found them to be Kentuckians, Rousseau's old legion. They inquired for several men in our regiment. We have not been assaulted today. All the fighting was to our right. Sometimes the musketry would roar like they were having pretty hot work. Cleburne and Cheatham to our left have not been engaged yet. At 9 p.m. the signal gun fired, and we commenced falling back. The moon was shining bright, and while moving back from the works, company at a time, the men were ordered to hold their guns in front of them so the reflection could not be seen by the enemy. The skirmishers were left before the works, and we moved with the utmost silence. Our brigade got separated from the division before we got into town, and we started to move on the railroad, but halted and went back and took the dirt road. Having lost time, we had to double quick. Before we got to the bridge, the Federals opened artillery all around the lines, and the skirmishers on both sides opened a brisk fire. Times looked a little squally there, but the firing soon ceased and we continued our march. The road being crowded with troops, we did not get to Calhoun, 7 miles distant, until about daylight. May 16th, rested in line of battle until noon, when we fell in and moved out on the Adairsville Road. Soon we were turned back and had to double quick through town, out on the road from Snake Creek Gap to Adairsville, and formed line of battle. The skirmishers of the Federal Corps, which had crossed the river, were driven in, and our lines were being formed to advance and take that corps in out of the wet, when an order came to General Hardee, stopping the movement. Sherman, with his main army, was pressing too close down the Calhoun road. Night came on without our moving or further fighting, save light skirmishing. Tonight we have large fires kindled, and I anticipate a good night's rest. We may move, though, before morning. The enemy came into Calhoun about sundown, May 17th, at 2 a.m., fell in and marched for Adairsville, 12 or 15 miles. The sun rose clear, and we had nice marching before it got too hot. The country between Adairsville and Calhoun is beautiful. The forest trees look like Kentucky, and large fields of corn are on either side of the road. About noon, we stacked arms near town for a rest. At 1 p.m., the rain poured down in torrents for nearly an hour. The enemy was pressing Cheatham about 2 miles back on the road, and at 2 p.m. we fell in and marched back to his support. We formed a line of battle to the left of the railroad and in the rear of Cheatham. There were 4 or 5 lines of battle, and we, being in the rear line, had nothing to do but shift from right to left or vice versa as the occasion required, while the front lines were fortifying like smoke. Old Pat's division was there also, in fact all of Hardee's corps, Hood's, and part of Polk's corps having kept the Cassville Road. 2 divisions of Polk's corps had joined us at Resaca. Batteries shelled at long range, but none of the shells reached us. Maney's brigade of Cheatham's division had quite a fight at the Octagon House on the road late in the afternoon. Night has now come on, and we have fires kindled, and, as Dr. Walter J. Burns says, have had spy roots issued, which the boys appreciate after being exposed to inclement weather. At 10 p.m., fell in and marched through Adairsville towards Kingston. The night was dark, the road muddy and crowded with troops. We would march probably a few steps, then halt a moment, not long enough to sit down to rest. We were until after daylight marching 10 or 12 miles. Once, while standing in the road, one of the men who had his gun swung across his back went to sleep and fell back against me, his gun sadly bruising my nose. May 18th. Rested at Kingston a while in the morning, then fell in and marched 3 miles towards Cass Station. The day was very hot. We stacked arms, and I went to a creek to take a bath. All quiet for the balance of the day. I slept well at night. May 19th. At noon, a battle order was read to the troops from General Johnston, Commander-in-Chief, stating the time had come to decide matters by a general battle. The order was Napoleonic and elicited loud cheers from the troops. They seemed anxious to fight. Soon after the order was read, we fell in and marched out to form a line. Our first position was in advance of the main line, as afterward formed to give battle. We had only a few shells thrown at us. Cleburne, at the same time, was over on the left of the railroad, and his men marched right up to a Federal battery before they knew it, thinking it was one of our own. Granbury had to get back in a hurry. After we had worked a while at our first position, our division marched off by the flank towards Cassville. We marched about the town first, in line of battle, tearing down fences, etc., then moved around to the left to support Cleburne. The evening was very hot, and we suffered much from heat. General Johnston passed us late in the afternoon, soon after arriving in rear of Cleburne, and the boys cheered him loudly, which seemed to please the general very much. Soon after, old Pat came along, and the boys commenced cheering him. He told them he liked to see them in good spirits, but that they ought not yell so loud, that it would cause our lines to be shelled. About sundown, drew rations. Tonight, a heavy detail from the regiment to construct works to our left. I shall now try for some sleep, as there will be no rest for the weary tomorrow. All are looking for a big fight. May 20th, at 2 a.m., woke up and we marched down the railroad 7 miles to Cartersville, on the Etowah River, where we arrived at daylight. We were in an old field near the bridge until noon before we crossed. The sun was very hot, and the time was not pleasantly spent. We crossed on a pontoon bridge. About 2 miles from the river, we turned to the right and bivouacked on a high hill, at the base of which, on the railroad, is the Etowah Iron Works. These hills are composed almost entirely of iron ore. Here we found our wagon train, and I immediately took a bath and changed my clothes. 'Tis said the reason we did not fight at Cassville was that Hood and Polk declared they could not hold their position. May 21st, slept magnificently last night. All quiet until late in the evening, some cannonading down the river. Sherman, I presume, is flanking us on the left. Pleasant day. Resting up. May 22nd, a very hot day, and the water being so far off, we suffered from thirst. Church at 10 a.m. In the evening, the association met near the 6th Kentucky Infantry and found several of the members had been killed. I went over to hear the proceedings and listened to several eulogies on dead comrades pronounced by different members. May 23rd, at 11 a.m., moved out on the road towards Dallas. The road was so blocked up by troops, we were until sundown marching 8 miles. Having to stand up in the road seems more tiresome than rapid marching. Had a shower of rain in the evening. Before that, it was very hot. May 24th, at 2 a.m., we were on the road. After marching 5 miles towards Dallas, our brigade was formed in a line of battle across a road coming in from towards the river. Went with the company on the skirmish line. We had a most lazy time all day. After taking a good nap, I finished the day reading Miss Evans' new novel, Macaria. Showery during the day, continuous cannonading in front. Late, the enemy came out on the main Dallas road, and Tyler had quite a skirmish. About sundown, we were taken off skirmish and joined the regiment, which had moved back to New Hope Church. Marched 5 miles after dark and stopped within 2 miles of Dallas. It rained nearly all night, and I slept on 3 fence rails placed side by side, one end of the rails resting up against the fence to give inclination so the water would run off. Did not sleep very well. May 25th. All serene this morning, both in point of weather and warfare. At noon, moved half a mile nearer town, and bivouacked near a good spring. About sundown, the musketry roared terribly towards our right. We later learned that the enemy charged Stewart near New Hope Church, and was repulsed with heavy loss. It set in raining about dark. Adjutant W.D. Chipley, Johnny Green, and I made a fly out of blankets, which kept off the rain. Slept very well. On the morning of the 25th, after we had stacked arms, K and W of Company B went out bear hunting, but having failed in finding a bear, brought in a sheep. I don't know how they managed to find such animals, death being the penalty for firing a gun in the rear of the tents. They caught the sheep with salt. W, though a Jew, is death on swine. He kills more hogs than any man in the regiment. Finley's brigade was fortifying in front of us during the evening. Brigadier General Finley is away, having been wounded at Resaca. The brigade is commanded by Colonel Robert Bullock. Brigadier General Robert C. Tyler is also away, having been wounded at Missionary Ridge. His brigade is now commanded by Colonel Thomas B. Smith. General Joseph H. Lewis is on hand. June 14th, 1864. Cloudy early this morning, but cleared up at 7 o'clock. The adjutant and I having made a bed on a brush pile and spliced blankets. I slept well last night. The sun is shining bright, which is calculated to make us feel lively after the long, rainy spell. Enemy shelling to our right. June 14th, 1864, continued. Was wounded a few minutes after making the notes June 14th, and I did not write any more in my journal for nearly 3 months. I shall try and give an account of my hospital experience during the time named in a brief manner. About 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, on June 14th, Captain John W. Gillum and I were sitting by the colonel's fire, a little to the rear of the regiment. For 2 days, not a shell had been thrown at our position, and when a shell came shrieking over the mountain to our left, I remarked to the captain that some general and his staff, no doubt, had ridden up to the crest of the hill, and the Federal batteries were throwing shells at them. "Yes," said the captain, "and I hope some of them will get shot. A general can't ride around the lines without a regiment of staff at his heels." About this time, we heard the second shell strike. I thought it struck into the side of the hill, but it had struck Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk. Where he was killed was not 100 yards from us, but the trees were so thick we could not see from where we were what was going on, and we did not learn what had happened for some minutes. Soon after, an order came for a report to be sent to brigade headquarters, and I sat down to write it out. Several of the enemy's batteries had then opened fire, but as we were a little under the hill, I thought we were in no great danger from the shells which were flying over. In fact, we had gotten so used to shells that we scarcely noticed them. I was only a few minutes writing the report, and raised my head to ask the colonel if I should sign his name to the paper, and had bent over and had about finished signing the paper when suddenly everything got dark, and I became unconscious. If I had been sitting erect when the fragment of shell struck me, I never would have known what hurt me. When I came to my senses, Dr. B.L. Hester, our assistant surgeon, and Captain Gillum were lifting me up off the ground. I stood on my feet, and not feeling any pain, I could not imagine, at first, what was the matter. The first thought that entered my mind was that my head was gone, and I put my hand up to ascertain whether it was still on my shoulders. I did not hear the piece of shell coming, and it was such a quick, sharp lick, I did not feel it strike. The fragment probably weighed little more than a pound. It came like a minnie ball. After glancing off my head, it struck against a rock, then bounced and struck Colonel John W. Caldwell on the leg, but did not hurt him severely. There were several sitting around close together, and they said there was a sudden scattering of the staff. After Dr. Hester had bound up my wound, there was so little pain, I thought it was no use to go to the hospital. My head only felt a little dizzy, but the doctor said I had better go to the field hospital and stay a day or two, as I was not very well anyway. He wished to send his horse back, and I rode him to the field hospital. Dr. B. again dressed my wound, putting a ligature on a vein that was cut. He would not let me eat anything at dinner but a little boiled rice, and in the evening had me sent to Marietta. He told me that the wound would turn out to be more serious than I thought. After arriving at the distributing hospital in Marietta, my head got quite sore and painful. At 9 o'clock at night, I took the train for Atlanta. General Polk's remains were taken down on the same train. I slept on a bench at the distributing hospital in Atlanta the remainder of the night. The breakfast was tough beef, old baker's bread, and coffee that had flies in it, and I longed for the hard tack and cornbread, which I had left at the front. The adjutant having given me a letter of introduction to his aunt in Covington, 40 miles towards Augusta, I wished to go there, but my name was put on the Noonan list. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the train left for Noonan, Georgia, and arrived there at noon. I was taken to Ward No. 1, Bragg Hospital, Dr. Joshua Gore, of Bloomfield, Kentucky, in charge. The room in which I was placed, the Masonic Hall, had about 30 beds, but few of them being occupied, and mostly by men from our brigade. The room was clean as could be, and the beds really comfortable. I had been dreading the hospital all the time, never having been in but one general hospital before, which I did not like much, but I was agreeably disappointed at finding everything so nice. John J. Woolfolk of Arkansas, ward master; McNeely of Tennessee, first nurse; Baldridge of Arkansas, second; and Smith of Georgia, third, all clever gentlemen. Croft McClarty of the 4th was in the room, wounded, the only one I knew at first. I immediately went to bed for a sleep, and scarcely woke until the next evening. For several days after being in the hospital, I imagined I could hear the whizzing of many bullets and the thunder of artillery. I had become so accustomed to such sounds. The next day, after being in the hospital, I had to take medicine for something like intermittent fever. I had been unwell for a week or so. Several days before I got up, my head did not give me a great deal of pain at first, but after being in the hospital perhaps a little more than a week, my wound became inflamed and gangrene ensued, which threw me into a high state of fever. Old Dr. Wallace Estill, our ward surgeon, who was 75 years of age and had been practicing surgery for more than 50 years, soon got the gangrene out by applying nitric acid, iodine, etc. The fever still kept with me, and the doctor thought I would go up. Dr. Estill about this time took sick, and Dr. Gore prescribed for the ward. He immediately commenced giving me medicine to reduce my system. In about a week the fever left me, but I was so weak I could not get up, and had to keep my bed for some time. While in this condition, a force of Federal cavalry came to Moore's Bridge, on the Chattahoochee, about 10 miles from town, and threatened a raid of the place. The evacuation commenced about dark. All the hospital rangers able to walk cleared out. There were 2 left in my room, besides myself, not able to move. Smith, one of the nurses, and Watson, the ward clerk, were left with us. The citizens all left too. A moving mass of carriages, carts, wagons, lowing herds, horses, sheep, goats, and people moved through the streets. Soon the town was left, in a manner, desolate. The night wore away, and no raid came. The day advanced, and though the raiding column was reported in 4 miles of town at daylight, yet they did not come. Late in the evening, all of the refugees came back, and matters went on as usual. Nothing took place again of interest until McCook's raid came about the last of July. I was then able to walk about in the street a little. That morning I was standing on the corner and saw the advance of the raid dash down toward the railroad depot. General Roddy's brigade happened to be at the depot on a train and saved the town. The raid went around the place and was surrounded by Wheeler 4 miles beyond, and most of the force captured. A good many wounded were brought into town of both sides. We could hear the small arms quite distinctly, which sounded very natural. There was but little artillery firing. There was great confusion in town all day. The streets were blocked up with cavalry for a time. Prisoners were brought in by squads for several days after the fight. The old citizens often brought in prisoners, which they guarded very closely while in their charge. August the 10th. The hospitals being broken up at Noonan with other sick to be transferred to Macon, Georgia, I took the train for Atlanta at 10 o'clock in the morning. During the afternoon we got to East Point, 7 miles from Atlanta, where the Macon and Western Road branches off, and had to lie over until dark. The brigade hospital being at East Point, I saw Dr. B. and several of the boys from the regiment. The sharpshooters were banging away not very far off, and the cannon were thundering and the shells crashing through the woods, all of which reminded me of old times. The train was very much crowded with wounded and sick, and having learned our baggage was stored at Griffin, I got off the train at that place to get mine. I slept until morning on a pile of cross ties, got my baggage, and took the 9 o'clock train, passenger, for Macon, where arrived at 1 p.m. that evening. J.L., First Sergeant of Company B, and I went out to the Fairground Hospital, 2 miles from the depot, in the edge of Vineville, which is part of Macon. We were transported out in a wagon. The hospital was intense, and being crowded we had to take a tent without any beds in it. Our fare was awful. A day or two after, Dr. Fox of Kentucky, the steward, moved us into another ward. Dr. Jones, a very clever man from Georgia, was ward surgeon. We got with several from our regiment and brigade. I found the attendants very clever. I could now walk about considerably, and Jimmy L. and I every evening took a walk through Vineville, and sometimes as far as Macon. Jimmy was a great admirer of the ladies, and would walk 2 miles any time to see a young lady, even promenading the sidewalk. I received attention from several ladies while at the Fairground Hospital. One, Miss Kate B., a very pretty young lady. September 4th. Went before the Medical Examination Board and got a furlough for 60 days. While getting ready to leave on furlough, I took too much exercise, getting my head in such a fix that I had to lie in bed until September 12th, when, though not really able to travel, I went to town in an ambulance, and at 4 p.m. took the train for Augusta via Millen. I got in with some young ladies at the depot, who gave me a nice dinner out of their basket, and when the train was ready, I helped them into a car, thereby getting a seat in the ladies' coach. The train, in motion, did not agree well with my head. 30 miles from the city, my lady friends got off, urging me to come to see them before I went back to the army. I gave a gentleman part of my seat. When nearly to Millen, and late at night, a young lady came in who could not find a seat, and as I liked her appearance, I woke my friend out of a gentle nap, and the young lady was seated. She was going to Augusta to see her brother in the hospital. We got to Millen at 12 o'clock at night, and had to change cars. By being with a lady, I got into a lady's car again. Seeing a woman in distress, having several little children, and no one to assist her, I was some time in carrying children from one train to the other, and received many thanks. I never saw such a jam of women in my life as was in that car. They kept crowding in at every station, and kept up a perfect fighting and scratching. We got to Augusta at daylight. I took dinner with Lieutenant S. September 14th. Took the train for Warrenton, Georgia, 50 miles toward Atlanta on the state road, 5 miles from the junction on Mayfield Road. Got to Warrenton at 1 p.m. and took dinner at the Warrenton Hotel. Stayed all night at the same place. September 15th. Not liking the country about Warrenton, and thinking it would be necessary to have my head trepanned, I left on the train for Augusta at 1 p.m., left Augusta at 7 o'clock p.m., and all night running to Macon. No sleep. September 16th. Took the train on the Southwest Road for Americus at 8 a.m. and arrived at Americus at noon. Went to Bragg Hospital. I again got in Ward Number 1, the same attendants being in charge, save Baldridge and Smith. I also was placed in the Masonic Hall, a large room with nearly 50 beds in it, but there were few patients in the room. All the rats were glad to see me back again. My head was hurting me from loss of sleep, etc., and I went to bed. Americus is a town of about 3,000 or 4,000 inhabitants. The business part of the town had lately been destroyed by fire. There are many fine residences in the suburbs. The town, though, while I was there, looked much dilapidated, the effects of the war. The people generally were kind to the soldiers, bringing provisions to the sick, etc. The young ladies were thick as hops, and, as a general thing, very good-looking. Being 2 hospitals in the place, a good many rats were about the streets. September 22nd. Wrote home. The weather is very hot, and has been since I have been here. My wound does not seem to be healing any, and my head is still much affected. September 23rd. Writing up my journal, which had gotten behind since being in hospital. While on the campaign, I kept my notes on scraps of paper, which I have today copied into my memorandum, made of old blanks while at Dalton. Has been a warm, cloudy day, rained in the evening. September 25th. Went to church. In the evening attended the funeral service of Mr. B., a Tennessee soldier and husband of one of our matrons. I walked from the church to the cemetery 1/2 mile, which came near fixing me. I had difficulty in getting back to my room. September 26th. Being Monday, many ladies at the hospital with delicacies for the sick. From my walk last evening my head feels crazy and bad. Wrote to some of the boys. At night an alarm of fire at the Goober oil factory, but the flames were soon put out. I thought the balance of the town was going to be burned. October 2nd. Today my term of service expired, 3 years. When I joined the Army, I little thought the war would last so long. Went to church. 3 churches in town, Baptist, Methodist, and Presbyterian. Episcopal service held at the Presbyterian Church on Sabbath evenings. These churches are crowded with women. Few men, save the rats. The week past has been very dull, out of books. Sometimes I would go to the courthouse, part of the hospital, and read old papers. The weather has been very hot, which does not agree with me. The hospital fare is now very coarse. Will be better, so says Steward H. October 3rd, 1864. Great consternation among the rats. The ironclad Medical Examination Board from the Army examined the attendants of the hospital and the convalescents, sending all who were able to pull a trigger to the front. The board made nearly a clean sweep of the hospital. I witnessed the examination, and it reminded me more of traders examining stock than anything else. In the evening, Miss L. visited our ward. Her sunny smiles and well-loaded waiters greatly cheered us. October 4th, Mrs. R., Mrs. G., and Mrs. D. visited us. Today, with well-stored baskets, we had a feast. In the evening, Mrs. R. sent me some books. October 5th, Mrs. R. sent some books by Mrs. N. and S. In the evening, I went over to the matron's room for Mrs. B. to make me a dark bandage for my head, and was introduced to Miss S. October 6th, unwell, gloomy, rainy evening. October 7th, a pleasant autumnal day. C. and I went to the river bathing at dark. October 8th, being cool, I felt better than usual today. C. and I walked out to the cemetery in the evening, and I came back with a headache. There is quite a trade carried on in the streets, selling sugar cane stalks, 5 cents a stalk. being the market price, quite pleasant and healthful to eat. At sundown, Mrs. R.'s carriage was sent for me, and I went out to her home 2 miles from town, had quite a gay time with Mrs. Addie N., a young widow who came in the carriage for me. Spent a week at Mrs. R.'s very pleasantly. October 15th. Received several nice presents. Not feeling well. October 16th. Pretty day. Too unwell to be out. October 17th. Cool. Feel better. Sunday. October 23rd. Went to church. Major D and I walked out to the cemetery in the evening. October 24th. Went out to Mrs. R.'s, she having sent the carriage for me, and passed quite a pleasant week. Miss L., her niece, there part of the time. Also visited Mrs. G. while out. Sunday in town. October 31st. Miss L. visited us, bringing nice provisions. In the evening called on Mrs. E. later, with Captain W. Called on Miss K. November 1st. Mrs. R. and G. visited us today, and we had another feast. Captain Mackay, Texas Rangers, came into our ward. We ranged together at Noonan. Heavy rain last night, 1st. November 2nd, gloomy day, raining. November 3rd. By invitation, I took tea with Miss L. Did not come home until 2 o'clock. Had a nice time, good music. November 6th. Miss L. sent me a nice dinner. November 9th. Beautiful day, which is welcome after the recent rains. The flowers continue to bloom here yet. Have been feeling bad for the last few days. Wrote Captain W. and Mr. S. Rode 2 miles out in the country after Black Haws. The ride made me feel better. November 10th. Raining last night. Being clear in the evening, I rode out to Mrs. R.'s and back. Pleasant ride. November 16th. My head being healed and the patients transferred to other hospitals, I applied to go to the front, though not able for duty. I did not care to go to another hospital. Evening rode out to Mrs. R.'s to tell them goodbye. November 17th, Mrs. R. came and took me to the depot in her carriage. She also filled my haversack to overflowing with things good to eat. At 10 a.m. I took the train for Fort Valley. Had to lie over there until 10 at night. Then took the train for Columbus, Georgia. At daylight, 18th, I changed cars at Columbus for Opelika, Alabama. I stayed with Captain Perry, our old quartermaster, now post-quartermaster at the place, until evening, then took the train for West Point, Georgia. Mr. H. and I slept in a car all night at West Point. November 19th, 5 a.m., took the train for Noonan and arrived there at noon. Late in the evening, I rode with Dr. B. out to the camp of the dismounted men of the brigade, 4 miles from town. Been a cloudy, rainy day. Slept with Dr. B. in a tent. November 20th, cloudy, drizzly day. With Dr. B. took dinner with a gentleman near camp. Felt unwell. The camp is on the battlefield where Wheeler captured the mass of McCook's raid. November 21st. Rained all last night. Dr. B. advised me to return to the hospital for a time yet. In the morning, rode the doctor's horse to town through a pelting rain. Shortly after noon, I took the train for West Point, got off at LaGrange, slept at the depot all night, and came near freezing as the weather turned very cold. November 22nd. Stayed with Mr. K. all day by a good fire in his shop. Saw a few snowflakes flying in the air. Evening took the train for West Point and stayed all night at the Wayside Home for Soldiers. A great home it is. November 23rd. Morning took the train for Opelika. Met J.K. Birch at Captain Perry's, also on his road to Montgomery. Owing to an interruption with the trains, had to lie over all day. Evening, saw General Beauregard passing on the train toward Columbus. J.K. and I slept all night in the captain's office. November 24th. We took the train at 9 a.m. for Montgomery, Alabama, where we arrived at 4 p.m. We reported to the St. Mary's Hospital, had a good night's sleep. November 25th. The hospital being out of wood, we had a freezing time. Evening moved into Lieutenant O'Connor's room of our regiment. Nice little room, lit with gas. There are 4 beside myself in the room, a Mississippi captain, Missouri lieutenant, and Georgia lieutenant. Also Lieutenant O'Connor. None are very bad off. I don't like the place, though, and shall leave as soon as I can get away. This is too much like a penitentiary for me. The patients have passes to go out once a day, those able to walk. If one comes in after being out a few minutes, he cannot get out again during the day. November 26th. Warmer. Reading all day. November 27th. Went to Baptist church. Fine church, crowded. November 28th. Getting out of jail in the evening, went to see Major Desha of our regiment. Also visited the State House and the steamboat landing. Saw several boats start for below loaded with soldiers. Came in at dark. Tired enough. November 30th. Many patients started for Hood's Army today. Cool, damp day. Disagreeable. December 1st. Pleasant day. I feel better than usual today. December 2nd. Nice day. On the levee in the afternoon, and 2 boats start for Selma, loaded with soldiers, convalescents from hospital for Hood's Army. December 3rd. Raining forenoon. Evening went to the West Point Depot and saw all the attachés of the Bragg Hospital in transit for Hood's rear. December 4th. All day with the boys belonging to the Bragg Hospital, which left for Selma late in the evening on a steamer. December 5th. Walked half a mile up the river to the boatyard. Tried how much exercise I could take. I stood the walk pretty well. My head got a little dizzy, but did not pain me. The news of the Battle of Franklin in Tennessee, of Cleburne, Strahl, etc., being killed. The fight took place on November 30th, I believe. December 6th. Visited the city cemetery, half a mile from the hospital. The grounds are kept in very good order. An acre or 2 of soldier graves on a hillside seem to be sadly neglected. December 7th. Saw Lieutenant Wall of our regiment, just from the dismounted men, who, he says, are encamped near Macon, Georgia. Also saw Charlie Cecil of our company, who is on furlough, shall start for Macon soon. December 8th. Applied for a discharge from the hospital to go to my command. Disagreeably cold all day. Shall start for Macon tomorrow morning. Am glad to get out of prison. December 9th. At 8 a.m., I took the passenger train for Columbus. Met with B of the Texas Rangers. We ranged together at Noonan. The time passed very pleasantly conversing about old times. After we passed Opelika, the rain came down very hard. Changed cars for Macon at Columbus a little after dark. Owing to a freight train getting off the track, we did not arrive at Macon until after daylight the next morning, the 10th. Finding that all of Wheeler's command had moved towards Waynesboro, Georgia, and all the railroad being torn up, and not being able to walk much, we hardly knew what to do. I was, late in the evening, making arrangements to leave the next morning on a train of wagons for Mayfield, 60 miles from Macon, where I could go by rail to Waynesboro, when I met with Dr. Gore, who told me our dismounted men were encamped near Fort Valley. I was greatly relieved. December 11th, took the train at 8 a.m. and soon ran down to Fort Valley. I walked out to camp about 4 miles, being the longest walk taken for a long time. The boys are quartered in the buildings of a Methodist camping ground. There are about 250 men here, all dismounted, or their horses not able for duty, under the command of Colonel John C. Wycliffe of our regiment. About 30 or 40 of our regiment are here, several from our company. George P. had 2 truce letters for me from home. The detachment from our regiment is quartered in a building I believe the citizens call them tents, made of planks, which are divided off in rooms, each company or mess having a room to itself. Though rudely constructed, the tent shelters us from the weather and ranks being out of doors. December 16th, wrote to Mrs. R. Have had a headache for several days. December 17th, over 50 men, being mounted ready for the front, started this morning. Pleasant day for winter. We have nothing to burn but pine wood, and standing around the campfires so much, which have to be out in the open air, the smoke is making us as black as coal heavers. We are living well, have good fresh beef, fresh pork, flour, sorghum, rice, and so on, issued in abundance. We make the molasses into candy, and have candy pullings among ourselves. December 18th, had preaching in camp at the Arbor, many ladies being present. Weather pleasant. My health seems improved since in camp. December 19th, very dull. Day clear and pleasant. At 9 p.m., set and raining. After dark, firing of small arms near camp. The boys having some fun probably. December 21st, hard wind with rain last night. Today, disagreeably cold. Lying in bed nearly all day to keep warm. To stand by a fire was to be smoked to death. Late in the evening the sun shone out white and cold, masses of inky clouds about the heavens. Had to show the gentlemen of the Potomac the way to the spring, which was done in such a way as to create laughter. December 22nd, cold north wind all day, am smoked as black as a nigger, slept cold at night. J.G. came in. December 23rd, cold. A club from the Layout gave a concert in Fort Valley last night and the night before. Head aching. Gloomy prospect for fun Christmas. December 24th. Clear and cold. Head aching. Boys commenced shooting, but the colonel had it stopped. George P. came in at night, off a trading expedition, and played Too Much Skimmins. December 25th. For breakfast had fresh pork, biscuit, baked sweet potatoes, etc. Cool, disagreeable morning. At noon, cold rain commenced falling. Bad prospect for a Christmas dinner. Can't cook in the rain. Slept all evening. Rain pouring down. Has been a most gloomy day, being the 4th birthday spent in the Army. At night, sat up late, chatting around a smoky fire built under the shed out of the rain. Dr. E. Davis, seeing his Christmas. December 26th. Cloudy, damp morning. Feel unwell, did not rest well last night. Wrote a letter to send home, but concluded not to send it until certain the truce boats are yet running. At night, Dr. Davis gave us more sport, listening for a voice. December 27th. Hazy morning, nearly clear. We cooked breakfast early, read The Life of Franklin and Harper. Pleasant evening, wrote home. December 28th. Last night, a storm of wind and rain. Captain Gillum and Lieutenant Buchanan came in today. Cool and disagreeable. Learn the brigade is down about Savannah, Georgia. December 29th, clear and cold at night. Sat up late, listening to Lieutenant Buchanan. Gas. Slept well. December 30th. Weather more moderate. Cloudy, though. December 31st. Rained last night. Cool all day. 5. January 1st, 1865. Divine service in camp by the Reverend Mr. Daly of Marshallville. Very pleasant weather. January 2nd. Pleasant again today. Riding, seated on the sunny side of the house, nearly all the boys gone to Perry, 8 miles off, to a party given especially for their benefit. Roll call ordered. January 3rd. Raining, cold. January 5th. Wrote to Mrs. R. and Mr. McFeely. Cool, clear. Late afternoon received orders to rejoin the brigade at Augusta, Georgia. January 6th. Set in raining last night. This morning damp, cold. We shall start for Augusta in the morning. All the boys out bidding their sweethearts goodbye. January 7th. A little after daylight, we took up our line of march. The dismounted men, over 100, took the train at Fort Valley for Macon. The wagon train and the men with horses moved by the direct dirt road — there are no pikes in the South — for the same place. A great many have to lead their horses and few have saddles. All the wagons of the brigade are along, being quite a train. We also have a drove of cattle with us. I am mounted on Sorghum P.'s pony, a little scrub of a thing, my feet nearly dragging the ground when on his back. When we started this morning it was very cold, a cutting wind blowing. The colonel stopped in Fort Valley to draw rations, and a great many of the boys drew too much skimmins. After the column had moved on, I was back, trying to get some of the boys off. Lieutenant Buchanan had more than anyone else. As we were riding out of town, Buchanan started his horse in a run and collided with Snodder. Both horses and riders went down in a pile, and I thought Lieutenant Buchanan was killed. But neither horses nor riders were badly hurt. We marched 20 miles and camped, put up a fly at night, and made a log heap in front, slept magnificently. January 8th, a raw, disagreeable day. 12 miles brought us to Macon. We crossed the Ocmulgee and found the dismounted men camped on its banks below the city, nearly night before the wagons got ferried over. January 9th, had to wait until 11 o'clock before we got forage over the river, have 5 days' forage on wagons. P having come up, I turned Sorghum over to him, and without much regret, for Sorghum trots very hard. Pete and I footed it 6 miles towards Milledgeville through a cold rain. When we stopped to camp, soon got our fly pitched and a fire made. Cooked supper, rain poured down all night. Slept well. January 10th. At daylight, loaded up and moved out. I thought I would walk a while. Had not been on the road long before it commenced thundering, and soon after the heaviest shower of rain fell I ever saw. Got drenched to the skin. 3 miles brought us to Griswoldville, which is nearly all in ashes. The colonel told me to ride in his wagon, which had a cover. Raining until afternoon, in the wagon all day. We passed the battlefield near Griswoldville, which evidences quite a fight. We passed through Gordon, where the Milledgeville road junctions with the Central, which runs from Macon to Savannah, late afternoon, and are camped 6 miles from the place, towards Milledgeville. We have traveled 16 miles today. The dismounted men have to march. Our fly is in a pleasant place. We have had a good supper. The night is pleasant, being clear. A fire blazes before us, and we are enjoying ourselves as best we can. The judge is making speeches on the war. So is Captain B, or the Old Guard, as we sometimes call him. Dr. G and Booker R are singing Kitty Wells and the Vacant Chair, and I have just finished writing my notes of the day. Expect to sleep well. January 11th, up hour and a half before day. Started at 7 o'clock. Cloudy most of the day, a cold wind blowing. Marched, mostly in the wagon today. 14 miles brought us to Milledgeville, and we camped 1/2 mile west of town. The Oconee River is so high the pontoon bridge is taken up. We may have to stay here several days. We got to camp at 2 p.m. and put up a fly. As we have been recruited by some boys that we left behind, GP, the judge, Booker R, and myself, all of the same company, have put up a fly to ourselves. Wood scarce. January 12th, weather more moderate today, lying about in the sunshine, reading Love After Marriage. Took a bath this morning, and as all the snow was not yet melted off, quite a cold operation. Wagon sent back to Gordon for rations. Have a good deal of laugh at the expense of Trojan, the judge's old horse. He had but one eye, and Black John says he saw 2 buzzards today, playing 7-up, which should have the eye. Poor old Trojan. He seems on the brink of the grave. No doubt his bones will be left to whiten the roadside somewhere between here and Augusta. G.P. and I sleep together. Sleep cold, too. A moonlight night, January 13th. The judge and I went into Milledgeville this morning, visited the State House, which we found all topsy-turvy, the desks overturned, the archives scattered over the floor, some places the papers being on the floor a foot deep. This was done by Sherman's men. There are some splendid portraits in the Representative Hall and in the Senate Chamber, which are in statu quo. The arsenal, standing in the State House yard, was burned. We also visited the penitentiary, which was also burned by Sherman's army. With the exception of the arsenal and penitentiary, and perhaps a little fencing, we could see no further indications of the destruction of property about the town. The railroad depot is in ashes, and a bridge across a slough burned. We passed through the cemetery and saw a fine monument to the memory of a Mr. Jordan. The country between here and Macon is not as much torn up as I had expected to see. With the exception of 1 or 2 houses, only fences were burned. Griswoldville was the worst served, a large factory for making pistols being destroyed. I saw no dwellings burned in the village. That is no signs of any having been burned, rather. Our bread gave out this morning, having nothing but rice for breakfast. For dinner we had the addition of baked sweet potatoes bought in the country, January 14th. Clear and cold all day. Had beef and sweet potatoes for breakfast. Had, as Lieutenant Buchanan says, nothing for dinner. Reading Love After Marriage by Mrs. Lee Hughes. Rations came late at night, and we cooked dinner. The crows were cawing about today as though spring were coming soon. Slept cold at night. The judge and Booker R. kept up a quarreling all night about the blankets. January 15th. Went to Presbyterian Church. Heard good music. A moderate sermon. Saw many pretty ladies. The ladies are all that redeems the place. The town is the most ordinary place I ever saw, and in the most sterile country, has 2,000 or 3,000 inhabitants from appearance. Pleasant evening, helping to get wood. The boys occasionally go out deserter hunting. Lieutenant Buchanan, with a party of 30 men, captured 7 one day. When a party gets after them, Lieutenant Buchanan says their families have a way of telegraphing all over the country by means of blowing horns. He said he could hear horns tooting all over the neighborhood. Went to town at night, no church. While returning in company with the doctor, Judge Booker R., etc., saw a sight. January 16th. Cool, cloudy morning. G.P., as courier, started for the brigade this morning at 10 o'clock. The old guard and I shall sleep together, shall move tomorrow at 8 a.m., January 17th. So cold last night, did not sleep much. The judge and Booker R. fussing all night about cover. Started at 8 a.m., crossed the Oconee on pontoon bridge. By 3 p.m. we had marched 11 miles when we camped in a pine woods, which soon got on fire and was some trouble to put out. I rode in a wagon nearly all day. One of my ankles is very much swollen. The boys say I am taking scratches, being among horses with that disease. So much. The country we passed through today not torn up much. Had a good supper of beefsteak, etc. Sun warm in the evening, wind cool. Slept well. Put up our fly. January 18th. Started at daylight. 12 miles brought us to Sparta, a nice little town. The country we have traveled through today looks better, more fertile. Besides, there have been no raids through it. In town, I got out of the wagon to wait for the judge, doctor, and Yontes. I wished to see them pass through town with their stock. They had straggled far behind, but presently the judge hove in sight, Trojan following at his heels with a big roll of blankets around his neck, also the judge's haversack dangling from his mane. Trojan's back is too sore for the judge to ride him. Next came the doctor with Edward the Black Prince following. Edward the Black Prince also has a sore back, and is a pretty good match for Trojan. Immediately after came Yauntees, followed by Wild Bill of the Woods, with a bundle of rags as large as a barrel tied around his sore foot scratches. We had a good laugh over the grand procession, camped 3 miles from town, had sweet potatoes, etc., for supper. Bishop Pierce called at headquarters to see Parson Kavanaugh, nephew of Bishop Kavanaugh, and chaplain of 6th Kentucky. There is no danger of the parson's dying for having too much sense, and Captain E says that the bishop's calling to see the parson is something like the sentiment in the song, "Let me kiss him for his mother." January 19th. Started early and have made it to Warrenton, 18 miles. Camped 1/2 mile west of town. Just as we got our fly pitched, rain commenced about 1 p.m. We had turnip soup, etc., for supper. We passed Mayfield, the terminus of the railroad at present, which is intended to run to Milledgeville. Mayfield is nothing more than a station. The country passed through today looked very well, yet there were too many pine trees. The frogs in the swamps keep up a terrible croaking. Slept pretty well. January 20th. Moved out at 8 a.m. Warrenton looked about the same as when I was there last September. Has been raining all day. Walked nearly all the time. Have come 15 miles and are now camped 3 miles south of Thompson at an old schoolhouse. Thompson is a little town on the State Road, or Georgia Railroad, about 40 miles from Augusta. Stopped raining, and we got supper, had turnips, sweet potatoes, etc. The judge, doctor, and Yauntees, again straggling behind. We ate the supper up from them. They got in just as we were winding up. When the judge got in sight of us eating, he said, "Just in time." But he was a little too late. Raining all night. Our fly leaked, and I did not sleep well. January 21st. Raining until noon. Lying over for rations to be brought up by rail. Would have been a bad day for marching. Got some straw in the evening to sleep on. Would have had a good dinner, but we had no salt to season the victuals. Did not sleep well, though on a good straw bed. My head hurting me. January 22nd. Started at 8 a.m. The next station below, all the dismounted men took cars for Augusta. I preferred staying with the wagons. Raining all day. Rode in the wagon all the time. Came 19 miles. At Warrenton, some of the men mutinied, declaring that they would take the cars against the orders of the colonel. This morning he had the leaders arrested and is making them walk under a mounted guard. Slept well. Raining at night. January 23rd. When we started, I got in a wagon and rode a while, but Pete and I concluded to walk ahead of the train. We got to Augusta some time before the train got in, as the roads were bad. I saw Colonel Hunt and Dr. Gibson. Received a letter from home, dated October 18th, 1864. The city has just been flooded from the Savannah River and is the muddiest place I ever saw. Boats floated on the highest streets. Camped 2 miles out on the Waynesboro Road. Have come over 17 miles today, January 24th. Have moved 10 miles towards Waynesboro. Pleasant day. Camp in a nice place, January 25th. Several mounted men started for the brigade this morning down at Briar Creek. A cold, cloudy day. Have come 20 miles today. Camped 1/4 of a mile from Waynesboro. Walked nearly all the way. Am worn out, head aching. Hard-looking country we have come through today. Waynesboro is a most desolate, woebegone-looking place I have seen for some time. Some of the buildings were burned by the Federals. Wheeler had a fight with Kilpatrick here not long since. January 26th, cold last night, slept well. This evening, Booker R., the judge, and Yontes killed a bear, and at night, T and the doctor went out and foraged for a sack of sweet potatoes. Fresh pork or bear and sweet potatoes will do very well to live on. January 27th. Evening, the judge and I went into town. The courthouse very much torn up. A fine building and well furnished. Cold at night. January 28th. Moved back across Briar Creek, which is 4 miles from town, and camped about 2 miles from Green's Cut on the railroad. Have good wood, but the water is not very handy. Our fly is well pitched, and we have a good bed of broom sage. January 29th, and have been sick all day, have been living too high lately. January 30th, pleasant day, feel better. A part of Hood's army came down on the cars last night and kept a powerful fuss. Tonight I hear a violin squeaking over the way. Music hath charms to soothe the savage breast. January 31st. Late at night, orders came in for the wagon train to join the brigade at Mill Haven at once. The dismounted men to be left to guard Ray's Bridge 2 miles from here. All the horses are also ordered up, so the judge and Trojan will have to go. I shall go with them, as I wish to see the regiment. February 1st. Cold in the morning, but as the day advanced, got pretty hot. Started at daylight for Mill Haven, 28 miles distant. As the wagons were heavily loaded and the roads bad, I rode, barebacked, on V's old horse. The judge, Yonti, and myself traveled together. The country passed through, covered with pines, thickly settled. Just as the sun was setting, we got to the brigade. I had not been with the regiment before since last June. Was glad to see the boys. They liked the cavalry very much. At night, the brigade had a battle with the Milish, camped close by, using lighted pine burrs, or cones, for missiles. The boys charged the Milish out of their camp and sacked it. They got hats, coats, saddle blankets, etc. The battle lasted for some time and presented a beautiful sight. At times the air would be full of the blazing missiles, burning like turpentine balls. Tired and slept well. February 2nd. Pleasant day. Wrote home by flag of truce. The judge and I are messing together, talking over old times with the boys. Lieutenant W., adjutant, will get me a horse. February 3rd. The brigade moved for Sylvania across Briar Creek this morning. The judge started with Trojan, but Colonel Wycliffe turned him back. Colonel Wycliffe came down to stay with the regiment, but General Lewis has ordered all the dismounted men down here, and Colonel Wycliffe is to still be in command. The judge and I took Coleman of Company H into our mess, a disabled man in the arm. We have for housekeeping 1 canteen, 1 little tin bucket, and 1 round gourd. We have to borrow from the colonel a skillet to cook bread in. Drizzly day, February 4th. Our camp is on the border of a little lake, out of which we use water and which abounds with frogs. The frogs keep up such a croaking as to prevent us from sleeping at night until we got used to them. The pines grow up tall and straight about camp. There is no undergrowth, the ground being covered with wiregrass, a very pleasant place to bivouac. The Malish moved away this morning, and Coleman and I got some of their boards to make us a shelter. The judge away on detail. We made a very good shebang. February 5th, 1865. The judge went foraging and got some sorghum. February 6th. Snodder. And I rode 8 miles into the country foraging, but did not get a thing. Wheeler's cavalry has cleaned the country out. Cloudy, drizzly evening, cold. Dismounted men arrived from Ray's Bridge. Glubber, Wharf Rat and Stevie of Company H and Dick Hart of our company added to the mess. February 7th, raining all day, disagreeable. The newcomers enlarged our shebang, making the boards. At night it fell down and mashed Glubber. We were all out by the fire, except Glubber. He is a Dutchman and says it came down mid a bang. February 8th, rebuilt the shebang. Had a good dinner, peas, beef tongue, etc. Pleasant day. Down at Mill Haven, which is only a plantation owned by a Mr. Jones. I believe there used to be a post office here. February 9th. Got orders to move for Green's Cut and marched 12 miles on the way. Cold, cloudy day. Slept badly at night. February 10th. Marched 18 miles to the railroad, Green's Cut, and camped near the station, which is 26 miles from Augusta. Heaviest march I have made, and if the day had not been cold, could not have made it. The brigade came in and camped close by. The brigade is now in Iverson's division. Tired, headache, slept well. February 11th. One of the company having to be sent off to the hospital sick, I intend to do duty on his horse, with the company until he comes back. Jeff is a fiery little horse. His wind is not very good, though. Received orders to march at a moment's notice. February 12th. Warm, pleasant day. Lying around camp, nothing going on, Sunday. February 13th. Late in the evening, our regiment ordered to Stony Bluff, on the Savannah River, 30 miles distant. We moved by the Mill Haven Road. Night soon overtook us, and we halted 10 miles after starting to feed. The night was dark, but after dismounting, soon the fires lighted up the pine woods far around. As soon as the horses were done eating, again mounted and rode 10 miles further. Soon, after turning off the Mill Haven Road to the left, we went into camp, a scout being sent forward to Stony Bluff. Slept well the balance of the night, our captain and I splicing blankets. Cold night. I like the cavalry bully. February 14th. Having still 10 miles to march, we started early. Halted a mile and a half from the bluff. Companies B and H were sent to the bluff to guard, and the balance of the regiment went into camp. I was left with the regiment to help bring forage to the company. Cold rain set in. Not long after the regiment had stopped, a gentleman came in and reported the Federals crossing 7 miles below at a distillery. He had hardly gotten through with his tale when a Negro came riding up full speed, his white eyes bugged out, sent by his master, with the positive information that a corps of Federals was crossing at the distillery. Captain Burnett mounted the regiment. Colonel Caldwell was left in command of the brigade and started down to see about the matter. He sent me with orders to the companies at the bluff to come out so that in case the regiment had to fall back, they could rejoin the regiment and not be cut off. I rode down and we came back. The rain continued to fall, cold and disagreeable. Sat on my horse as a vidette out on one of the roads for some time. At last the regiment came back with a report that no enemy was crossing, and the two companies went back to the bluff. I soon after followed. The cause of the report getting out about the Federals crossing was 3 of our Marines came out to get some whiskey, and as they had on blue shirts, the people took them to be Federals. The 3 Marines were magnified into a corps. Stony Bluff is a point of solid land running through the swamps into the river Savannah. A very good landing for boats. The Amazon, an old dilapidated boat, is lying at the landing. We are quartered in some Negro cabins near the warehouse. Tonight I have the headache, taking too much exercise. Slept on the floor in a cabin. February 15th. Clear and pleasant. Companies H and B to remain at the bluff all the time. Head aching. February 16th. Another boat, the Leesburg, came down this evening, on guard at the landing forepart of the night. The Amazon, having wooded, has taken her 2 days to do it. We'll start in the morning for Augusta. The old captain is quite a talker. He lives on the boat, having a Negro wife, and a niece is on board with him. The hurricane deck is covered with pet chickens, etc. February 17th. Lieutenant Mattingly, myself, and W. this morning went down in a bateau to the landing on the South Carolina side, mile and a half below, after 2 prisoners. We came back in the ferry flat, which has to be pulled up along the banks by means of hooks. I was amused at old Ben, the ferryman. He seemed as proud as commander of the flat as if it were a palatial steamer. He gave orders to his colored subordinate in the grandest style. We got a barrel of molasses, which had been abandoned by some commissary at the lower landing. Also some peas, wheat, etc. Evening, after returning from the regiment, where I went to take the prisoners, Lieutenant Mattingly and I took a ride in a bateau on a kind of exploring expedition. Received orders late to be ready to move tomorrow morning, February 18th. Joined the regiment early. At 10 a.m. marched toward Augusta. The sun was hot, and I could scarcely sit on my horse all day. At sundown camped after marching 25 miles. Went to bed immediately. February 19th. On the road early. Marched 20th miles. The sun hot again today, which hurt my head badly. Passed through Augusta, crossed the river, and camped a mile from Hamburg. Feel better than yesterday. February 20th. Marched 16 miles to Aiken, where we joined the brigade. Had brigade inspection evening. Received a letter from home by flag of truce, dated November 13th, 1864. Aiken is in a healthy locality, and before the war, I presume, was a nice place. February 21st, the brigade marched towards Columbia. Not being able to stand the service, I resigned Jeff to another man, and at 4 p.m. got on the cars and came back to Graniteville, South Carolina, 4 miles from Aiken and 12 from Augusta, where I found the dismounted men camped. Got with the judge, Dick, and Coleman, all in the same mess. February 22nd. Moved camp above the factory. Established ourselves on the margin of the pond, which is very large and clear as crystal. There are 2 sheets of water connected of considerable size, nearly 2 miles in length. The factory is for the manufacture of sheeting, etc. Works 350 looms and 500 operatives, mostly women. The town is regularly built, houses mostly Swiss cottages, or built on that plan, and are occupied by the operatives. It is a manufacturing town. Above, on the same stream, is another manufactory called Van Cleese, 3 miles from here. It is owned by the same company. The country around here is very poor, nothing but sand hills. We made a shelter for ourselves by putting up fence rails and spreading blankets over them. February 23rd, raining a little. February 24th, raining all day. Have to keep close to our shelter. February 25th, cloudy. Took a bath in the pond. Evening, the judge and I went through the factory. Some very handsome girls are working here. The factory runs by both water and steam power. They weave 1,3,000 yards of cloth daily. I never heard such a fuss and clatter. February 26th, attended the Methodist Church morning and night. The pastor, Mr. Pickett, a great big fat fellow, gave us 2 very good sermons. I never saw such crowds of women. There are some refugees living here, which seem to be very nice people. The church is built after the Gothic style. The framework supporting the roof left purposely exposed, no ceiling. The church looks unfinished, like a barn. February 28th, raining all day, commenced last night, went to church at night. The girls are as numerous as blackberries. March 1st, raining all day, visited the depot, which is half a mile from camp. Graniteville is not immediately on the railroad, in the morning, and in the afternoon visited the factory to see the way King Cotton is worked up. March 2nd, cloudy and drizzling rain. March 5th, raining nearly every day the last week. Prayer meetings at the Methodist Church on nights save Friday night, when the pastor, Mr. Pickett, preached a sermon. Today, went to Sunday school to see how the children looked. They were very orderly and numerous. There is also a Baptist church in town, which I attend sometimes. March 14th, our mess moved to the depot as a permanent guard. We are not to stand guard, but have to look after the commissary and quartermaster stores in the building. The mess now consists of Lieutenant Mattingly of our company, the judge and Dick Hart, also of our company, the Old Guard and Haimlegs of Company G, Billy McElwain of Company H, and myself. Showery today. 4 or 5 ladies came out from Augusta this morning on the train, a kind of excursion party. They soon came back from the village and took shelter in the depot. They commenced a conversation with me by asking some questions. I rattled away with them until dinner time came on, and they pressed me to take dinner with them. Their baskets were well stored, and I had a most excellent dinner. On finding out the other boys were my acquaintances, they divided with them also the remaining loaves and fishes. We shall have our cooking done at a private house. Slept well on the corn sacks. March 15th, raining until 12 noon, when the clouds cleared away. March 17th, the judge and I went to Augusta on the evening train. We put up at the Augusta Hotel. By the judge's finessing, we only had to pay half fare, $10 each for lodging and breakfast. March 18th, saw Colonel Hunt and Dr. S. came out on the train at 11 a.m. My lady friends came out on the same train, going to Aiken, but I did not know it. In the evening, as the train went back, I saw them, and they gave me a large bundle of edibles. March 19th, pretty morning, while Johnny Jackman went off to Washington, Georgia, to guard the brigade archives, Colonel John W. Caldwell took the rest of the 9th Kentucky to Sumter, South Carolina, to meet a threatened raid which he could not turn back. The rest of the brigade had been ordered to Camden, and there the regiments were reunited on April 14th, 1865. Already the news of the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia at Appomattox was filtering through to them. Things looked bleak in South Carolina, yet Lewis prepared his men to resist the enemy outside Camden. Driven out by overwhelming numbers, the orphans destroyed what they could in Camden on April 18th, but were still trying to drive the enemy out 3 days later. On April 21st, they made their last charge. They had hardly begun to move when an order came telling them to halt, then retreat. After retreating, they learned that Johnston, their army commander, had formally surrendered in North Carolina 3 days before. Since they were officially a part of that army, though many miles from it, the Orphan Brigade, too, surrendered. The war was over for them at last, and there was nothing left for them to do but turn in their arms and take their paroles at Washington, Georgia, where the brigade and Jackman were reunited one last time. This was the last note I made in my journal, the old book made of damaged quartermaster blanks. I shall have to write the balance from memory. Our dismounted men continued camped at Graniteville until about the middle of April. Our mess continued at the depot. While at Graniteville, the dismounted men were commanded by Lieutenant Colonel George W. Connor of the 5th Kentucky. Just before ordered away, the camp was moved over on the railroad, half a mile above the depot, towards Aiken. The number of men in camp averaged about 225. This included all men who had horses not able for service. The camp was a kind of horse hospital. We fared well at the depot. Our rations we had cooked at Mr. Pollidy's near the depot, he and his lady being very clever. There was a great deal of rain, which we did not mind, of course, being under a roof. We fixed a way to burn a torch of lightwood in the depot at night, and we could read, etc. We became acquainted with 3 telegraph operators, old soldiers, in the office, and could have the latest news. Time passed a little monotonously, but we generally had something on the tapis to amuse ourselves. The judge was a great source of fun. He was no longer bothered with Trojan. Old Trojan was honorably discharged from service and retired to the fields of Georgia to draw the plow. He had helped whirl the cannon along on many a field, and the old veteran bore the marks of hostile missiles. He had served in 2 arms of the service, artillery and cavalry. My lady friends from Augusta often came out on the road, and I was always remembered by a bundle of something nice to eat. Some of the layout gave concerts up in the village, but I never attended. I could see the same fellows perform in camp at any time. I attended church occasionally after coming to the depot. About the middle of April, the dismounted men were ordered to Columbia, South Carolina, by General Pierce M.B. Young, commanding the department. Not being able to stand a march in warm weather, I made an application for a furlough, which Captain Fayette Hewitt, Assistant Adjutant General of our brigade, took to Augusta himself to have approved. But General Young had left for Columbia. The Old Guard, who was also not able to march, and I were detailed to take the brigade archives and those of the regiment to Washington, Georgia. We preferred this to going to a hospital. We were to stay at Washington until further orders. We remained at Graniteville 2 or 3 days after the command had marched. The Old Guard had fallen in love with a widow and wished to stay a few days longer. On the 17th day of April, the Old Guard and I took the train for Augusta in the morning, having in charge several boxes of books, papers, etc. Before starting, while on our way to Augusta, one of our telegraph friends told me that some very bad news had come over the wires, but would not tell me what it was. At 7:00 p.m., we took the passenger train for Barnett, 58 miles up toward Atlanta, where the road branches off to Washington, Georgia. We met with Colonel Hunt on the train. We got off at Barnett about 2:00 at night and slept in a freight car until morning. Barnett is only a station at the junction of the Washington Road. We had to lie over until 2 p.m., the 18th. General Hood came down on the train from Washington and took the up train for Atlanta at 12 noon. He must have known of Lee's surrender, for he looked very blue. At 2 p.m., the train left for Washington, and being only 18 miles to run, we soon got there. We immediately went to the building where a detail from our brigade was making saddles. We remained with the detail all the time. I carried water for Coleman to cook with, and the Old Guard cut wood. By this means, we had our cooking done. We drew rations with the detail. We stored the boxes in the same building. I amused myself by writing most of the time, wrote the first 6 months of my journal from memory, and copied from the little memorandum book the notes of each day so far as kept. After March 30th, 1862, we slept on the floor, which suited us very well, what we were used to. There were about 15 or 20 men at work at saddlery. They put up a very nice and substantial saddle. Washington is a town of about 2,000 inhabitants. It is well built and in a better country than usual for Georgia. There are some nice residences in the place. That of Bob Toombs is the finest dwelling in town. The inhabitants are very aristocratic. We had not been at Washington but a few days when Lee's paroled men commenced coming through. From that time on, the streets were full of soldiers. They were straggling into town all the time, coming across from Abbeville, South Carolina. By coming this route, they had only about 50 miles to walk. At last the news came of the surrender of Johnston. We knew then that we had gone up. One evening the 8th Texas Cavalry, the Rangers, came through town, making their way west of the Chattahoochee. They charged the commissary depot at the courthouse for forage. They then got the straggling soldiers into a quartermaster's department, and they threw out writing paper, thread, buttons, etc., on the streets by the wagon load. The little negroes and citizens soon had wheelbarrows on the ground to take the plunder home. After the Rangers had gone, the quartermaster had a guard to stop the pillagers. The guards were chasing the little negroes about for some time on the streets, making them shell out the stolen goods. The next day, Ferguson's brigade came through, and they charged around considerably, but all the government stores were about gone before they came in. At the depot were piles of ammunition, which the little boys and citizens carried away as much as they wished. I expected to see the depot blown up by carelessness. I believe it was in the afternoon of May 3rd. Uncle Jeff rode into town, escorted by Company B of the 2nd Kentucky Cavalry, General Basil W. Duke's old regiment. He had on a broad-brimmed, light-colored felt hat, which had a wide stripe of black crape around the crown, and the brim turned down. He wore a gray coat without any gold lace on it, but I think it was cut in military style, and he had on gray pants, which were stuffed into a pair of cavalry boots. I had never seen him dressed in this style before, but I knew him the moment I saw him. He dismounted at the old bank building on the public square near where we were staying. Nearly all of his cabinet were with him. Dr. Robertson, the banker, entertained him. Many citizens called on the president. The next morning, General Bragg came into town, and about 9 a.m., he and the president rode away alone, going back towards Abbeville, or started out that street at least. The cabinet here left the president, or they separated rather, and the Confederate government ceased to exist. That afternoon, General Breckinridge, Secretary of War, came into town and stayed all night at the same place President Davis had lodged. Before leaving town, he sent an order to Duke's brigade, which had passed through in the morning, to surrender, that the department had been surrendered by Johnston. This was the last order issued by the authority of the Confederate government. The following morning Breckinridge left town, and in the evening a company of Federal cavalry came in and took charge of affairs. The next evening, May 6th, the brigade came to Washington. As they marched through the streets, coming in from one direction, all armed and their flags flying, they passed the 13th Tennessee Federal Cavalry coming from the opposite direction. It looked strange not to see them commence shooting at each other. I worked until 10 o'clock at night getting up the proper papers for the regiment to be paroled. At 2 o'clock at night the regiment was paroled. The Federal Provost Marshal worked nearly all night paroling us. This was the 6th of May. The next day all the brigade was paroled, and we broke up housekeeping, each fellow being free to wander off as his inclinations led him with his horse, saddle, and bridle. May 8th. I went to Augusta, and a few days after nearly all the regiment met there. We expected to go around by water via Savannah, but we gave up such a trip and all started up by Atlanta. Not being able to travel much, I got off the train with a friend at Union Point, near Greensburg, Georgia, and went out near White Plains to stay until the railroad repairs were completed from Atlanta to Chattanooga. We stopped with Mr. Wright, a clever old planter, and old Mrs. Wright was a very kind old lady, about 2 miles from the plains. Here we stayed until the latter part of the month, amusing ourselves fishing, and other sports were gotten up for our entertainment. I never visited the plains, only a post office. There were 2 others of the brigade in the neighborhood, and we all started for home together, being 4 in the party. We were all crippled and disabled by wounds received in the service. At last, about the latter part of May, learning the railroad between Atlanta and Chattanooga was about done, we bade our friends goodbye and in a carriage came to Union Point, 12 miles, to take the cars. At 1 p.m., the train for Atlanta came along and we bounced it. 8 miles above, at Greensburg, our 2 other companions came aboard. We got to the ruins of Atlanta late at night and slept under a shade tree until morning. The next day, finding 60 miles or more of the road not completed, we bargained with a Federal who had 2 wagons under his charge going through to Resaca to take us over the road. We left Atlanta at 1 p.m. Atlanta looked desolate, having been burned since I had last seen it. We camped at Marietta at night. This town we also found in ruins. The next day, we came as far as Ackworth. The day after, we passed through Cartersville on the Etowah and Cassville, which was in complete ruins. In the evening, we got to Adairsville and took the train for Dalton. The road had just been finished to Adairsville, and we came up on the construction train. The employees seemed disposed to show us favors. We bivouacked near the depot at Dalton for the night, got there about 10 o'clock p.m. cold night. Last time I slept on the ground. The next morning the train, which was flat cars, left for Chattanooga. Got into Chattanooga at noon. Being quite a number of Confederates along, we could not get transportation that day. At night we put up at the Soldier's Home, Yank and Confederate eating out of the same platter and cracking jokes at each other as though they had never met in many a mortal combat. The next evening we took the train for Nashville, and by daylight, or a little after, the next morning we were in that city. This was May 29th. We were all marched, not under guard, to the provost marshal's office, and then informed that the Kentuckians could not go home unless first taking the amnesty oath, and we were galvanized. I did not care to wait for government transportation by water, so that evening, at 3 o'clock, I took the train for Louisville, having to pay my passage, and at 7 o'clock at night got off at Bardstown Junction. Rather than wait until the following evening for the train, I immediately started on foot up the railroad and got home about 10 a.m. the 30th of May, having been absent 3 years, 8 months, and 4 days.